Hey, this is Mad Movie Mark. Thank you for joining me as I rank every movie that has a 100% fresh rating from the critics on Rotten Tomatoes. Each of these movies have at least 20 critic reviews, except for a handful that have only 19 critic reviews. I felt that they were close enough, so I threw them on here anyway. These movies range from the 1920s to 2024. There are 252 movies on this list. 128 of them are international movies, and 124 of them are English-speaking movies. Now, I reviewed every single one of these movies individually on my channel, and you can watch those if you want a more in-depth analysis or a more in-depth reason as to why I gave them the score that I did. I have no official educational background in film. I am just a regular person who loves to watch movies, and I thought that this would be a really fun list to do, as I had never seen anyone do this large of a Rotten Tomatoes ranking list before. And I will ask that if you do decide to leave a comment, please just be mindful of the fact that one day I hope to have my 1.5-year-old daughter read these comments, so please don't be too crazy with what you say. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and get this list started.
Begin.
Number 252 on my list, the movie that I enjoyed the least, is from 2023. It is a horror movie called Where the Devil Roams. Now, this movie is about a family. They are a family in real life, and they are a family in the movie. They are a group of carnival actors who, as they're traveling from carnival to carnival, murder anyone who basically inconveniences them in any way. The father also has PTSD. He was in the war, and so he is not able to murder people himself because he has flashbacks from when his friends were murdered. So his wife basically does all the murdering. Now, at some point in the movie, there's another carnival person who is able to chop off his own limbs and reanimate himself by, he has this heart that he has in a box, and as long as he has his heart in a box and he says these specific words, he can sew himself back up and reanimate himself with no issues. The daughter of the carnival troupe is not able to speak, but she's able to sing, and there comes a point where she needs to sew some people up because a tragedy has happened, and she does the sewing, but it goes incredibly wrong because since she's not able to talk, she's not able to recite the specific words that need to be said, and the reanimation does not work as desired. Now, for some reason, she's not able to sing the words that need to be spoken. I don't know why. I didn't understand this at all. The music in this movie is absolutely terrible and is completely out of place. I thought the acting wasn't very good at all. The story was very flat. It's just not the kind of movie that I would enjoy. There's really nothing here for me. I do respect the fact that a family is able to create, they basically act, direct, produce, create their own music for their movies, and I think that's commendable that they're able to do all this stuff on their own. But I thought this movie was just ridiculous, and there was really nothing for me here. So it's number 252. It's the movie that I enjoyed the least out of all of them. Number 251 on my list is a comedy horror independent film from 1970, written and directed by John Waters, and it is called Multiple Maniacs. Multiple Maniacs is about a traveling freak show, so much like the last movie Where the Devil Roams, and this traveling freak show is also comprised of murderers. Now, this movie is vile, it is disgusting, it challenges societal norms, which is exactly what it's supposed to do. So it accomplishes exactly what it sets out to do. It's just not my kind of movie. It's got a lot of really weird sexual jokes in it. It also has a really tasteless joke about the Manson murders, and the Manson murders happened just months before this movie came out, so it was very fresh in the minds of the public, which is why I think they went for it here. They were going for that shock value, but it is very tasteless, and it just rubbed me the absolute wrong way. I will say that I appreciate John Waters' ability to get this movie seen. It's an independent movie. He really had to like scratch and crawl his way to getting this film seen at independent theaters and basically wherever he could. He's a pioneer of independent film, and it's because of him that we have a lot of the horror movies and a lot of the lower budget movies that we have today, and we need something that will compete against things like the Avengers and Marvel movies. So I appreciate what he did for independent films. This movie just isn't for me. It's really got nothing for me. The acting is terrible, which I understand because there was no budget here, so he used a lot of his friends as actors. He also has Divine in this movie, who I believe is also very popular and very famous for the movie Hairspray. But the acting's terrible, some of the worst acting I've ever seen, and I will never want to watch this movie ever again. I came out of it feeling vile and disgusting, and which is what he's going for. So like I said, it accomplishes what it wants, but it's just not a movie for me and not a movie that I would ever want to see again. Number 250 on my list is a movie from 1991 called Ramblin' Rose. This movie stars two very accomplished, very amazing actors in Laura Dern and Robert Duvall, who are absolutely fantastic in this movie. The only problem is that the writing is lazy and idiotic, so they never have anything really intelligent to say throughout the entire thing. Now, Laura Dern plays a woman who is trying to escape prostitution during the Great Depression. So to do this, she goes and she decides to be a housekeeper for Robert Duvall and his family. She ends up catching feelings for Robert Duvall, and she is constantly hitting on him, but he like smacks her away with his southern drawl charm and tells her to get out of here. He doesn't want anything to do with her. So she instead finds herself in bed with his like 13-year-old son, like 13, 14 years old, and she allows him to perform a sex act on her. So she allows herself to statutorily rape a child. This is never brought up again throughout the entire movie. There's no lesson to be learned from it. It's not like she did this and then she's kicked out of the house, or she does this and there's some sort of repercussions that she has. It's just never brought up again, so there's no reason as far as the plot goes for this to ever happen. Now, after this happens, she ends up inviting all these men over to his house, and he gets upset by this because he doesn't want this debauchery going on. So he ends up kicking her out of the house, and you know, there's some more of the movie later on, but there's no real reason to summarize it because this movie's terrible. Once the statutory rape thing happened, I kind of decided that I was no longer interested and that I would no longer allow myself to pay attention to this movie. It's pretty bad. The only upsides are the acting performances, but everything else is just abysmal. Number 249 on my list is the first foreign film. It is French, it is from 1932, and it is called Boudreaux Saved from Drowning. This movie was directed by the famous director Jean Renoir, and it is a social satire. It's about a guy named Boudreaux who is a tramp, or he is what we would call him like a homeless guy. He decides he's going to fake his death by throwing himself into a body of water. Now after he does this middle-class gentleman jumps in the water to save him, and then Boudreaux begins to treat him poorly and make his life a living hell. Now this middle-class man is not exactly a saint either. He is cheating on his wife with his, I think it's like his maid, or this girl who works for him, basically right under his wife's nose, right in their house. Now, at some point while Boudreaux is making this guy's life a living disaster, he ends up raping this guy's wife, and the wife is like so thirsty and so absent of love in her life that she absolutely loves being raped. It was like the best thing that ever happened to her. This movie it's supposed to be funny. I don't think I ever laughed once. I thought the rape scene was in very poor taste. The whole movie itself is just cringy and really hard to watch, and I didn't really get it or understand it. Now, there's a lot of early French films that are going to be at the bottom of this list because I guess I just don't understand early French films. The only thing that was redeeming about this movie is that the film quality, whatever film they shot this movie on, it's an incredibly state-of-the-art film. It had to be, because the film quality of this movie is fantastic. I didn't watch a movie that was like remade. I watched the original copy, and it looks like it's a movie. It looks like it's from the 1950s. It looks like it's 20 years ahead of its time. So the film quality is amazing, but the rest of the movie I thought was absolutely terrible, and it was on the bottom of my list for a very long time until the other three movies came around. But yeah, was not having this movie at all. Not a huge fan of early French film. Number 248 is a movie out of South Korea. It is from 2016, and it is called Seoul Station. This movie is about a zombie apocalypse that is striking fear into the hearts of people of Seoul. It revolves around two characters, a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Now, in the beginning of the movie, the boyfriend's complaining that he needs to get a real job, and instead of getting a real job, he decides that he is going to basically prostitute out his girlfriend. She does not like this idea, and they end up splitting up. While they're split up, a zombie apocalypse happens around them, and basically the whole movie is them trying to find each other and get each other to safety. Now, along the way, the girl's father is able to find her. She has been missing out of his life for a long time, and he ends up finding her, and he joins the boyfriend in an attempt to find his daughter. There is a twist ending at the end of the movie that is probably the dumbest twist ending I've ever seen in a movie in my entire life, and the voice acting in this movie is absolutely terrible. There's also really stupid scenes, one in particular of the main guy like sliding down the street. He just kind of slides, but he has shorts on, and I don't think he's wearing shoes at the time. That there's no injury, there's no repercussions from the slide at all. It's just a preposterously dumb movie, and it's really hard to sit through. And then once that twist at the end happens, you basically turn off because you feel like the movie is treating you like you're a moron, and I didn't really want to give any more of my time to it. Terrible movie. I didn't think there were any real redeeming qualities to it. I guess maybe the art was interesting, but besides that, it's just absolutely abysmal. Number 247 is an Icelandic movie called Of Horses and Men. It is from 2013. I just realized that I haven't been giving any scores out of 10 for these movies, so this movie is a 5 out of 10. I don't have a lot to say about it. It is 3 separate stories about how people interact with their horses in Iceland. Only one of them is particularly memorable to me, and that is the story of a man who rode his horse into it looked like the middle of an ocean, because in the middle of an ocean there was a boat which this gentleman was trying to get alcohol off of the boat. So the people on the ship tell him that this is not the kind of alcohol that you can drink, and that he should not drink what they are about to give him. There's a language barrier here. He doesn't understand what they're saying. He just assumes that he can drink the alcohol, drink this liquid. He does, and then I believe he dies. If I remember right, he dies. There's some other funny bits with a couple of the other stories in this movie, but I don't know. It wasn't really all that interesting, and the funny parts weren't really funny enough to really discuss. It's a 5 out of 10. I didn't think it was that great. Number 246 is an Irish movie from 2019 called Rialto. This movie for me is a 5 out of 10, and another movie where I don't have a lot to say about it because I'm not passionate about hating it or loving it. It's just kind of a movie that exists for me. So in this movie, there's a main character named Calm, who is, I believe, like 49 years old. He has a family, and one day he decides that he is going to pay for sex from a 19-year-old male, which is something that he's never done before, but he's so attracted to this gentleman that he just decides that it's something that he has to do. Now, this 19-year-old gentleman is a sex worker. He does it because he also has a wife and a child that he's trying to take care of, and this is one of the ways that he makes money. Calm ends up developing feelings for this 19-year-old, and the 19-year-old does not have those same feelings back. Calm ends up losing his job, and it ends up becoming a big deal, not because that he really needs the money, but because he doesn't want his family to know what's going on here. I thought the acting in this movie was not terrific. The script I also thought was pretty bad. It's really just a run-of-the-mill movie that doesn't have a lot of emotion. It doesn't have a lot of heart. There's really no meaningful characters that you really care about or that you're rooting for. I honestly don't know why this movie exists. There's other movies that deal with this same type of subject matter that is way better than this one, and I just thought this movie was kind of a drag and kind of depressing, kind of sad, and wasn't a huge fan of it in any way. Number 245 is a comedy from 2017 called Mr. Roosevelt. This movie revolves around a woman who I believe is in her mid-20s. She is a bit immature, and in the beginning of the movie, she is sleeping around a little bit and is sowing her young wild oats when she receives a phone call that her beloved cat, Mr. Roosevelt, is in the veterinary office and is not doing very well. Now, Mr. Roosevelt lives out of town with her ex-boyfriend and her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend, who she, up until this point, did not know existed. Now, when she gets to this out-of-town town, it seems like she wants to maybe rekindle this relationship with her ex-boyfriend. Her ex-boyfriend is a little bit unhappy with his relationship because he loves to play guitar. He was once a musician, and his new girlfriend is a bit strict and does not allow these type of things. Now, eventually we learn that his new girlfriend is actually a pretty awesome person, and this makes the main protagonist angry because she does not want her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend to be a great person, and she has a bit of an imposter syndrome type thing where she doesn't think that she's good enough, where she thinks that this new girlfriend is much better than her, and to be honest, it kind of spirals out of control a bit. I thought the main actress in this movie was incredibly annoying. In fact, very annoying. Her mannerisms, the way she tries to be funny, and she does like weird dancing and flailing of arms at certain points, and she's very quirky. I normally like quirkiness with comedy, but I don't know, the way she's quirky was just incredibly annoying to me. She's basically wrong about everything, about how everyone is, and about her future interactions with people, and she dwells on things that are just weird, and I don't know. I wasn't having her as a main protagonist, and it just didn't work for me at all. I thought not only was she annoying, but she's not a very good actress. I didn't think the writing was very good as well. So this is also a 5 out of 10 for me, and a lot of it has to do with the main character of the movie. I am also realizing now that my neck is very blue. I don't know if anyone has noticed this in these reviews, and it's 100% because of a blue light that's coming from my microphone, and I'm trying to duck out of the way and not have my neck be blue anymore, but it's just not working. So for the rest of this review, I'm probably going to look like a Smurf. So that is my review of Mr. Roosevelt. I didn't think it was funny. At no point in this movie did I laugh. I thought it was sad, actually. I thought the way she interacts with people, the way she lives her life was actually sad, and I felt no remorse for her, and I just felt that I wanted to stop seeing her on screen. So Mr. Roosevelt for me is a 5 out of 10. Next on my list is a 2017 comedy drama called Daphne. Now, quick bit of trivia, there are a lot of movies on this list that are just female first names. Which kind of blew my mind. I didn't know that many female first name movies existed. But anyway, this is about a woman who is a chef at a restaurant. She believes she has a kind of a dead-end job where she absolutely hates going to work every day. She does a lot of smoking. She does a lot of drugs. She kind of meanders through life. She has no real direction. She has no real passion. She's just kind of boring and sad throughout most of the movie, but then halfway through she witnesses an attempted murder when she walks into a convenience store / I think it's a restaurant convenience store or something like that, and the person in front of her in line tries to murder the person at the register, and this moment in time is supposed to really make her look at her life like in a 180, where she completely looks at things differently. She turns her life around. At least that's what the description on IMDb would have you believe. Now, this does happen a little bit. She does kind of change her ways. She does kind of start enjoying life a little bit more, but it takes an incredibly long amount of time. This movie's only an hour and a half, but it feels like it's 3 hours long. It is so grueling. It's not funny, even though it's a drama comedy. I don't think I laughed once at this movie, and it's just the character. It's not a movie that I can relate to, for one, which makes it hard for me to enjoy it. Like I said, it's slow paced. The main character is not redeemable. I couldn't care less about her really as a protagonist, and it's not a movie that I believe is enjoyable in any way, and it's a movie that you can basically skip. Number 243 on my list is a drama from 2019. It is called South Mountain. Now, this movie is infuriating, and I will tell you that from the start. So, in the beginning of the movie, we're introduced to a woman, her husband, and their family. I believe they have 2 or 3 children. They're kind of like having a fun time as a family. There's a party going on in the background, and then the husband like walks away and goes into another room and gets on his iPad. And on his iPad, he's looking at his woman that he's cheating with, who is currently pregnant with his baby, giving birth. Now, his wife knows nothing about this. His wife does not know that he has that he's having an affair, that this woman is having his child, until one day when she's like out in the yard, he calls her on the phone and tells her over the phone that he has had an affair, and that this affair has led to a child being born. Now, my first inkling is that this woman would completely disown him. She would want him out of her life. She would take her kids. She would have a custody dispute, and she would forget all about him, which is not what happens in this movie. What happens in the movie is that she eventually wants to continue to be married to this man. She wants to continue to have a relationship with this man. And at the end of the movie, she wants to invite the person that he cheated with also into the family and the child, so that they can live like as one happy family together. There's also some infidelity later in the movie on her part, but I don't blame her. I think that I was rooting for her to have some infidelity. Now, the children are very upset at her that she would even suggest that she would want to get back with the father after all of this, which I think, yeah, of course, you should be upset that she would want to get back with the father after he cheated and had a child with another woman. But she kind of dismisses it, like, oh, I'm not crazy. You think I'm crazy? Why? Like, you're the one who's crazy, type of thing. It's very awkward movie. It's not very realistic to me, though I will say that I've never had to go through this type of relationship. So, I mean, there are emotions that you feel being married to someone and having children with someone, and I get that it might be hard to cut those ties, but I just didn't believe it. It's not a realistic movie to me. I didn't think the acting was very fantastic, to be perfectly honest. I thought it was subpar. The writing I also thought wasn't very believable. Now, there's good sets in this movie, good set pieces, but besides that, I thought the movie was a bit ridiculous, and to be honest, I thought it was a little insulting to a normal person's intelligence. Number 242 is a movie called Gloria from 2013 that takes place in Santiago, Chile. I wanted so bad for the song Gloria to play in this movie, the one that goes Gloria, da 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 da, and it finally did play at the very end of the movie. In the movie. Now, I had no reason to believe that song was going to come on. I just thought, since the movie's called Gloria, at some point the song Gloria has to play, right? Well, it did, and it played at the end of the movie, and it was a cover, and they changed the lyrics. It was one of the biggest letdowns in movie history. Anyway, I guess that's not fair, because it's not what the movie's about. There was no reason to assume that was going to come on. But Gloria is about a woman in her, I think it's her late 40s, early 50s, named Gloria, who has been divorced for 10 years and decides that she wants to get out and seize the day and take back her life and start dating again and start having fun. Her kids are grown up and moved out of the house, so now it's time for her to do her. So she meets a guy who is fairly well off financially. He is also divorced, or he's in the middle of a divorce. I don't remember which one, but he throws up all kinds of red flags as to why she shouldn't be dating him. He will just accept calls from his ex-wife in the middle of their dates because he's worried that it's something that's like important or urgent. It is at one point, but that's neither here nor there. He ghosts her a lot. He just stops calling her. There is a point in the movie where they go out on a date in which he goes over to her place, and it's like some sort of party that they're having, and she invites her ex-husband, and they start reminiscing, and he gets upset and leaves, which I perfectly understand. Neither one of these people are anyone that you would root for. There's a commonality in a lot of these movies that are on the lower part of my list is I just feel like I have no one to root for in these movies. I don't care about any of the characters. And I'm just watching these two people on screen that I don't really like go at it at each other and eventually not like each other. As far as like being rebellious and living her own life and seizing the day and finally being happy, going out and like sowing those wild oats after a divorce. I didn't think it was done especially. There's nothing unique here. It wasn't done better than any other movie that I've seen it in. Probably handled worse, actually. This is just a movie that it really doesn't add anything to the genre. It really doesn't add anything as far as like amazing acting performances or writing. Even the song at the ending was a huge disappointment. So it's at the bottom, towards the bottom of my list at 242. Number 241 is a movie from 2020. It is called Slalom, and it is roughly about skiing.
Pizza, French fries. Pizza, French fries.
Now, this movie is incredibly difficult to watch because just like in Ramblin' Rose, this movie involves a scene of statutory rape, only this scene is much more graphic and much more difficult to watch. It involves a coach who is predatory, he is a pedophile, he is emotionally, psychologically, and verbally abusive to this girl whom he is coaching. She is very gifted at skiing and has the ability to qualify for the Olympics if she trains hard enough, and if she tries hard enough, she has the skills to do it. Now, of course, her coach knows this. He knows that he is the only one who can get her there, so he uses this to his advantage to basically get what he wants out of her in exchange for training her. Now, she also knows that he is extremely gifted at what he does and that she can get to the Olympics if she just plays ball and does what he wants, so she basically allows it to happen. I believe at some point she also catches feelings for him because she is so young and impressionable, and you know, this is like a father figure to her. Her mother is not in the picture as much. She works a lot. In fact, her mother actually, I think at one time in this movie, her mother actually suggests that she should live with the coach because she lives on her own, basically, and that's not allowed. So she allows her daughter to live with this coach. It's a terrible situation. It is like I said, it's a very difficult movie to watch. It has an ending that I wasn't expecting at all. I was actually very surprised with the ending. I'm still a little bit confused by it, if I must say. But it's not as bad as it could have been, but it's still pretty bad. Now, I was going to give this movie a much lower ranking because of the statutory rape. But, I mean, it is different from Ramblin' Rose, where it is the driver of the movie. It is what fuels everything that happens in this movie, is their relationship, the ultimate act of the statutory rape. And after doing a search on IMDb, this movie is actually used by different athletic federations to show how easy it is to fall into the trap of this kind of abuse with your coach. And I mean, we all remember what happened with the women's Olympic gymnastics team from USA not that far back ago. So this movie, it seems like, is a training tool. It is a learning tool for people, and I think that is incredible. I think that it's great that it's at least being used for something, and it is providing a good for society. It's just a really difficult movie to watch, and the coach is so sleazy and is such a terrible person that it's not a movie that I would ever want to watch again. I really didn't feel great watching it the first time, but the acting's fine, not terrific. It's just that scene that is just so weird and so awkward and so hard to get through. It's not my kind of movie. It's not something that I want to watch. But like I said, I do respect the fact that it is used for good, that it's not just a throwaway scene and a throwaway plot in the movie that's never talked about again, or never, we never backtrack on it and learn from it. So in that case, it's good, but I'm not a fan of the movie. I give it a 5.5 out of 10. Number 240 on my list is a movie from 1947 called The Black Narcissus. Now, before I go into my review, I promise this is not rage bait. I understand that I am possibly on an island all by myself here. This movie is considered to be one of the greatest movies of all time by some people. A lot of people consider it to be a masterpiece. I understand their position on that. Also, my reasoning for not liking this movie is not a unique reason, and I've also been told multiple times that my reasoning is invalid, which I can live with. I'm okay with that, but it's still my opinion. I will start by saying that I think Kathleen Byron's portrayal of Ruth in this movie is absolutely astonishing. She is slowly going more and more crazy because of the altitude that she's at. It's giving her like altitude sickness of some sort, and you really see her transitioning to more and more crazy as the movie goes on. She does an incredible job of it. A fantastic acting performance. Also, the scenery in this movie is spectacular. I think they use oil paintings for the scenery, and it is mesmerizing. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. And watching movies from 1920 in chronological order, you really do see how amazing their use of oil paintings for background is, and how unique it is, and how stunning it looks. Visually, this movie is amazing. My gripes with this movie, first of all, is the blatant use of racism. Now, I know it's a different time. This movie was made when a lot of other movies had racist undertones in it. I get it. I understand the history. There's going to be one more movie later on that I didn't like as well because of the racism. My main gripe with the racism in this movie is that it is so frequent, and there's so many instances of these people putting down people of Indian descent, that it's very distracting for me throughout this entire movie, to where like I'm only concentrating on the racism and not concentrating on what the movie is actually trying to say. I feel like the racism drowns out what they're trying to say in this movie, and that's not true for every movie. Some movies have like little bits of racism in it where you have to just put up with these little quips, but this movie, like every other line and every other thing that's said, is something that's racist. Also, the main actress who's supposed to be Indian in this movie is played by a white woman in brownface. She's a famous actress for those times named Gene Simmons, not the Gene Simmons from Kiss, obviously, but the female actress Gene Simmons. She has one spoken piece of dialogue in this movie. Why couldn't they have found someone of Indian descent, at least one person to put in this movie? It could have been her role, and they could have just said the line, and it wouldn't have been as bad. Every person in this movie who's Indian is a white person in brownface, and I think that is absolutely terrible. Besides that, this movie is suspenseful. It is a good movie, except for all the use of racism and the fact that the racism for me drowns out a lot of the greatness in this movie. I know I'm on an island by myself. I'm saying that right now. If you want to tell me in the comments that this is too low, it should be higher, I understand that argument. I really do. I just can't give this movie anything higher than a 5.5 because it's just where I feel it deserves. Ah yes, number 239 on my list, La Atalante. I think I'm saying that correctly, but I'm probably not. This is a French romance movie from 1934, and I was actually very excited to watch this movie because I wanted to see one of the great French romance movies of all time, and everything I read led me to believe that that is what I was getting here. But, like I said when I reviewed Boudreaux Saved from Drowning, I don't think I understand early French movies because for me, this movie was about a newlywed husband who psychologically and emotionally abuses his wife while they are on a honeymoon. So they live in this small town, they get married, they decide to honeymoon in the big city, and to do that they use her husband's barge that he works on. So they float this barge over to the big city, and actually the guy who played Boudreaux is in this movie. He is the captain of the ship, and he has all these really ridiculous fake looking tattoos on him that I'm sure were great for the time, but you can tell that they're just BS. But anyway, when they get to the town, they decide to have a night on the town by going to dinner and dancing. But while they're there, this guy who is trying to sell his wares to rubes from out of town hits on the wife, and much to the dismay of her new husband, who gets very upset, very angry, gets mad at his wife for being hit on by this gentleman, and then says she must stay on the ship for the duration of the honeymoon while he goes out and parties. Clearly, great romantic movie already, right? This is a romantic classic. Now, while she's on the ship, he parties, and she decides that she is going to get off the ship and go back into the town. And while she's there, I think she randomly runs into that guy who hit on her. Maybe he left her a note and said he was going to be in town. I don't remember, but she ends up meeting him, and her husband finds out about this. And I mean, even if she did it out of spite, I could see why she would do it. But her husband gets very upset and decides to get on the boat and float away without his wife. So she is now stuck in a big city by herself without any way of financial support. So she needs to get a job. She finds a job. Eventually, he gets the husband realizes what he's done is wrong, and he goes back to her, and of course she welcomes him back with open arms, even though he just left her basically to fend for herself in a city she's never been in. He emotionally and psychologically abused her when he told her to stay put and not go out and forbid her to do anything. I guess that's just how relationships were back then. The men got to put their foot down and the woman had to listen. And again, great romantic comedy, or not romantic comedy, but great romantic movie from the 1934's French era, right? I hated this movie. To say I hated this movie would be an understatement, but there's no statutory rape in it, so it gets a little bit of a bump compared to a lot of the other movies that I watch. Not a fan of these type of movies where women are treated poorly. Definitely not a fan of movies where the man puts his foot down and what he says goes. This movie, I've said this a few times for some of these movies, but this one also really had nothing for me. The minute I saw the guy from Boudreaux Saved from Drowning, I knew this was going to be terrible, and I was very disappointed. And I was correct. It was not a great movie. It is considered to be one of the great movies. I think it's even on Sight and Sound's top 100, maybe, or it's close to the top 100. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I'm willing to admit that I don't understand early French film and why they are considered great, because this is the second one I've seen, and I didn't like either one of them. Number 238 on my list is a musical, my list's first musical. It is from 1942, and it is called The Holiday Inn. It stars Bing Crosby and Fred Astaire. Now, the main driver of this movie, the main problem, the main conflict in this movie is that Bing Crosby is unable to have meaningful conversations with his fiancées, and it leads to a lot of problems. So in the beginning of the movie, Bing Crosby, Fred Astaire, and Bing Crosby's fiancée are in this song and dance troupe together. Only Fred Astaire is having an affair with Bing Crosby's fiancée. Now, Fred Astaire lets him know that he is running away with Bing Crosby's fiancée, and that he is going to be all alone and no longer engaged. So Bing Crosby decides to buy a cabin, and he is going to put variety shows on at this cabin during specific holidays, and it's going to be called the Holiday Inn. So while he's doing this, he has an employee who works for him that he gets engaged to, and everything is going along fine until Fred Astaire writes him and says, "Me and your previous fiance broke up. I'm going to come down to your cabin because I have no other friends, and I'm going to get sloppy drunk." Now, Bing Crosby is worried that he is now going to lose this fiance to Fred Astaire because of his animal magnetism. So instead of sitting down and having this meaningful conversation with his fiance and letting them know about his past troubles and his concerns and how he lost his former fiance to Fred Astaire and how he just wants assurances that he's not going to lose her, and have a conversation that you would normally have with someone who you're engaged to and that you're comfortable with having because you're engaged to this person, he instead decides that he is going to put her in blackface, because if she's in blackface, Fred Astaire will not be able to recognize her, will not be able to see that she's this gorgeous creature, and will not try to steal her from him. The only problem with this is that he decides to not only put her in blackface for this big 4th of July number, he puts everyone in blackface, including the band and himself, all in blackface. So apparently he's very concerned that everyone is going to be seduced by Fred Astaire, including himself. Can't even trust himself in this situation. And then at the end of this big song and dance number, he happily exclaims, "How'd you guys all like that blackface number? Pretty great, right?" So, of course, she ends up leaving him for Fred Astaire, like you would assume would happen. And the rest of the movie is him basically having a pity party until his maid, Bing Crosby maid, tells him, "Hey, why don't you just talk to her? She was your fiance. Why don't you just have a conversation with her and tell her how you feel?" And then I immediately stood up in my chair and praised the only smart person in this movie. I absolutely hated this movie, to be honest. The blackface scene was really off-putting, especially since there was no reason for everyone in this scene to be in blackface. It was really only supposed to be the wife, and even then, I mean, like I said with the Black Narcissist, it's different times. I understand that, but there are other more intelligent ways around this than just throwing someone in blackface. It's really ridiculous. It really makes no sense when you think about it, and it's just idiotic. He should have just had this conversation with her. And the fact that Fred Astaire is constantly stealing his fiancées is also a pretty dumb plot line for this movie. This movie is just so stupid. I felt stupid watching it. I felt like it was slowly making me more dumb as I was watching it. And it's really, I don't know how, I've seen a few Fred Astaire musicals, and I don't really like any of them. I'm not sure how. He's a great dancer, but the plot lines of his movies are just so bad, and he always plays the same character. It's just a real off-putting movie. Oh man, I was supposed to only do minute-long reviews for these movies, but I hate so many of them, and I'm so fired up about them that they become 5-minute long reviews. Anyway, I think this one was a 6.5 out of 10. It got a little bit of a bump because it's still not as bad as some of the other stuff I've seen, but definitely not one of my favorite movies. Number 237 on this list is yet another French movie from 1966. This is called Ah Hazard Balthazar, or Au Hazard Balthazar. I think it's just referred to as the Donkey Movie.
That'll do, donkey.
So in this movie, we have a donkey who is passed around from different owner to different owner, and as he or she is passed around, he or she is abused by everyone that touches him or her. There's also a female in this movie who's like a teenager, and she is involved in a relationship with a gentleman who is physically, emotionally, and psychologically abusive to her as well. The boyfriend gets his comeuppance, I would say, later in the movie, but that's basically the crux of this movie. She cares for the donkey, but she's like the only one who does, and throughout the movie they're just both abused. So why do people like this movie? Well, the donkey, I think, A lot of people see it as a Christ-like figure because there's a lot of religious undertones in this movie, and his life resembles that a lot of Christ. So it's a religious experience for a lot of people, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand it. For me, it's just a movie about a donkey who's being abused and a girl who's being abused and a boyfriend who is a lot like other boyfriends in movies that I've discussed before and is just abusive. I don't understand it. As I said a couple times already, early French cinema I don't understand. And this is just another one where I didn't like it. I didn't think it was an enjoyable experience. I love animals. My wife is a veterinarian. It's hard for me to see animals abused in movies, and there's nothing really in my mind I could tell myself that justifies how this donkey was treated, especially since how the movie ends. There's really no silver lining for this animal. There's no bright spot. There's nothing good in this animal's life, and that's all the way up until the end. So I believe this one is also a 6.5 out of 10, and that's just because there's a donkey in the movie. So, but they put an animal in the movie, and I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Number 236 on my list is a movie from my favorite director of all time, Alfred Hitchcock. It is 1937's Young and Innocent. Now, each director needs a worst movie of all time, and I believe that this is Hitchcock's worst movie of all time, even though it's one of only two that's 100% fresh on Rotten Tomatoes, or at least with 20 critic reviews for this list. I could pretty much sum up this movie in this clip here from The Office.
Sir, there has been a murder, and you are a suspect.
Now, this clip from The Office is actually much more entertaining than this movie was. I thought it was boring, the twists and turns. There's no real surprise here. You see them coming from a mile away. There's not a whole lot of suspense. I thought the writing was kind of lazy. There's this guy who finds a girl dead on the beach, and when the coroner comes, he notices that there is a belt located next to this girl, so he jumps to the conclusion that the girl has been strangled with this belt. And since this gentleman found her, and he owns a coat that has a similar belt, and the belt is missing off of his coat, he is presumed to be the murderer. Now, he ends up running away. He flees the scene, and he runs into the police chief's daughter, and she teams up with him to try to prove that he did not commit this crime. Not one of the most unique Hitchcock movies of all time. Like I said, I think the writing's lazy, the acting's not very good, and I was actually very disappointed because it was a Hitchcock movie that I had never seen before, which is rare. I was very excited to see it, and it ended up being a complete and total letdown. Number 235 on this list is yet another French classic. It is called The French Can-Can.
So this is Gay Paris, come on along with me, we're stepping out to sea.
It is from 1954 and was directed by Jean Renoir, who we also saw direct the movie Baudu Saved from Drowning, and we will have at least one more movie that we will see on this list. It stars Jean Gabin, who has two more movies on this list, one of which will come much later. This movie is about a rich man, played by Jean Gabin, who owns his own nightclub. He goes to a much bigger nightclub in Paris, where he sees a girl dancing an out-of-date dance called the Can-Can. Now, he thinks this dance is incredible, he thinks the woman dancing it is also incredible, and he wants to bring her and the dance style back to his nightclub. So he does that, and he tries to hire a bunch of girls to also dance the Can-Can. Now, there's some infighting between this new girl and the girl who starred at his previous nightclub, and I mean, that's pretty much the whole movie. At the end of the movie, they do this big giant Can-Can number. There's not a whole lot to see here. There's not a lot of depth to this movie. The acting is good, but Jean Gabin is better in like the other two movies that he's in. The writing is okay, I guess. I'm not really sure why this movie has 100% fresh rating. It just seems like your run-of-the-mill like musical that's not that fantastic and is not that groundbreaking. But it's 100% fresh, and I give it a 6.5 out of 10. Number 234 on my list, I believe, is advertised as a drama comedy. It stars Ingrid Bergman, not to be confused with Ingmar Bergman, and Cary Grant. The movie is from 1958 and it is called Indiscreet. Now this is the first of 4 movies that Cary Grant will eventually end up on in this list. In this movie, Ingrid Bergman plays a woman who is getting a bit older in life. She believes that the opportunity for love has passed her by and that she is going to be single forever. She's kind of resigned herself to this. She is okay with it. She goes through the motions every day and she is somewhat okay with being single, but you can tell that she does want a partner in life. When she meets Cary Grant's character, she falls absolutely madly head over heels in love at first sight. They go on a bunch of dates. Everything seems to be going really well until one day he tells her that he is married. Now, there's a lot of red flags with Cary Grant's character in this movie. It's not just the fact that he's married, but she ends up deciding that she wants to be with him anyway, so she continues to date him. He ends up getting a job with NATO and he has to move away, and then he gets word that he has to move away even farther from her. She gets upset and she pretty much demands that he gets divorced from his wife. Now, he said throughout the movie that he does not like marriage. He is not like with his wife physically, but they are not divorced, and he doesn't plan on getting divorced, but she thinks that she can change him and she thinks that she can like make him the man that she wants him to be. And after she asks him to get divorced from his wife, she like curls up in a ball and says that she's sorry for asking that she shouldn't have asked that question, that he doesn't want to be asked things like that, which is absolutely ridiculous. These two are in a relationship. She should be able to express her feelings and her desires, and yes, he should get divorced if he's going to continue this relationship. It's a ridiculous plot line. I never thought that it was funny. The audio in this movie is very weird, and the writing is terrible. Like, the dialogue is absolutely absurd, and the music is also really weird at points as well. And I also never believed Cary Grant and Ingrid Bergman as a couple. I didn't think they had very good chemistry, and to be honest, this is just, it's sad because you have two very great actors in cinema history, but this movie is just flat to me, and it really is just a run-of-the-mill movie that I didn't think was at all unique, and I can't understand why it has a 100% fresh rating. Number 233 is the first silent film for my list. It is from 1924, stars Buster Keaton, and is called The Navigator. Now, in the very beginning of this movie, we learn that Buster Keaton is a rich socialite who, on a whim, decides that he is going to propose marriage to his next-door neighbor with whom he does not have an intimate relationship with. She declines his proposal for marriage, but he already had a lavish honeymoon planned on a cruise ship and decides that he is going to take this cruise anyway. Now, hilarious hijinks, or I should say hilarious, I should quote the hilarious part, hilarious hijinks ensue, and they end up on the same cruise ship together, but completely by themselves, with no crew, no captain. They're just sailing out into the ocean by themselves. They end up coming upon this island with a bunch of angry natives who want to kill them. Their boat breaks down, and they have to figure out how to get to safety. Now, I didn't think this movie was particularly funny. Buster Keaton is one of the greatest physical comedy actors of all time. I really respect what he does. In fact, there's another movie that's going to be much later in this list that he writes, directs, and stars in, but this one just doesn't do it for me. There's a recurring joke where he has a hat that flies off his head constantly, and he has to go into another room and grab another hat, and each time he goes into the other room, there's coincidentally another hat there. I didn't think it was all that creative. I didn't think it was all that funny. There's some other scenes in the movie, one of which he is fighting a folding chair out in the rain. He's sleeping in the rain, and then he ends up having to fight this folding chair that he's laying in. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've seen a lot of these jokes before. Now, he probably pioneered these jokes. He's probably the first one to ever do them, but it just didn't. None of them really hit me as funny. I thought the movie was kind of flat. Wasn't a huge fan of this one. It's kind of sad because I am a fan of Buster Keaton. I just personally think that this is one of his lesser funny movies. Number 232 on my list is a completely dialogue-free movie out of Hungary from 2002. It is called Huckle. Now, when I say completely dialogue free, I mean there are no spoken words at all in this movie, and there's no text on screen. So like you would have in a silent film where it gives you text to tell you what's going on and to explain things, this movie is completely absent of that. So you have to really watch what's going on screen and decide for yourself what is happening. I didn't know these type of movies existed until I saw this one, and it was completely confusing for me. I definitely need the aids of either audio or words on screen to understand what is happening. Now, a lot of this movie is just people's interactions with different farm animals, which I thought to be, it was done in a very, very slow way. This movie just drags on. And then at the end of the movie, they pigeonhole in a murderer and a girl who is poisoning her husband. I don't know why. I'm not really sure who the murderer was. I never was able to piece that together, or why this girl is murdering her husband. I don't remember any of that either. This movie was incredibly confusing to me. I didn't understand almost any of it, but it had really good visuals in it, and because it's a unique movie in which I've never seen this type before, I gave it a little bit of a bump, and it is a 7 out of 10. Number 231 is a movie out of the UK from 1980. It is called Babylon. Now, Babylon was an incredibly hard movie for me to follow, and that is because I could not find a streaming copy of it with subtitles, and the main actors have very thick Jamaican accents. But from what I can gather, there's a group of friends who are involved in this thing called like a sound system or a music system, which they buy records and they put their own music over it. They are incredibly passionate about this. This is what they love doing in their free time away from work. It brings them together as a group, and it really gives them a reason to live, and it's what they do for fun. Now, they befriend the only white guy in town who is not a complete racist. This movie is about racial tensions, and because of that, there are a lot of scenes where these tensions nearly boil over into very dramatic fights, but a lot of the times the fights do not happen because they are able to be broken up. Now, I will say, this is the only movie I've ever seen in my life which there are a group of people who are racially profiled and are marginalized because of their race, and I find it incredibly hard to root for that group of people, and that is because they are equally bad. There's a scene in the movie where one of these sound machine guys threatens to beat up his girlfriend because she was out late, and it's those kind of things that make it very hard for me to root for that side, even though I feel I should be rooting for that side. Aside from that, the acting in this movie is pretty good. The writing is really good. There's a lot of nice action going on. I thought it was a decent movie. Obviously not great because I'm giving it a 7 out of 10, but decent enough to warrant a 7 out of 10. Number 230 is the first Western on my list. It is from 1966, and it is called The Shooting. It stars Jack Nicholson, who gives an absolutely amazing performance and puts all the other actors in this movie to shame. Now, Millie Perkins is the lead female role, and she plays a woman named Woman. I believe she gives the worst acting performance I've ever seen in a movie from someone who is a professional actress. Now, I say that because the movie Multiple Maniacs had a worse actress, but she was just a friend of the director, so that doesn't count. Millie Perkins was absolutely abysmal in this movie. She's the driving force behind all the action, and she is just terrible. Absolutely cringeworthy to watch. This movie with her is almost unwatchable, to be perfectly honest. The script is incredibly lazy. It's just really cut and dry. It is terribly written. The ending of the movie will leave you scratching your head, wondering what the heck you just watched. The major upside of this movie is Jack Nicholson. This is one of his earlier roles. It helped catapult him into the star that he is today. I think he's like a 4-time Oscar winner, but he is really the bright side of this Western. It's just an incredibly bad movie otherwise, and if he wasn't part of this movie, it would be more around a 5 or 4.5 out of 10. I really can't wrap my head around why this movie has 100% fresh rating. Number 229 on my list is a drama from 2018 called Chained for Life. Now, the IMDb description of this movie states that a young actress struggles to connect with her disfigured co-star on the set of a film. This was a confusing description for me because it seemed like the two connected fine and got along really great. The acting is pretty decent in this movie. The drawback of this movie, and the thing that really drags it down, is that it is, at least for me, it was terribly confusing. Now, there are scenes in the movie where they're shooting a film and they're acting, and then there's scenes in the movie where they're not filming and it's just them living their everyday lives on the set with their co-stars. I had a very hard trouble discerning which was which in this movie, and then once I was able to figure out if a scene was supposed to be part of the movie or part of real life, I really completely forgot how it tied in with the other parts of the movie, and I had to like rewind and go back and watch it because I couldn't remember what I just watched. They don't do a very good job of storytelling here, is what I'm trying to say. They jump back and forth without any real cues as to if this is part of the movie or if this is real life, and the dialogue doesn't help. I just found this movie to be incredibly confusing, extremely hard to follow, and then at the end of the movie, the ending is really odd and confusing, and it didn't help matters at all. So that being said, this movie is a 7 out of 10. Number 228 on my list is a movie out of Romania. It is from 2021, and it is called Miracle. Now, before I give my opinions on this movie, if anyone has seen Miracle and knows what the miracle was at the end, please let me know, because I still have no idea. So, Miracle is about a nun who leaves her convent to get a pregnancy test. Now, this causes a huge scandal where she is because no one leaves the convent, especially not to get a pregnancy test. Now, she goes and gets the test, but she never returns because she is kind of like hitchhiking her way there. I guess there were like no Ubers or Lyfts back then. I don't think she's using a ride service. I think she's just trying to find taxis is what she's doing. But she gets in the car with the wrong guy and he rapes her and nearly beats her to death. I don't think that she dies, although that might be part of the miracle at the end, or maybe the miracle was that she lived. She definitely is shown alive later in the movie. Now, if that's real or not, I don't know. So, the rest of the movie is this cop trying to figure out who the murderer was. It's not, I would say it would be nice if it was like a police procedural movie where you got to see all this evidence being combined and found and this, police work done. But he really just kind of finds the person who did it without our knowledge of how he did, essentially. Or you're not privy to all of the information he finds and all of the evidence he digs up. He just says, oh yeah, I think it's this guy. And he goes and he arrests him and he beats him up a little bit. And then at the end, I think that's when the miracle happens. And the miracle is either that the thing that happened and then it was reversed, or the thing that happened never happened. I don't want to give too much away with this, but it was extremely confusing. I walked away still not knowing exactly what happened at the end of the movie and what the miracle was. I haven't done a lot of research, but there's not really a lot of research out there to do on this movie. There's like no Wikipedia description or plot description for this, so I have no idea. But the acting was still pretty good. The pacing was very good in this movie. I absolutely hated the middle where she's raped and almost murdered. It is incredibly hard to watch. You see it coming from a mile away, but man, is it brutal. It is just... there was no reason for them to show that. They could have just... once he took her into the woods, you knew it was going to happen. There was absolutely no reason to be as blunt and as bad as they were with it. So it's a 7 out of 10. It's still better than a lot of the other movies previously on this list, but it is a hard watch. Number 227 on my list is a horror/found footage movie from 2017 called Creep 2. Now, I absolutely loathe and have a great disdain for found footage movies. In fact, these type of movies is what fueled my hatred for horror movies. You can listen to more of that on my full version of the review for this movie. I do think I go into that. But for now, this movie is about a girl named Sarah who has a YouTube channel where she's a videographer, and she has grown dissatisfied over the amount of subscribers and amount of traffic that she has been able to drive in to her channel. So she takes a drastic step of answering a Craigslist ad, or it's like a Craigslist ad, where this guy is asking for someone to come do a documentary of his life. I don't think he mentions what he does until she gets to the house, but once she gets to the house, he tells her that he is basically a retired serial killer, and now that he's in a midlife crisis, he no longer has that passion and that drive to kill, that thing that got him up every morning, that made him want to go on with his day, was his urge to kill, and he no longer has that. So he just wants to make a documentary about who he is and what his life is. But he also drops a lot of hints throughout this movie that he does want to kill her and that he eventually will kill her. Now, she doesn't believe him. She doesn't believe that he was a murderer or that she's in any type of danger, even though, like I said, there are red flags and there are hints that he actually is this person. And there are scenes in this movie where he's a creep and she just gives him creepy vibes back and basically tries to out-creep the creep. I thought this movie wasn't very well acted. It is suspenseful. It is creepy. I'll give it that. It does have a vibe to it, but the acting is not very good, and the ending's pretty solid. I would say it was surprising. I thought it was going to end a certain way, and it didn't. And maybe that's just because I steer away from horror movies, and I wasn't like I was expecting something way different. It doesn't seem like this is exactly found footage. I won't go into that too much, but the description on IMDb definitely says it's like a found footage movie, which I don't fully understand. But anyway, it was actually better than I thought it would be, but still not one of the better horror movies I've ever seen. But for a found footage movie, I will say I was a bit pleasantly surprised at how it wasn't dreadful. Number 226 on my list is a fish out of water comedy from 2020 called Golden Arm. In this movie, a woman asks her friend to participate in a national arm wrestling competition because her friend won a few drunk arm wrestling competitions in college, so she thinks that this means she has enough experience to win a national championship. Now, her friend is going through a divorce and feels like she really has not that much to lose. She could use the prize money that comes with the competition, so she decides to do it. Now, throughout this movie, there is a Rocky-like training montage that is not as epic and not as good as Rocky. It also, the ending to this movie is the exact same ending to the original Karate Kid movie. So if you've seen the original Karate Kid, this is a pretty much an exact clone of that, only arm wrestling instead of karate. I thought this movie was funny in parts. And I thought the acting was pretty good, but not great. The storyline is very lazy. The writing is lazy. Everything is pretty predictable. There is a relationship that spawns from the girl who is arm wrestling with this random guy she meets while she's doing these tournaments. It's possibly one of the most awkward and worst relationships I've ever seen in a movie. And I really thought the two main characters were supposed to be a clone of Kristen Wiig and Melissa McCarthy from Bridesmaids. It really gives that vibe, and they're just not as good as that comedy duo. And you will never you probably won't find a comedy duo that's that funny for a long time, and I felt like they were trying to recreate that magic with two new actresses, and it just didn't work. But besides that, the movie has a lot of heart. It's quirky, it's funny enough. It works for what it wants, what it's trying to do. It's just not very inventive. It's not very unique, and it suffers, I would say, from that. Number 225 on my list is a movie out of Morocco from 2023. It is a science fiction drama, and it is called Animalia. Now, Animalia was incredibly confusing to me, probably one of the more confusing movies that I've seen in a long time. The main character is a female named Ito, and she is pregnant. Her husband is going to go visit his mother in another town, and she decides not to go because she feels like her mother-in-law does not respect her. Now, her husband and her husband's family is extravagantly rich, and she is poor, so she feels like they look down on her because she is poor. Now, after they split up, there's this weird phenomena that takes over the entire country, which I'm still not sure what this phenomena was. At first, I thought it was an alien attack, but it's not an alien attack. I think it has something to do with the weather. And anyway, I'm not really sure what it does or why it matters. I know that if people who are stricken by whatever this phenomena is begin to talk in tongues, and maybe it drives them crazy, but I wasn't really sure why everyone was afraid of what was going on, but everyone was kind of in a panic and trying to get out of town while this was happening. Because of this, Ito is desperately trying to find and meet up with her husband. And then I won't go into too much detail after that because it is suspenseful trying to see if she's actually going to be able to do this. Someone does agree to help her in the beginning of the movie, but it ends up not working out. So she has to try to find someone else. The person who played Ito in this movie did a fantastic job. She absolutely carries this movie. She is a fantastic actress, and she played her role really well here. Aside from that, I didn't think the movie was great. It's very slow. The pacing is very slow, and it's just too confusing for me. I didn't understand what was going on. But because of that actress's performance, it still gets a 7 out of 10. Number 224 is a comedy drama from 1940 directed by Preston Sturges called The Great McGinty. This is basically a rags to riches story in which a transient he goes into like this soup kitchen to get some food, and while he's there, they tell him that he can vote for the mayoral race that's going on in the city, and he can vote as many times as he wants. They'll give him fake names to vote under, and this would really help their campaign. And if he does this, they'll give him like $2 or something. So he goes and he votes like 20, 30 times, something like that. And when he comes back to collect his money, he like mouths off to the people who are giving him his money. And they think, wow, this guy is really good at standing up for himself. And it impresses the local like political elite in the town. And they decide to give him a job as like their hired muscle / extortionist. Now he eventually rises through the ranks of this syndicate and becomes like an elected official himself in the town, and eventually they try to get him to run for governor, which he agrees to do. He meets a woman and he falls in love, but then he's offered like this this fork in the road to go down. He can either go down this path of continuing to be corrupt, or he can go down this path of actually doing some good in his life and being in the moral right. Now he has children at this point, and he has a wife, and he has to decide which path he is going to go down. Now I'm not going to tell you which path he does choose. I will tell you that the acting in this movie is pretty good. The plot line is good, though I thought it drew a lot of parallels to Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, in which they like hire this unknown rube to eventually take a high government seat. Now this movie came out like a year after Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, so I'm not saying they were trying to copy it or anything. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but I did draw parallels to this and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington in my long review. I also did mention that I didn't find a lot unique about this movie, and I'm not sure what really gives it that extra oomph that makes it 100% fresh. I thought it was a decent movie. The ending is pretty good. It really is, at the end of the day, it really is like a wholesome feel-good movie that makes you feel good about yourself. But I didn't think it was all that unique, and I didn't think it was anything too spectacular. It gets a 7 out of 10. Number 223 on my list is a gangster classic from 1931 called The Public Enemy, starring James Cagney. This movie is about two kids who grow up in poverty. They grow up in the slums, and they eventually become bootleggers and stone-cold killers. I thought this movie was pretty good. James Cagney is an absolutely amazing actor. White Heat is one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life. It was 100% fresh, but then it fell off the list, and I was so upset by that. But the acting in this movie is really good, especially James Cagney. Besides that, I don't think it it's that different from other gangster movies that I've seen. There's a strong sense of family in this movie, and the relationships that the characters have are very believable, and I think it's what drives the movie, to be honest. It is what works the most in the movie, is the relationships that these people have with each other. I'll also say there's an unneeded, unwarranted murder of a horse in this movie, which in my long form review, I spent a lot of time ranting about how I hate when animals die in movies, and how this particular death lowered my score because I was so upset by it. But I think I think it's a good movie. It's got a decent story. Like I said, it's not that different from other gangster movies that I've seen. This movie is really driven by James Cagney's acting and by the relationships that people keep in the movie itself. Number 222 is a 1967 drama out of Japan called Branded to Kill. I honestly don't have much to say about this movie because I don't really remember it. What I do remember is that the number 3 assassin in Japan is given a job to assassinate someone and bungles the job. And after he bungles the job, he is marked for death by the number 1 assassin in Japan. My notes from the long form review I did were that this movie was weird, that it was so bad it was funny, and that I wasn't sure what the point of it was. I do remember there are some very suspenseful scenes in this movie where the guy who's branded to kill is trying to escape his murderer. He hides under a car. He has a sniper gun, and he's trying to kill someone from quite a distance. And I also remember that his wife in this movie is habitually nude for no reason, and that she is constantly giving him rice, which I think is also a reason why I thought it was weird and absurd, because I don't think there's really any explanation for that at all. So those are the highlights that I had from this movie. You can watch my long form review if you want a more in-depth analysis of it, but I gave it a 7 out of 10. Number 221 on my list is a drama or comedy from 1933 called State Fair. This movie was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Picture, but lost to Cavalcade, which is considered one of the worst Best Picture winners of all time. Not nominated that year was King Kong and Duck Soup, which both were better movies. So this movie involves a family of 4, a father, a mother, a son, and a daughter, who all go to the state fair and each have some sort of obsession at the state fair. So the father is obsessed with his pig Blue, winning the Blue Ribbon Pig Championship. The mother is obsessed with her baked goods, winning a variety of tasting competitions. The son is obsessed with getting revenge on a carnival act who swindled him out of his money through cheating carnival games. And the daughter is obsessed with a boy that she meets at the carnival. Now, these are all separate obsessions. They don't really run into each other that much. I think the one that we're supposed to care about and the one that is most prevalent in this movie is the obsession about the pig winning the championship. The baked good one reminds me of an episode of Andy Griffith I saw, but that episode would have come 20 years later. Anyway, it's not a very funny movie. There's really no drama here, so I don't know why I said possibly a drama. I just didn't know what else to categorize it as, because it's not a comedy. It's not really funny. There's some okay acting here. The script is okay. Everything is just toes the line in this movie. Nothing's too spectacular. Everything ends and is tied up in a neat package, like you would assume. And it's just an okay movie. It's a 7 out of 10. Number 220 is a 2021 drama out of Argentina called The Dog Who Would Not Be Quiet. This is a movie about a man who is going through multiple hardships in his life. Halfway through the movie, the world is struck by a meteor and it unleashes a pandemic onto the entire world. During this pandemic, you cannot raise more than 4 feet off the ground unless you're wearing a helmet of some sort, or you will die. And how the people who created this movie said it was just a coincidence that their movie had a pandemic and the world in real life had a pandemic at the same time. I would imagine that a lot of people steered clear from this movie because the real pandemic was still too fresh in their minds and they didn't want to relive it through a movie. I kind of felt the same way a little bit. The movie was really slow paced, but it had decent acting, and I would say the storyline was pretty good, though it was a little confusing. But that's normal for me in like sci-fi type movies. They're usually a bit confusing to me. All in all, though, it was a decent movie, just really, really slow. And it gets a 7 out of 10. Number 220 is a 2020 drama comedy, co-written, directed, and produced by Jessica Barr, who must have been in like her early 20s when she co-wrote, directed, and produced this movie, which is absolutely astounding. At such a young age, I can't believe the accomplishment that she did here. When I was in my early 20s, I was working at Wendy's, which as a redhead is a difficult job as well, but not nearly as difficult as what she did here. So this movie is about a young girl named Sophie Jones who discovers her mother deceased and being put in a body bag. Now, the rest of the movie, she has a very difficult time dealing with her mother's death. Her mother was like her best friend. She tries to have intimate relationships with men to kind of forget and to kind of help herself heal, but she has a very difficult time letting other people into her life in that intimate and emotional of a way. It's very good. I would say that Jessica Barr's acting is not as great as her writing, her directing, and her producing, but the movie is still pretty solid. It wasn't as emotionally impactful as I thought it would be. It was kind of missing something. I don't know what, but I just didn't feel as much emotion from this movie as other movies that deal with this, like Ordinary People. It just wasn't as powerful, but still a solid movie. I give it a 7 out of 10. Number 218 is a comedy drama out of 2023 called Leroy, Texas. In this movie, a man named Ray meets an old high school friend of his named Skip at a diner. Skip is now a freelance detective, and he breaks the news to Ray that he has compromising pictures of his wife with another man at a hotel. Now, Ray mulls this over for a little while and decides that he is going to commit suicide at the same hotel where his wife was cheating on him. So he pulls up in his car, he draws a gun, and he gets ready to shoot himself in the head when another car pulls up behind him, gets out, gets into Ray's car, and mistakes him for a hitman and gives him money and says, "Here's the money, I need you to go kill this guy." Now, Ray mulls over the idea of actually doing this, but decides that he's not going to, and the original hitman comes after him because he wants the money that was given to Ray. The rest of the movie is Ray and Skip trying to elude this hitman and at the same time solve a few mysteries that are going on throughout the movie that are a little complicated and would take a long time to describe in this short review, so you can watch my long form review if you want a better synopsis of this movie. So I thought Skip in this movie was the best part of the entire movie. He's played by Steve Zahn. He was funny. His character was well written. He has fantastic comedic timing. On the other hand, I thought Ray was the worst part of this movie. His character is just incredibly frustrating. You expect him to have this like 180 character arc that he waits until the very last part of the movie to have, and his decisions that he makes are very questionable, and it's just incredibly hard to watch. I thought this movie was very well written up until the middle of the movie, and that's when things get a little complicated. But all in all, I would say that Steve Zahn's character of Skip saved this movie, and he's just so funny. Spectacular. He turned a terrible movie into a much better movie. I give it a 7 out of 10. This is my highest 7 out of 10, so everything else will now be higher than 7 going forward. Number 217 is Fred Astaire's second and last movie on this list. It is from 1935 and it is called Top Hat. Aside from Fred Astaire, this movie also stars Ginger Rogers, both of which are incredibly amazing dancers. This movie also has some pretty epic songs in it, including Cheek to Cheek, No Strings, and Top Hat, White Tie, and Tails. The biggest problem I had with this movie is the writing and the plot. It seems like all of the Fred Astaire movies I've seen have really ridiculous plots, and this one is included in that. It's basically an hour and a half or so of mistaken identity, and it just drags on for me forever, and I got bored of it after like 20 minutes. There are tons of scenes of this movie where the case of mistaken identity should have been cleared up. Any intelligent person could have seen what was going on, and it just drags and drags and drags, which is really sad because the dance sequences and the songs in this movie are so iconic, but the plot just destroys it. It's a 7.5 out of 10 for me. I'm apparently not really that big of a fan of Fred Astaire, even though I absolutely love musicals. So go figure, I can't explain it. 7.5 out of 10. Number 216 on my list will likely be an unpopular opinion. It is from 1979. It is from the director Tarkovsky, and it is called Stalker. Now, Tarkovsky will have 3 movies on this list, but I thought Stalker, for me, was my least favorite, and it's not even really that close. So, this movie is considered one of the greatest science fiction movies of all time. It's considered one of the greatest dramas of all time. I personally know a couple people who have this in their top 5 movies ever, but for me it just dragged. It was so slow. The cinematography is absolutely amazing though. All 3 Tarkovsky movies have some of the greatest cinematography I've ever seen in my entire life. It is visually stunning. It is one of the most beautiful movies I've ever seen. The only problem is that it's so slow, it drags. It's like 3 hours long, and to me it felt like it was 8 hours long. This was the movie where I almost stopped doing my list. I almost gave up because I didn't think I was going to get through Stalker. It was just so slow, and I just had no will to finish it, but I finally did. So what this movie is about is there's a guide who leads 2 men through an area known as the Zone to find a room that grants wishes. This movie is based off a book. My assumption is that they left out a lot of details from the book into the movie because there's a lot of things that I think go unexplained. It's incredibly confusing. I was lost throughout most of it, and for a movie to be really slow and to be 3 hours long and for me to be completely lost through most of it, it didn't make for a very pleasurable experience. What really saved this movie was the cinematography. It is, like I said, it is just, Tarkovsky is in a league of his own when it comes to cinematography. Such a beautiful movie, but it's just not for me. I had such a tough time with it, and it's a 7.5 out of 10. And like I said, this is going to be probably a controversial opinion because so many people love it, but I was not one of those people. Number 215 on my list is a movie from 1991 out of France. It is called La Belle Noiseuse. Now, this movie is my most viewed long-form review of all time, and it's not even close, and I was absolutely shocked when I saw how many views it had. I had never heard of this movie before, and I didn't know it was going to be as popular as it was when I did the review, or maybe I would have been a little nicer to it. So this movie is about an older gentleman who he's in his twilight years. It's been his life's ambition to paint his La Belle Noiseuse, which would be like his grand opus, like his Sistine Chapel, his grandest painting ever. It was originally going to be of his wife. It was going to be a nude portrait of his wife, but as the years went on, as she got older and as he got older, it just never came to be. He wanted it to be perfect. He is an artist who loves his craft. He lives for what he's doing, and he was just never able to get the painting perfect enough to release it. Now, his friend, who is younger, volunteers his girlfriend, who is also very young. She's attractive, and he says, "Look, I have this young girlfriend. girlfriend. She could be your new La Belle Noiseuse, and you can finally finish your life's work. At first, she doesn't want to do it because she doesn't want to be painted in the nude, but then she later agrees to do this. So the movie is about his struggles with creating this perfect piece of art. He has a lot of like writer's block, only like for an artist, and her struggles of trying to be that perfect model, but also be in these uncomfortable positions all day and being nude. It is really a great movie if you're an artist. I'm sure you have to be an artist probably to appreciate this movie. I am not an artist, so I didn't appreciate it as much as someone else would. But I still, it's really long. It's like a 4-hour movie. It is really slow. I did find it to be a little boring, but like I said, I don't probably appreciate it as much as someone else would. I was a little off-put, honestly, by seeing this woman naked throughout the entire movie. I mean, it is what it is. It's a decent movie. It's still 7.5 out of 10, but I do fully admit that I'm probably not the right audience for this movie, and I watched it because it's 100% fresh, whereas most people who would watch this movie are watching it because they're artists, because this is something that they would enjoy, because this is something that they would get a lot out of, and I'm just not that audience who would watch it for those reasons. But anyway, I give it a 7.5 out of 10. Number 214 is a 2015 martial arts action movie out of China. It is called SPL2, A Time of Consequences, or in America, for some reason, it is called Killzone 2. This movie is about a cop who goes undercover in a prison. The prison has a warden who is working with a criminal mastermind to harvest organs. This movie has actually really incredible acting for a martial arts action movie. Tony Jaa does an incredible job with the material that he's given. My one rant about this movie is there is a very coincidental plot line in the beginning of the movie that is somewhat ridiculous and for me was completely unbelievable, and you really have to believe that the coincidence is something that could happen in order to enjoy the plot of the movie. Aside from that, the action is really good. It's obvious that these martial artists are using wires, but I would say that's true in almost every martial art movie. In fact, it becomes a little ridiculous with the last action fight scene where it's very obvious. I was laughing through most of it. I thought it was pretty funny, but this is an enjoyable, it's a fun film to watch, even though it's about harvesting organs. It's a very serious subject, but I would say the martial arts aspect, it makes it a fun enough watch. I thought it was good. Obviously, with this type of movie, you're not looking for like an Oscar winner. You're just looking for something that's maybe a little ridiculous and a little crazy, and I think it kind of accomplishes both of those, and it is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 213 is a comedy drama out of France from 2022. It is called The Worst Ones. This movie is about a film director who goes to a very poor town in France and tries to choose groups of children who are kind of on the fringes of society to make a movie about them. Now, the movie, I believe, is supposed to be similar to what they are going through in their real lives, but it's very vague. You don't really get a whole sense of what the movie is about or what the director is going for here with his movie. It's more about the children who are in the film. They all have different personalities. They all have different reasons for kind of rebelling against the system and different reasons for why they are considered the worst ones. I personally thought that these were just normal children and that the title wasn't fair at all. In reality, I felt like once these kids were treated like real people and not treated like delinquents, they did really fine. Once they were actually treated like human beings and people cared for them and they were around other people who were like them and other people who were going through the same things that they were going, I felt that they acted just like normal people and that all they needed was some sort of support system. And maybe that's also one of the reasons why this movie was being made, to kind of give them that support system. But I really think they were trying to show that even this this town that is poor and is known for being somewhat rambunctious is still has good in it and still has really good people in it. Now, the people in the town were very worried that this movie would just show how bad they were and bring out the bad in everything. But I don't really know if that's true, because I don't really know like ultimately what became of the movie or how the movie came out, or I mean, the movie part's very vague. But I thought the acting in this movie was really good, especially the girl who plays Lily. I felt like her part was fleshed out the most. I understand the reasoning for why the movie is being made and why that part, like the movie in the movie, was being made, and why they put that in the movie, but I could have done without it. I wish this was just a character study on these children without that whole thing, because even though the director means well and he has a heart of gold and he's really helpful to these kids, I just felt like the movie they were making was not all that important, and was just distraction when they could have had more interactions with these kids and we learned more about these kids' lives. I give this movie a 7.5 out of 10. Number 212 is a comedy from 1949 out of France. Yes, another movie out of France. This is called Jour de Fête. It was directed by, written by, and stars Jacques Tati. Now, what I got from this movie is it is about a small town and how that small town can change through automation and new technology, and not necessarily change for the better. It's a small town that seems like they want to grow and they want to be like America and have innovations like America, but at the end of the day, that might not be what they want. They might want to actually keep their small town atmosphere that they have. And it's also about the pressures of conforming to society. The main character, played by Jacques Tati, is a mailman, and he is just a simple person who rides a bicycle to deliver the mail, but he has shown a video at a fair, basically, of Americans and like these new revolutionary ways that they're doing stuff with their mail system, and he's kind of under pressure from society to be faster, be quicker, be more efficient, and just be more technologically sound with his job. Now, he tries this, but it really takes away the human factor from his job. It takes away, because he's moving so fast and because he's basically ignoring the pleasantries and the conversations he had with people when he used to do this along the way, and he's just rushing. It takes away the personal aspect of the job that he has, and at the end of the day, it's really maybe not something that he enjoys. It's not something that betters the town, and just because something is more flashy and it is more efficient and more speedy, that doesn't mean it is something that you can get used to, especially if you're a small town like this and you're used to slow town ways. I brought this up before, but I immediately think of something like Andy Griffith with their slow way of life. This is kind of the same way, and I think that that's basically what this movie talks about. It's a 7.5 out of 10 for me. Number 211 is a religious drama out of Denmark. It is from 1955, and it is called Ordet. Ordet is about a father who has 3 sons, one of which believes he is Jesus Christ. There's a lot of infighting between the family because each member has a different opinion on religion, and this also spills over into arguments and fighting with the family and the town that they live in. This movie is number 48 on Sight and Sound's top 100 greatest movies of all time. Now, I felt this movie was incredibly predictable throughout the entire length of the film. I thought the ending was very safe. They didn't pull any punches. There's nothing really unique or challenging going on at the end. I thought it was also pretty predictable. In fact, I predicted it like halfway through the movie and then was left disappointed when it actually happened. The movie is very slow, and I felt that the dialogue wasn't very exciting. I thought the movie wasn't very well written, to be perfectly honest. I will say that the cinematography is excellent, that the movie does deal with deep concepts when it comes to religion, and for me, someone who doesn't really practice a religion, it really kind of makes you think about how religion works. I think this movie is trying to tell you that most religions are the same. So at the end of the day, there's no need to like argue and fight and allow religion to tear you and your family apart, because they're very similar to each other, and everyone's beliefs should be respected. Not one of my favorite movies of all time. Like I said, I did think that it was a bit slow, but towards the end of the movie, I believe the acting gets much better. I don't know if it's because people were finally able to really hone in on their characters and who their characters are, but the acting does get very, very good at the end. This is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 210 is a family adventure movie from 1948. It is British and it is called Oliver Twist. Oliver Twist stars Alec Guinness and Robert Newton. Alec Guinness is such a phenomenal actor that this is going to be the first of 5 movies that he will be in on this list. And Robert Newton, this is the first of 3 movies that he will be on. For me, this movie is in most part about how hard it is to climb the social and economic ladder. How once you're born into poverty, you basically stay into poverty. And once you are born rich, you basically stay rich. And it is the struggle of someone trying to have any upward momentum in life. Now, I thought this movie was very slow in the beginning, and it did not keep my attention for a while. But then in the middle of the movie, the action really picks up. Once Robert Newton is entered into the movie, things really start to get going. I thought it was exciting. I thought the dialogue was fresh. And I think that if you can survive the first half, you're in for a very, very strong second half of the movie. This is I think the second movie I ever saw Robert Newton in, and my God, he's probably one of my favorite actors now, with just these three movies that I've seen him in, and he is so good in one movie coming up later that his performance, in some part, his performance catapulted that movie into my top 20, and we will see that later. But my God, I am so happy to have discovered Robert Newton, such a fantastic actor. I thought this movie, at least the second half, was very solid. It is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 209 is a Japanese animated film from 2018. This is called Makuya When the Promised Flower Blooms. I believe this is the first animated movie on this list so far. So I watched the English dubbed version of this movie, which I usually try to stay away from. I usually would rather see it in Japanese than I would in English, but the English dubbed was the only version I was able to find, and for me, the movie suffered because of that. I thought the English dubbed parts were terrible. I thought the voice acting was absolutely atrocious. It would have been much better if I could find a version of this in Japanese. But besides that, I felt the plotline was a bit overly complicated. There were a ton of plot points and ton of characters, and I had a hard time keeping track of what was what. Aside from that, this is one of the most emotional endings to a movie I've seen in a long time. Not as impactful as like Grave of the Fireflies, but still incredibly touching, very emotional. I might have teared up a little bit at the end. It just really brings everything together, even if you do feel like you're confused a little bit throughout the movie. It is just so impactful, and it really made the movie, it saved it. It made it much better than it was that so far at that time. It's a 7.5 out of 10, and it's mostly because of that emotional, gripping ending. Number 208 is a 2018 drama out of Serbia. It is called The Load. Apparently, I have 2 movies from 2018 in a row here. I didn't plan it that way. But The Load is about the 1999 bombing of Serbia by NATO. This is a war movie. It involves a truck driver who is tasked to transfer a mysterious load from Kosovo to Belgrade. Now, I thought the acting in this movie was absolutely amazing, especially from the main actor. There is, it's basically 2 characters in this movie, and they both have incredible chemistry with each other. They play off each other really well. There's a point in the movie where they're driving in their truck together, trying to get to a certain location, and the second gentleman leaves the truck. And I thought that this is where the movie really falls off, because this was like the heart of the movie. Their relationships, their dialogue they had together, the interactions they were having with each other, I thought were phenomenal. And then once he leaves, it totally breaks that up, and the movie just falls off a cliff for me, essentially. The movie is also very slow paced. Probably too slow paced for me. In my long form video, I use the word boring a lot, but I feel like I've used that a lot to describe these bottom level movies. But I mean, there's a reason why these movies are near the bottom. This one is incredibly slow. It's very slow paced. There is an interesting family dynamic later on in the movie when it comes to the driver of this truck. That is very sad and is a situation that is very hard for him to pull himself out of. But all in all, like I said, I thought the acting was great. I thought the chemistry between the characters was awesome as well. It's just an incredibly slow paced movie. It is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 207 is a movie that I want to say is an adventure movie. It is from 2019 and it is called Away. This is the second and last movie on the list that is completely dialogue free, so there are no speaking parts in this movie and there are no word captions to let you know what is going on. You have to figure everything out for yourself. It is completely silent. Which I think hurts this movie a little bit less than it did the other one called Huckle, because this one, it's at least explains a little bit. It explains enough to where you can somewhat tell what's going on. This is a movie that's animated. It was made completely by one person in his early 20s, and it took him years to do this. The animation is really cool. It's an animation style that I don't think I've ever seen before. And the story is okay, but it is also hard to follow. It appears that there's this kid who kind of hang glides or parachutes onto an island for some reason, and then the whole movie is him trying to get off the island to his home, which is what I think is what's happening. And while he's trying to get to his home, there is a monster that basically kills all living creatures that it comes in contact with. This boy has a bird friend of his, and for some reason the bird is the only thing that does not die to this creature that kills everything. These movies, for me, these dialogue-free movies, this one's at least interesting, but they're just not for me, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. There's not enough given to me to really understand fully what's going on, and I want to know fully what's going on in a movie. I don't want to have to guess through the whole thing and try to figure stuff out all the time. And at least if there's dialogue or some sort of captions or something, at least I can find my way there. But with this type of movie, there's nothing that is telling me that I'm correct or that I'm wrong. It's just everything's a guess, and at the end of the movie, it's also a guess. This is a 7.5 out of 10. The best of the two dialogue-free movies, but still not one of the better animated movies on this list by far. Number 206 is a silent film out of Germany from 1924. It is called The Last Laugh. In this movie, we have the main character is elderly, and he plays a bellhop of sorts. So when you pull up to the hotel, he will come out and he'll grab your luggage off the luggage rack, and he'll take it inside the hotel so that it can be taken up to your room. Now, this position garnishes him a lot of notoriety in his neighborhood, a lot of self-esteem. It's a very prestigious line of work because he has a uniform, because he's out there in front of the people. He has a very great attitude. He's very helpful. He basically is loved throughout the entire neighborhood. The only problem is he's getting older and it's getting harder for him to grab this luggage off the rack and take it inside. His bosses notice this, and one day when he arrives to work, he's told that he's been replaced and he is now the washroom attendant. So he is going to be standing in the bathroom, and when you're ready to wash your hands, he has a towel there for you to dry your hands off on. Now, this is not a prestigious position. It garnishes him a lot of embarrassment in his town. He gets really drunk, he gets really depressed, but eventually he gets the last laugh, and he is able to kind of stick it to everyone who is making fun of him, and he gets some of his self-esteem back. I'm not going to say how that happens. I will say that this is an incredibly fantastic film. The only issue with me is that it is very dated. The film quality on this is really poor. Besides that, the acting is really good. Even though it's a silent film, there's a lot of emotion in it. You really feel for this main character. You really feel bad for him. He does make some questionable decisions, but he is depressed. So, it's hard to judge what people do when they're depressed. But it is an incredibly fantastic film. I can see why it's 100% fresh. It's just very dated, and that makes it hard to watch sometimes. The reel kind of messes up a little bit here and there, but it's still a 7.5 out of 10, a solid film. Alright, number 205 is another silent film, so this is the second silent film in a row. It is from 1926 and it is called The Black Pirate. Now, I had heard of Douglas Fairbanks before, but I'd never seen any of his movies, and this is still the only movie of his I have ever seen. I thought this movie was just action-packed, full of action from start to finish, some really daring scenes. I think that he did his own stunts, which some of them are kind of crazy. I'll tell you, those silent film actors, they were not messing around when it came to stunts. They really worked hard on delivering the action, and this one's no different. It's exciting to watch, it's fun to watch from start to finish. I did think that it was, if the movie felt like it was too short, that the story ended quite abruptly, and I didn't really like the story that much, to be honest, especially because there's a love interest that's kind of pigeonholed at the end for no reason. I don't know if it's just an old silent film and they all need a love story somewhere, but this love story definitely felt like it did not belong. And I thought that Douglas Fairbanks, although he did a great job with his action scenes, he did do a bit of overacting. He does a lot of really crazy hand motions and big exclamations. I know it's a silent film and they have to talk with their hands and stuff, but it seemed like he did ones that were bigger and more grander than the text that you got on screen. So I felt like he was overacting a bit, but all in all, it's still a fun movie to watch. It's a 7.5 out of 10. Number 204 is a comedy from 2017. This is called Signature Move. This movie is about a girl in her 30s who is Muslim. She lives with her TV-obsessed mom who has very old world views about how things should work. Now, the main character is a closeted lesbian, closeted to her mother at least. She does get out there and she does try to have relationships, meaningful relationships, but she has a hard go at it. She also wrestles on the side. She does fall in love. She does meet a woman and fall in love, but she tries to hide it from her mother, which causes problems in her relationship because her girlfriend does not want their relationship hidden. There's also a plot line here where she has to fill in for the person who's training her how to be a wrestler. She has to fill in for one of her wrestling matches, and it's like a professional match, and she doesn't know if she's ready or not. This is basically a woman in her 30s who's trying to figure out who she is, who's trying to live with the old world views of her mom, her mom wants her to meet a guy and fall in love and have children, and that's not the life that she wants. And she just wants to live her own life, and she just wants to be her own person, but she's afraid to come out and tell her mom because she knows that her mom probably will not approve of her life and who she is. I felt that the acting in this movie was okay. It was not great. I felt that the main character makes a lot of weird decisions that you would not make in real life, and that kind of dragged the movie down a bit. I thought the person who played the mother did a very good job all around. Like I said, the acting was okay. It's just the script I thought was a little ridiculous, but it's a fun movie. It is funny at parts. And I think that it's just if you want to watch a feel-good movie that you don't have to think a lot about, this is probably a good movie for you. It is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 203 is a drama from 2020. It is called Freeland. It is about a woman who is basically the Sears department stores of marijuana. So she's been growing marijuana for the past 30 years in the woods in like a mountainous area, and she has been very successful at it. In fact, she is one of the most successful marijuana growers in her town. She grows best quality, she has the best distribution, everyone wants to buy from her. The only issue is that there are other people around her who are also selling marijuana, and they are starting to go legal. They're filing the paperwork to go legal. Times are changing, and she does not want to go legal with her product. She thinks that everything is going fine and she doesn't have to change, even though the world is changing around her, which is why I said she's like the Sears department store. Now, eventually, distributors and people stop wanting to buy from her because she's selling illegal product and everyone else around her is selling legal product. This causes her to go into financial ruin. There's a person who works for her who has a very weird character arc. and it's very bizarre. He does a thing at the end of the movie that is very against what his character I thought was going to do, and it makes the ending incredibly bad. I would say it's very awkward, and I did not like the decision that was made at the end of the movie. But the acting from the lead female role is absolutely phenomenal. She does an incredible job, and because of that, I give it a 7.5 out of 10. Number 202 is yet another film out of France. Wow, so I didn't realize how many films were out of France on this list. This is from 2023. It is called Ama Gloria. This movie is incredibly slow. Not as slow as Stalker, but one of the slowest movies I would say on this list. Because not a whole lot happens. The movie is kind of drawn out. And to be honest, I thought that this movie was somewhat forgettable. I think in 10 years I will not have remembered that I watched this movie. But anyway, it's about a girl named Cleo. She's very young. I mean, she's probably I'm bad with ages with children, but I would say anywhere from 6 to 10 is her age. Maybe younger, really. And she lives with her nanny, or she spends an incredibly long amount of time with her nanny, whom she really loves and she really gets along with. One day, her nanny gets a call that her mother has passed away in Santiago, and she has to go back to deal with her affairs. So she goes back and she takes Cleo with her, and Cleo is slowly coming to the realization that her nanny has a kind of life in Santiago, that she has a lot of family issues going on and she can't leave, and slowly realizing that she's probably not going to come back with Cleo and is no longer going to be her nanny, and she's very emotionally torn and upset by this. The end of the movie, Cleo has some very good acting. She does an amazing job with her emotions. She is fantastic. You can really feel her anguish just dripping from the screen. Absolutely amazing. I would say that's the bright spot of the movie. It is the best part of the movie. Everything else is just kind of drags. But it is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 201 is a Japanese animated movie from 2021. It is called Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 Thrice Upon a Time. This is probably going to be incredibly short. This has a very rich history. There are a lot of movies from this series. There's a television show. There's a lot of really dedicated people who follow this series, who really know it very well, backwards and forwards, can probably recite quotes from these movies and these shows. This was the first Evangelion thing I had ever seen in my life, and I will admit I was thoroughly and completely confused. Everything comes at you very fast-paced. I thought I was able to kind of figure out the scenes as they were happening, but I had a hard time piecing everything together as a cohesive story. I did think that the art was absolutely fantastic, and all in all, I give it a 7.5 out of 10. Number 200 on my list is a Danish movie from 1943. It is called Day of Wrath. This is about the witch hunt of the 1600s. Now, coincidentally, I watched this movie right after my honeymoon, where we had went to Salem and we learned all about the witch trials. It just happened to be that way. I wasn't trying to watch this movie right after that. It was just the next one on my list. And so it was a really cool experience going to Salem, learning about the witch trials, and then coming home and watching this movie called Day of Wrath about the witch trials. Now, the beginning of this movie is incredible. It's very suspenseful. There is an older woman who's accused of being a witch, and she can be pardoned by the head religious guy in town, and the first half of the movie is wondering if she's going to be pardoned or not, hearing out her side of the story. It's very suspenseful, it's very gripping, you really feel for her, you really feel bad for her, and then the second half of the movie is just a lot of it's not, I wouldn't say nonsense, but a lot of it is filler. I feel like where there's this relationship between this woman and her husband's son, because she is married to a much older man who she did not want to marry, and his son is more like around her age, and she ends up developing this relationship with the son, and it's a lot of like them going out and frolicking in the fields and like dating around, and I really thought that it wasn't needed. it just seemed like it was it was out of nowhere, and like it's just filler. It made the second half really drag a lot. The first half to me was definitely much more satisfying and much more solid than the first half, but the acting all around is really good. The atmosphere that is built in this movie is fantastic. The scenery, the plot, the scenery is really good. The plot is pretty good. All in all, it is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 199 on my list is an Italian drama called Rome Open City from 1945. This is an Italian neo-realistic drama. So this movie is during the Nazi occupation of Rome, 1944. Resistance leaders seek refuge and a way to escape. Now, I had trouble keeping track of the different characters in this movie. Most of them lacked a backstory, which I desperately wanted to see from a lot of these characters, because a lot of these characters meet a very tragic end, and it is sad, especially one of them who there's a special circumstance why her ending is so sad and how she ends up meeting her end. It's a very gripping scene. It's incredibly hard to watch, but the problem is I don't know anything about these characters. I don't know who they really are. I feel like they're all treated very quickly. You don't know anything about them, and it makes it a lot less powerful than it probably should have been. So I really needed more background on these characters to truly be invested in them. Now, I don't do any research on these movies before I watch them. I just start watching them, and there's a lot of nuances and things with this movie that made it particularly special and made it particularly harrowing that I didn't know about going into it. And I think that if you just jump into these movies without knowing anything about them, you're just like a regular person who saw this as 100% fresh and you go to watch it, you're probably not going to get it. That's kind of the boat that I was in. I didn't get why it's so famous and why it's considered to be one of the greatest movies of all time. I did think it was good. I thought that there was a lot of suspense in it, but for me it was just a 7.5 out of 10. I didn't particularly think that it was great. 198 is a Spanish movie from 1987. It stars Antonio Banderas and Carmen Mora, and it is called Law of Desire. Now, this movie, a man named Pablo, who is a porn director, reluctantly breaks up with his boyfriend, Juan. Juan moves away, and Pablo takes on a new psychotic lover, and Pablo also works on a play about his trans sister, Tina, who is played by Carmen Mora. Now, for me, this movie was a bit predictable all the way through. Very easy to guess what was going to happen. I normally hate those type of movies, but there's one acting performance in this movie that is so fantastic, so amazing, so above everyone else in this movie that it shines so bright that it makes this movie a 7.5 out of 10 when it normally would probably be much lower than that. And that is Carmen Mora, who plays Tina. Now, it was a little confusing for me, and it wasn't easy to believe because she plays a trans woman, but in real life she's a real woman, and it's very obvious that she's a real woman and that she's not a trans woman. So it's kind of hard to believe that she is like the character she's supposed to be playing, but her backstory and the way her character is written, and you really hear about her backstory later in the movie, I would say the second half, and you really get that emotion and that grit and that you know, all that great acting from her like towards the middle to end of the movie, and it is just so good. When they put the camera on her and they let her go, it is amazing. I wish this was just a movie about her and her life and her backstory, and everyone else was just filler and everyone else was just accompanying her, because she is just so much better than any other part of this movie. And it is because of Carmen Mora as Tina that I give this movie a 7.5 out of 10. Number 197 is an independent film from 1959. It is called Shadows, and it was directed by the great John Cassavetes. In this movie, an African-American woman who has a fairly fair skin falls in love, and the person she falls in love with is shocked when he finds out that her and her two brothers are African American, which leads to some issues in their relationship. Now, this is a movie about race relations, and it's really a time when television and movies were not really talking about race relations. So I would say that this is a very impactful film for that time. It was doing something that not a lot of media was. I would say that a lot of the conversations, a lot of the dialogue in this movie is improvised. In fact, I think almost the whole entire movie is improvised. And for me, it led to conversations that felt that they were a little meandering. I would have liked a little more structure to it. Now, the argument would be is that these are like real conversations that happen between people because it's not scripted. But I would say that like two people having a conversation together isn't always the most captivating thing in the world, and it's very hard to have captivating conversations for long periods of time all the time. And I really felt like that was a problem for me with this movie. That being said, this movie does show how women can be in charge of their own lives, how they can be in charge of their relationships, and when they go in and out of relationships, which I also think wasn't that prevalent in the 1950s. It, I think, was still kind of a man's world back then. And so this movie was breaking a lot of new ground, and I appreciate that. But for me at least, and I know for people who've seen this movie, I'm definitely in the minority, I feel like, but the fact that it was improvised really hurt it for me, and I give it a 7.5 out of 10. Number 196 is a romance drama from 1974 out of West Germany. It is called Ali, Fear Eats the Soul. This movie has two main characters, Emmy, who is in her 60s and is widowed, and Ali, who is in his 30s and always talks in third person for some reason, like the guy at the gym from Seinfeld. I don't know why he does it, and I don't think you ever learn why. I guess it's just the way he is. So this is a May-December romance in which the older woman and the younger gentleman fall in love with each other. This movie has cultural issues, it has race issues, it has ageism in it. It also has a really weird plot point in which Ali does something that I felt was very much off-putting and against what his character should be doing. He gives you this impression about who he is throughout the entire movie, about morals and values that he has, about him actually caring for Emmy and having these feelings for her. And then I feel like towards the end of the movie, he makes this really weird choice that is cringy and just leaves a really bad taste in your mouth the rest of the movie. But then also at the end of the movie, Emmy has like a knee-jerk reaction to what he does, and I feel like that was also a bit off-putting. And I mean, I guess the ending of the movie is fine, but I would say that this is also one of those movies that moves a little slow, and it's at the end I was just completely unsatisfied with how most of it went. But that being said, the acting performances are still pretty decent, and I would say all around it is not a bad movie. It is still 7.5 out of 10. Number 195 is a true story western from 1982 called The Gray Fox. This movie stars Richard Farnsworth as Bill Miner. Bill Miner was a former stagecoach robber who becomes a train robber after being jailed for more than 30 years. Now, when he gets out of jail, he is reluctant to go back to robbing. He wants to try to make a new life for himself, try to go straight, get a real job, but then he realizes that train robbing is, or I guess stagecoach robbing is what he's good at. It's what he's passionate about. He feels like he still has some more good robberies left in him, so he decides to learn how to rob trains. Now, it's more of an on-the-job type of training, so he tries a couple times and it doesn't do very well, and then eventually he becomes a skilled train robber. Now, this movie, although it's true, I feel like there were a lot of liberties taken, especially at the end of the movie, with how the movie ends and how his real life actually ended and how it happened. I did some research and it's not similar. They changed his story a bit, I thought Richard Farnsworth was good in this role, but I thought his character was really like too aw shucks, gosh golly gee to play like a train robber. And also, this movie is really weird in that a lot of people treat Bill Miner like he's some Robin Hood. Like, they absolutely love him for robbing trains. Like, he's robbing from the rich and giving to the poor, but he's just robbing from the rich and giving to himself. And they never really understand, they never really tell you why these people hate the train companies and why they love the fact that he's robbing them. My assumption was it's just because they're big corporations and they want someone to stick it to the man, but it's really never understood like why all these people are backing him and helping him and trying to hide him. There's even a sheriff who like tries to let him know when the other like law enforcement are after him and he needs to get out of town and all this stuff, and I never understood why. And to be honest, I really would have liked the story to be about when he was younger, before he went to jail for 30 years, robbing stagecoaches, because I feel like that would have been the better story to tell. But all in all, it's a good movie. It's decent acting. Not one of the better westerns I've ever seen, but there's a lot of suspense. There's enough here to be enjoyable. It's still a 7.5 out of 10. Number 194 is a drama from 2021. It is called Bruiser. This is about a teenager who's getting ready to go into high school. He has an adopted father who loves him very much, who's trying his very hardest to make sure that he gets into a good school, that he gets good grades, that he becomes an upstanding person and member of the community. He pushes doing homework, he pushes doing your best, he pushes putting your best foot forward, but he does it in a very strict way to where he kind of makes life not that much fun for the child. It's all work and no play a lot of time, but it really comes from a good place. Now, one day, this teenager runs into a homeless guy who lives in a boathouse in town, and they start having a conversation, and he later learns that this guy is actually his real father, who was in the military and went to jail for a little while, and now he's back and he wants to be a part of his son's life. This is a huge coincidence in the movie that I thought was a little too coincidental for my liking. It was a chance occurrence that would only happen in the movie because it needs to. It would be, I think, implausible for this to happen in real life if you're living in a large enough town and you just randomly wanted to run into someone who's your father one day. But besides that, the movie is pretty good. The acting is absolutely fantastic all around. Every single actor in this movie is fantastic. They all have their own spots to shine. They all have their own speeches and their own moments where they really get to show off their acting, and they all do a really fantastic job. The ending of this movie has a very poor payoff, I feel. In fact, it kind of just ends on a cliffhanger out of nowhere. It goes nowhere, I would say, very fast. There's no closure at all at the end of this movie, and I was so interested and so into this movie, into these characters, into what was going on with them, into what their ultimate ending would be for all of them, that when there was no closure for any of them, it was such a letdown, and I felt the ending really hurt this movie a lot. But, I mean, the acting and everything else saves it. It's a 7.5 out of 10. If it had a better ending, it would definitely have a much higher score, but for now, it is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 193 is a comedy drama from 2023 called Big Boys. Now, this movie was a little surprising for me because I teared up at the end of it. It's just so powerful, and the ending is just such a weight off your shoulders that I broke down a little bit. I'm not afraid to admit I cried, which is unusual. When I was younger, I used to cry during movies all the time, but since I've gotten a little bit older and more desensitized to things, I cry a lot less. But there are a handful of movies on this list in which I cried, and this is one of them. So this is a movie about a teenager who is a homosexual, but is closeted. He does not want other people to know that he is a homosexual. He's invited by family to go on a camping trip, and one of the family members is going to bring her boyfriend, which he is not in favor of. He wants to just go as a family, but she brings him along anyway, and he ends up really taking a liking to this guy. In fact, he has a bit of a crush on him throughout the entire movie, and he's trying really hard to not let that crush out, to not tell anyone about it. There's a lot of pressure from his brother in this movie because his brother wants to get laid with one of the girls at the camp, and this girl has like a friend, and he wants his brother to also get laid, but of course he's homosexual, so he has a very hard time with this. Also in the movie, the main character has some romantic, I would say, daydreams about his family member's boyfriend, and in those daydreams he's older and skinnier, so there's also a bit of a body image issue, I would say, in this movie. But the end of the movie, he finally comes out, and it's a very touching moment. It is beautiful, I would say, the way it happens. It's a very satisfying ending to the movie, and it's kind of what you want to happen, and I loved it. I thought it was good. There were some times during the movie where it was a little slow, where it was a little predictable. You kind of knew what was going to happen throughout most of it, but you know, it's heartfelt, and I thought it was a decent movie. It is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 192 is a drama out of New Zealand from 2023. It is called Uproar. Uproar takes place during the 1980s apartheid. I went into this not knowing anything about the apartheid. I didn't do any research beforehand, and I believe that my viewing experience suffered because of that. Even though it's a big chunk of what this movie is about, it's a big chunk of the lead character's, Josh's, emotions and what drives him, it does a very poor job explaining to the audience what it is. So if you're just going into this movie randomly or just picking it up one day to watch it, probably not the best idea. You're going to want to do a little research first. So Josh's family is a rugby family. His father was fantastic at rugby. His brother was great at rugby in high school as well. And now his coaches want him to be a rugby player because they are hoping that it runs in the family. He's not passionate about rugby. It's not really what he wants to do. He wants to protest, and at some point he also wants to go into acting because he has an acting teacher who tells him that he is not terrible, which is kind of the bar that the acting teacher is going for with his students. So there is a point in the movie where Josh protests, and it goes really poorly for him, but he's very passionate about protesting what he believes in. He's also very passionate about acting. Now, his mother, played by Minnie Driver, does not want him to act because she thinks that there's like no future in it. Later on in the movie, though, she realizes that he is gifted at it, and there's a very good scene with her where she gives a very staggeringly fantastic acting performance, the best acting performance in the movie. It's really the bright spot of the movie. And then at the end of the movie, also, Josh gives a speech, which I don't understand at all. I have no idea what he's talking about. I have no idea what he's going for, and it was just very confusing. But besides that, I thought Minnie Driver did a fantastic job. The scenes of protest are also really suspenseful and gripping, and the movie is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 191 is a Spanish drama from 2017. It is called On the Seventh Day. The plot of this movie is something that we can all relate to and revolves around work-life balance. The main character, Jose, is a worker at a restaurant. He delivers food to people on his bike, and on his off days, which is usually on Sunday, he plays soccer, which is his great passion in life. It's what he loves to do. It's what gets him away from work and gets him out with his friends, and he is extremely good at it. Now, he has a family. He has a wife who lives in Mexico who is pregnant, and his goal is to get his wife over to the United States before she gives birth so that their child can live in the States. One day, his boss asks him to work on a Sunday because it's going to be a party. It's a very important day, and he needs all hands on deck. Now, unfortunately, this is also a day in which Jose is scheduled to play the finals of a tournament that his team got to. It's like the grand finals. It's the pinnacle of what they've been doing. They've been working their whole time for this, and this is really what he wants to do. So he tries to get out of work, and he is unsuccessful, and he is forced to work on the day of the big game, but his friends try to find ways for him to still get in and play some soccer. I thought this movie was very well acted. The pacing is quite good as well. The Jose makes a decision towards the end of the movie which is very ill-advised, and I thought was not it was kind of out of character for him, especially for someone who is working so hard to get his family over to the States and someone who loves his family very much. He makes a very stupid decision. I don't know if it was because of peer pressure or just because he was thinking about himself and not about the people around him. But it's a decision that I wish he hadn't made, and it kind of ruined the movie for me a little bit. But it's still a 7.5 out of 10. Number 190 is a drama out of Japan called Harmonium from 2016. Harmonium is one of the most frustrating movies I have ever seen in my life because the first half is very suspenseful. It has fantastic acting, great character development. The story is absolutely intriguing and it brings you in, it sucks you in, you are fully engaged, and then in the middle of the movie something tragic happens that is absolutely terrible, and it was so terrible because of who it happens to and what happens. I almost stopped watching the movie because it just irked me and annoyed me so much. And then the end of the movie is even worse because it's the most unsatisfying, unforgiving ending I've ever seen in my life. This movie starts off so strong and then ends so terribly. It's just so frustrating. So essentially, this movie is about a family, and this guy who used to be a friend with the father comes back into the family's life. We learn he asks the father for a job and for a place to stay. Now we learn that this guy murdered someone in his past, and he has kind of a grudge against the father of this family, and he's basically going to eventually try to seek revenge, and which is great. That sets up the first half of the movie, and then it just falls down a cliff at the end. I was so angry. First, I was so stunned, I was speechless, and I was angry at how this movie ends. But the beginning of it is really fantastic, and it still deserves a 7.5 out of 10, even though it's, oh my god, I never want to see this movie again. I never want to talk about it again. Harmonium, 7.5 out of 10. Number 189 is a drama/propaganda movie from 1964. It is out of Cuba and Russia. This is the second propaganda movie on the list, and the second one involving Russia. So who would have thought? You could have knocked me over with a feather on that one. This movie is about the plight of the Cuban citizen and how there is no upward momentum in their lives. If you're born in poverty, you basically stay in poverty. It is told in 4 separate stories. It has some of the best camera work I've ever seen in a movie. Up until this point, it was the best camera work I had ever seen until I watched War and Peace, which the cinematography in that movie is just on another level. But the cinematography in this movie is absolutely amazing. Like I said, it's told in 4 stories. The first story is about a prostitute. The second story is my favorite story. It's about a sugarcane farmer who basically loses his farm in a fire. The third story is about a riot that goes on amongst some students, and it probably has the best cinematography in the whole movie, but it's all incredible. And then the fourth one, it was my least favorite story, which basically involves a bombing and some like fighting or war that's going on. I thought this movie was visually stunning, absolutely fantastic. The only problem is that I wasn't emotionally involved in all 4 stories. I didn't think they were all very well fleshed out. I thought they went kind of quick. The second one, which was the shortest, I thought was actually the most fleshed out. It actually told the better story in the short amount of time that it had. And I think that's because it seemed like that one was made for like a short story and the rest of them were condensed. And it should have been longer. I felt like they just weren't long enough. You don't really care about the characters in all of them. And the stories just, I didn't think that they were that good. I didn't think the storytelling was that amazing. But the visuals, like I said, are just on another level. This movie is a 7.5 out of 10. Number 188 is a film from 1948. It is British and it is called The Fallen Idol. This movie was directed by Carol Reed and he received an Oscar nomination for it. Now, this movie is about a woman who dies, and at first it is thought that she was murdered, but then it gets kind of iffy as if she was murdered or was she not murdered. Now, the main suspect is friends with a child, and this movie is basically seen through the eyes of the child, through the child's perception. Now, the child did not actually see the murder, but he kind of heard what was going on, and he kind of forms in his head what he believes happened. Now, at the end of the movie, he kind of tries to do what's right. Throughout the movie, he really doesn't want to get his friend in trouble, and he really doesn't want to tell the story that's going on about what actually happened as the cops are trying to put it together. At the end of the movie, he tries to do the right thing, but it kind of blows up in his face and it doesn't go very well. To be honest, the ending is very unsatisfying. I don't remember if this is based off a book or not, but it was almost like they didn't know how to end it, so they just kind of did. And I thought the whole movie was suspenseful. It really draws you in. You're really wanting to know what happens. Time is completely stopped because you're so into this movie, and then it just is. The payoff at the end is just non-existent. Also, the child actor in this movie is not very good. Now, I feel like it's feast or famine with child actors. There's no real in between. They're either really bad or really good, and I thought that this child actor was more on the really bad side. But all in all, I still thought it was a decent movie. It's still 7.5 out of 10. Number 187 is a musical fantasy from 2008. It is animated and it is called Sita Sings the Blues. This movie is about the Ramayana. A Hindu goddess, Sita, accompanies her husband Rama to live in exile. A demon king abducts Sita and Rama must save her. There's also a side story in this movie about a woman who lives with her boyfriend in an apartment, and then he has to go away on a business trip and he eventually leaves her. I'm not 100% sure how this all ties together, except at the end of the movie she takes solace in reading the Ramayana, so maybe that's how it all ties together at the end. It's actually, it was a bit confusing for me, to be honest, and I thought that side story was a little not needed, but I think the side story is kind of the real life story of the woman who wrote and directed this movie. This movie is also completely open source, which made it incredibly easy for me to watch, because you can go to the website, Sita Sings the Blues, you can watch it for free because it's open source, you can watch it on YouTube for free, you can basically watch it anywhere you want for free. Now, the jazz music in this movie I loved, but I felt culturally inappropriate for this movie, and it seemed a little out of place. The art style is pretty amazing, though. There's 4 different types of art styles used here, and I really liked how they use these different art styles, because there's different emotions and different scenes they're trying to paint in this movie, and they're using different art styles to do that, and I thought that was really well done. I felt the character of Rama was a bit moronic, and I think there's a bit of controversy about this movie in India because of how Rama is portrayed. He's not really portrayed as a hero type character. He's portrayed as kind of an idiot, and that was a bit off-putting, but the animation kind of saves it, the music kind of saves it. I could see how culturally people would hate this movie, but it's still a 7.5 out of 10. It's still entertaining, even though it is, I guess it is disturbing to watch if you know the story of the Ramayana and you're looking for something that's true to that story. Number 186 is an Iranian drama from 2005. It is called Firework Wednesday. In this movie, a bride-to-be becomes a maid for a married couple who are going on a trip soon. The husband and wife are having marital difficulties because the wife believes her husband is having an affair with the next-door neighbor. The wife uses the maid to find out what's happening and to see if her concerns are valid. Now, I felt this movie was a bit confusing because there's a lot of fast takes, a lot of fast shots, and there's not a whole lot of explanation as to what's going on in between. I especially thought the ending was incredibly confusing. because they set up this scene where the maid is supposed to go somewhere with the husband, and then he's supposed to drive her home, and he says he's going to drive her home, but then he drives her somewhere else. They talk, and then he says, okay, how about I take you home, which they already agreed that he was going to do. I don't know, it's very, like, there's no reasoning behind a lot of what's happening at the end, I felt. I really thought that it was quite confusing. Now, that being said, the acting performances were very solid, especially the two leading females in this movie. Very good. I thought that their acting performances were enough to kind of save the movie from its confusion. It's still a 7.5 out of 10. Number 185 is a drama from 1992. It is called Passion Fish. In this movie, Mary McDonnell plays May Alice. She was nominated for Best Actress in a Leading Role, and the movie itself was nominated for Best Writing Screenplay. May Alice is an actress who gets into a car accident and is left in a wheelchair. Now, she has numerous caregivers come to her house to try to help her through the process, but each of them end up quitting because their personalities clash, and she is unable to deal with her lack of freedom. Now, eventually she does find a caregiver whom she's able to befriend. This new caregiver also has a relationship later on with a male, and it is probably one of the worst parts of the entire movie because it's completely unbelievable. Now, the music in this movie is incredibly out of place, especially the outro movies for some of the scenes. It is very like Sunday afternoon made for TV movie type of music. It is just so incredibly bad. It really brings down the movie. But the worst part of the movie for me was the character named Remy. Remy is a old friend of May Alice's who they knew each other in school, and he has decided that he wants to try to strike up a relationship with her. Now, she barely remembers him because she's been popular her whole life and she really had no time for Remy, but now that she's confined to a wheelchair, he's looking pretty good. The only problem is that he has a wife and children. Now, he states that he's not close with his wife because she's very religious and doesn't allow him to do things that he wants to. So it almost seems like they're getting ready to separate, but they're not. Now, May Alice and Remy decide to pursue a relationship, which I absolutely hated, because you get a lot of... Remy talks a lot of bad things about his wife, but it's only his side of the story, so you don't know if they're actually true. So essentially, it's just like May Alice is cheating with him, and I think this movie is supposed to portray her as a strong female character. Like, she's supposed to be fighting through this terrible thing that happened in her life. She's supposed to be like reclaiming her life, and she's supposed to be out there, putting herself out there and trying to find a relationship and trying to find love, which is something she never really had before. But then they make him married with a child. Like, why did they have to make him married? Why didn't they just make him single? Like, I don't understand this side of the story at all, and it just makes everything that we were told earlier in the movie almost completely useless. It was terrible. I hated this part of the story, and it really dragged the movie down. But the cinematography is good. The acting's still pretty good. Obviously, she was nominated for Best Actress in a Leading Role, so she did a very good job. It's still 7.5 out of 10, but it's a very off-putting movie to me. Number 184 is an animated film from 2021. It is called The Witcher, The Nightmare of the Wolf. Now, I will say before I review this that I've only seen about 5 episodes of the live-action Netflix show The Witcher, and I've never played any of the video games, so I don't have a lot to compare this to, but I will say I thought this was a pretty decent movie. The beginning was slow, and I thought the character development was a bit slow. So Vesemir becomes a great and feared witcher when he learns that the creation of the monsters he fights might be due to the witchers. He has to team up with someone to figure out what's going on and save the day, essentially. I thought the animation was great. I thought the storyline was a bit rushed at the end. And I honestly think the 5 episodes of the live action show that I saw on a whole are better than this movie. This movie, it just kind of dragged. Honestly, I didn't think it was anything special as far as animated films go. The animation is good, but I've seen a lot more unique styles of animation out there, and the story was good, but I feel like if you're someone like me who you don't have a lot of backstory with The Witcher, it's going to be a bit confusing. You eventually piece it all together at the end of the movie, everything ties in, but as you're watching it, it is a bit confusing at times, but I still thought it was a decent animated film. Obviously not the best, not the worst. It's a 7.5 out of 10. Number 183 is a movie that I'm passionate about because I should absolutely love it. It is the highest ranked 7.5 movie on my list. It is from 1940, and it is called The Philadelphia Story. It stars my favorite actor of all time, James Stewart, who will be on 4 movies on this list, and my second favorite actress of all time, Katharine Hepburn, who will be on 3 movies on this list, and it also stars Cary Grant, whom we saw earlier. Now, James Stewart won his Best Acting Oscar for this movie. It's his only Best Acting Oscar he ever won, which is a travesty because it's my least favorite movie with him, and I've seen pretty much every movie he's in. He should have won the year before for Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, and this year, 1940, it should have gone to Henry Fonda for Grapes of Wrath, so they got it wrong twice. Now, my theory for why James Stewart won is because he plays an alcoholic in this movie, and in the 1930s and 40s, if you played an alcoholic, you were at least nominated for an Oscar, and most of the time, you probably won. Now, I think the dialogue in this movie is very witty, it's very snappy, it comes at you very fast, it's very smart, it's very intelligent. The action moves along a bit slowly though, and Katharine Hepburn's character is incredibly hard to watch because she's basically treated poorly by every man in this movie, and she just kind of takes it. She never really fights back, which is, I mean, she is such a strong actress and such a strong presence on screen. I just want to see a little fight in her. I want to see a little bite, and you never really see that from her in this movie. I'm also not a huge fan of just watching rich people kind of be rich, which is what this movie is about. I never feel like there's any suspense. There's no tension. There's no real problems in this movie. Like, these are rich people problems that I can't relate to and I don't care about, which is the main reason why I don't relate to this movie and why I'm not a huge fan of it. And I also think the ending is a bit ridiculous. In fact, I think it's incredibly ridiculous, and it's not believable. It almost seems like they did it because they didn't know how to end it, and they thought that this would be a nice little button up at the end, but it's terrible. And it's really hard to say that a movie that stars James Stewart, Cary Grant, and Katharine Hepburn is 183 so low on my list. And I'm sure that if anyone watches this, I don't assume anyone's going to watch this review, watch this YouTube video. But if anyone does, I'm sure they will say that this is too low. But I just can't justify putting it higher because I just don't think it's a great movie. I think the acting performances are great. I think each individual actor is great, but I don't think this is a great movie. It's a 7.5 out of 10. Number 182 is a propaganda film from 1925 out of the Soviet Union. I think that every propaganda film on this list is from the Soviet Union. This one is called The Battleship Potemkin. This, of course, is an extremely famous movie. It is one of the first propaganda films ever made. It also has a very elaborate, very famous scene with a stroller falling down a flight of stairs that is very suspenseful. I honestly thought it lasted a lot longer than it actually did, but it is very tense, it is very suspenseful. It was remade and reused in a movie called The Untouchables. It's also very famous for that. This movie follows a group of sailors who are fed some rancid meat on their ship. They revolt against their captains, and this is also one of the first movies that depict a mutiny on a ship and kind of rising up against your oppressors. So they revolt, and it ends up becoming this big battle between the sailors and the captains and the higher-ups on the ship. A couple people who are kind of leading the revolt, and a couple of the captains get killed during this. The neighboring city of Odessa comes in to kind of join in. I was not joining on the battle, but kind of these guys are now martyrs and they're now heroes, and they come down to greet them. And then there's this big fight on the staircase. It's not really a fair fight, it's more of a massacre. It's a massacre on the staircase. And then at the end of the movie, there's some naval ships and a standoff between some naval ships. This movie is very intense. It is very suspenseful. I would say the second half of the movie is the better half of the movie. The first half is kind of slow. It just does kind of talk about the rancid meat, and I don't know, it wasn't really my thing the first half of the movie, but the second half is where it really picks up. The ship battle scenes are pretty amazing considering this is from 1925. The cinematography as a whole is exquisite. It's very good for its time. There's a reason why this movie is so famous and so historic, but it is an 8 for me, an 8 out of 10. Number 181 is a Disney classic that I've known about my entire life and have actively tried to avoid. It is from 1957 and it is called Old Yeller. Now, I always knew the fate of Old Yeller, I just never knew why he became of that fate until I watched it this one time, and I will probably never want to watch it again because of how absolutely sad it is. So this is a movie about a runaway dog that is taken in by a family. The kids put the dog in a lot of danger, and the dog has an ill-fated ending, basically is what I wrote down. So these children just put Old Yeller in these situations where he is forced to defend the children. And there must be different times back then, because there's a scene where the mom talks about knowing that there's bears in the area, yet she still lets the children play by themselves. And of course a bear enters in, and one of the children abuses one of the younger bears, so the mama bear comes in and tries to attack the child, and of course Old Yeller has to run in and protect stupid children because they're young and foolish and they're getting into a lot of trouble. So this happens throughout the entirety of the movie. It's basically different scenes that set up Old Yeller to put himself in harm's way to defend the children. At the end of the movie, he ends up fighting a rabid wolf, and he gets the bad end of that, and it's time to put Old Yeller down. Thank you for defending our family for like the past 2 weeks, and I guess we're gonna have to find another dog, which they do. At the end of the movie, they do find another dog. So I thought the ending of this movie was the best part, not because of Old Yeller dying, but because it has the most suspense. It has the best acting. I felt like I thought the rest of the movie was just kind of corny and of its time. Now I will say I probably would have enjoyed this movie more if I had watched it as a child, just like I tried to get my wife to watch The Princess Bride, and she was not a huge fan of it because it's really a movie you need to see growing up. I probably would have appreciated it more if I grew up with it and watched it a lot, and it like had a warm place in my heart, but it just doesn't. And I think it's a good family movie, but I don't honestly think it's great. I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 180 is a silent film out of Germany from 1928. It is called The Man Who Laughs. This movie stars Conrad Veidt, and the main character was the inspiration for the Batman villain, the Joker. So Conrad Veidt's character is someone who is disfigured, and because of this disfigurement, he is in a sideshow where he is put on display for people to both be afraid of him and to make fun of him, to laugh at him, to basically torment him as much as they possibly can. Because of constantly being tormented, he believes that he is never going to find true love, that no one could ever fall for him based on how he looks, and it's an inner struggle that he has with himself and also a struggle that he has with society. Now one day he does meet a woman and they fall in love, they end up getting separated, and then their love is truly tested. I thought this movie was incredible. I thought Conrad Veidt was amazing. I believe he's in one more movie coming up later, but he is a silent film star. He is just his emotions that he shows on screen are out of this world, even for a silent film actor. I know a lot of them are critiqued for not having any dialogue and just putting on a big show up there, but he does a phenomenal job. He is absolutely amazing. Aside from that, I did think there were parts of the movie that were slow. This is, of course, is something that I've said about like every movie almost that I've reviewed, but the acting saves it. The story is absolutely fantastic. Just the raw emotion that he puts into this role is phenomenal, and I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 179 on my list is a Western from 1946. It is called My Darling Clementine. It stars Henry Fonda, who I believe this is the first of 5 movies that he will be on for this list. I don't think I've done a Henry Fonda movie yet. I think it's been much too low for him up till now. I've developed a new appreciation for Henry Fonda. He is such an amazing actor. I always liked him before, especially 12 Angry Men, which I think is the movie everyone has seen him in. But watching him on so many movies on this list, I've realized how phenomenal he was, and he's probably like in my top 5 actors of all time now. He is just so amazing at his craft. And this movie is directed by famous Western director John Ford. This movie is about the life of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday, which a lot of movies have touched on. The special thing about this movie is that John Ford knew Wyatt Earp in real life, and Wyatt Earp was kind of a consultant on this movie. So you think that this would be the most accurate depiction of Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday ever put to screen, but it seems like historically that's not correct. A lot of things are wrong in this movie. For instance, Doc Holliday dies at the OK Corral fight in this movie when it's historically known that he died of tuberculosis. So I'm not sure if Wyatt Earp was remembering things wrong or if he was just sensationalizing things for the movie, but I can't wrap my brain around why everything's so historically inaccurate when he, who lived through this, was a consultant on the movie. And I think watching this, I realized the differences, because there's so many things that are different than any other movie about these two that I've ever seen, anything I've ever read about these two. It's just, there's so many inaccuracies. I thought maybe this movie's right and everything else is wrong, but that's just not how it is. So I think that irked me a little bit and made me give this movie a little bit less of a rating than what it should have been. Aside from that, the acting is really good. The cinematography is amazing. I haven't seen a Western yet where I thought the cinematography was bad. They are all incredible. It's just the realness, the truthfulness of the story that gets me, and it just hit me really hard. I love this story so much. I love Doc Holliday. I love Wyatt Earp. I love Westerns, and I just couldn't get over how inaccurate this movie was, but it's still an 8 out of 10. Number 178 is yet another film out of France. A lot of films out of France. I didn't realize I watched so many films out of France. But this is French/Italian from 1960. It is called The Big Risk. This movie, the main character's name is Abel. He is convicted of a crime in another country, has escaped, and is on the run. After a gunfight, he flees to Nice to obtain help from his friends, but they mostly refuse, so it's basically him trying to flee from the cops. Now, this has a very, very strong, very action-packed beginning. It is full of a lot of risk, it's a big risk. But this movie, the beginning at least, it definitely matches that title. There is a character who we introduced to at the beginning who seems like he's going to be a very big action star. He seems like he really fits the role, and then tragedy befalls him, and it's a huge letdown. But the ending of this movie is told to you off screen. You don't get to actually see what happens, and it's a little bit of a letdown, and I would say it's a bit lackluster, as most of the movie is. This movie does have great cinematography. The acting is also pretty good, but I would say it's mostly it's kind of boring, except for that first really huge bit of action in the beginning. And the plot is really good. The story is really good. It's just a bit of a slow burn. But yeah, except for the ending, I would say this movie is pretty solid. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 177 is a Western from 1948. This will be John Wayne's first appearance out of 4, one of which will not be a Western. This movie is called Red River. It was directed by the phenomenal director Howard Hawks, who will show up on this list 3 times. A brief synopsis of this movie: John Wayne's character is a very well-off, very rich cattle ranch owner who needs to come up with some money after the Civil War. So him and 4 other people, including his protege, decide to go on a cattle drive. Now during this cattle drive, they start to butt heads and a lot of problems ensue. Now, I thought the ending of this movie was a tad bit ridiculous. The acting is very solid, incredible acting. John Wayne is one of my favorite actors of all time. His acting performances in every single Western he is in is just above everyone else. He is so much better than everyone else at what he's doing. Every actor, I would say, except Joanne Drew, who I thought was pretty terrible in this movie. It had great cinematography. There's especially a scene where they're at a swamp where there's all this fog that's going around, which I thought was done exceptionally well. John Wayne in this movie, the one thing I didn't like about this movie is that John Wayne claims that he owns this piece of land just because he has a gun and he's faster than everyone else. So he says, I like this piece of land, this is mine now, which I wasn't a huge fan of. It's just such a weird plot line to me that back in those times, it's almost like there's this skit Eddie Izzard does, who's a comedian, where he says Americans used to just plant a flag on a piece of ground and said, this is America's now. It's almost the same thing, where it just seems so ridiculous that that's something that you could do. But anyway, this movie does champion different ideas at the end of the movie. In the beginning and the middle, it certainly does not. But at the end, it champions different ideas, not following one person's whims and one person's train of thought. It's basically kind of, if you want something to run smoothly and you want things to go well, you should embrace what other people think. I think that is a great message, and this movie is an 8 out of 10.
Number 176 is a gangster movie from 1938. It is called Angels with Dirty Faces. It stars James Cagney as Rocky, Pat O'Brien as Jerry, and Humphrey Bogart, who only has 2 movies on this list. This is one of 2. That is absolutely nuts that he only has 2 movies that are 100% fresh with at least 20 critic reviews. What an outright robbery for Humphrey Bogart. But anyway, this movie, Rocky and Jerry grew up together. Rocky, as a youngster, got into a bit of trouble. He became a hoodlum, while Jerry became a priest. Now, after Rocky goes to jail, Jerry tries to ensure that Rocky does not corrupt the children at his priesthood. Now, I thought the children actors in this movie were absolutely terrible. I thought they were really bad. They were supposed to be dangerous. They were supposed to be from the wrong side of the streets. They were supposed to be people who looked up to Rocky and who idolized him for what he became in the neighborhood and like the force that he became in the neighborhood. But they just come off as whining, and I didn't really think that they were good at all. Besides that, the writing, besides them, the rest of the movie, the writing is really good. The acting is phenomenal. James Cagney, I've misunderstood James Cagney, I think, because I saw White Heat right after this, and good God, this man can act. And Humphrey Bogart too, Pat O'Brien, they're all 3 really, really great. Besides the children actors in this movie, I would say this is a very solid gangster movie, and I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 175 is a drama out of the Soviet Union. It is from 1962, and it is called Ivan's Childhood. This movie was directed by Tarkovsky. Now, if you absolutely adore and love Tarkovsky, he is your favorite director of all time. Fear not, because there is one more movie from him that will come much, much, much later. I consider it an absolute masterpiece. It's just not Stalker or Ivan's Childhood. So, this movie is about a 12-year-old boy whose father, actually his family, was killed by Nazis and his village was destroyed. A service member finds him and tries to take him under his wing and raise him, but Ivan sort of rejects this because he wants to use his stealth abilities to seek revenge on the people who killed his family. Now, I put a lot of emotional stock in Ivan. I really enjoyed his character. This movie really does kind of suck you in. It's really suspenseful. Everything Tarkovsky does that I've seen is just gorgeous. Cinematography, the camera work is absolutely amazing. He is so ahead of his time with what he's doing. It's just so beautiful. The best cinematography possibly I've ever seen in my life is from this director. So good. I thought the ending though was a little matter of fact. It was really kind of hard to understand what was going on. I feel like there should have been more of an emotional ending for Ivan and what happened, and it just didn't happen at all. There was also no character building in this movie aside from Ivan. There's no character development. You really don't care about anyone else at all in this movie, and the pacing was really slow. Not as slow as Stalker, but incredibly slow. And to be perfectly honest, the pacing and the absolute letdown of an ending really made this movie less for me than what it could have been, but it's still an 8 out of 10. Number 174 has one of the greatest directors and one of the greatest actors of all time. It is from 1960. It is out of Japan. It is called The Bad Sleep Well. The director in question is Kurosawa, and the actor is Toshiro Mifune. Kurosawa will have 3 movies on this list, and Toshiro Mifune will also have 3. Now, I did just realize that there was one more movie that Kurosawa did that I missed that fits the criteria for this list. It is called Stray Dogs. I have not seen it, but if you would like to do a more complete list than what I've done, you can go watch that and add it to your list. So, this movie, Toshiro Mifune plays a gentleman named Nishi, who is the illegitimate son who climbs into a high position with the corporation and marries the crippled daughter of the vice president. Now, his father is dead, and he decides to seek revenge on those who killed his father. Toshiro Mifune is amazing in this movie. I think he's one of the greatest actors of all time. Incredibly underrated. I don't know if it's because people in the United States don't like foreign films, or they don't like old films, or they don't like old foreign films, but he should be considered one of the greatest actors of all time. I don't think he winds up on those lists enough. And obviously Kurosawa is one of the greatest directors of all time. So the acting in this movie is fantastic. A lot of the actors are carried over or the same. Well, carried over because Seven Samurai was first. So a lot of the actors here are carried over from Seven Samurai. Like I said, great direction, great camera work. This script is based off Hamlet. It's loosely based off Hamlet. I took a Shakespeare class in college and don't remember that much about Hamlet, so I will say that this did a good job because I don't remember. It takes a while for this movie to get going. It's hard to understand really until the middle because there are a lot of side plots going on. I honestly felt like at times this movie wasn't that engaging. It was a little drawn out. It's absolutely very long, and I felt like it could have been cut a little bit. Like, it's a little long on the tooth. I feel like they could have cut some of it out and it would have been just as good. But the acting, the directing is fantastic. Seeing Kurosawa in something that's not like a samurai movie was interesting, and I give this an 8 out of 10. Number 175 is an animated fantasy film out of France. Yes, if you said France, you are correct. This movie is called The King and the Mockingbird. This movie is about a romance between a lovely shepherdess and a chimney sweep. A king falls for the shepherdess and tries to tear the two apart. Now, a mockingbird swoops in and tries to help the couple escape the king. The animation in this movie I thought was absolutely fantastic, especially for the 1980s. In fact, I think this movie, they started making it in the 1950s. It got delayed for a very long time, and then they had to finish it in the 1980s, so it's got kind of 2 different decades that are very far apart of animation, and it looks absolutely incredible. The cities look amazing. It's like a vast kingdom. It is very technological. There's lots of thought and creativity put into these cities, and it is absolutely amazing. There's a funny running gag in this movie where the king has a trap door, and he can open it and people fall into the trap door. And these trap doors are in very ridiculous places that there's no reason for trap doors to be, and there's no way he's going to have any knowledge that these people are going to be near these trap doors, which makes it even more hilarious. It is so funny. The king
himself is just the funniest character in this movie. He's like smug, and he's a smug funny, which is absolutely amazing. I did wish the characters had more depth. They're basically one-dimensional. The storyline is very easy to predict, and the characters' actions are also pretty easy to predict. It's not a movie that leaves you on the edge of your seat by any means, but it's a nice family film. It's got, like I said, good animation in it. One of the few French animated films on this list, and I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 172 is a animated drama from 2014. It is out of Latvia, but it is in English. It is called Rocks in My Pockets. This movie is about the battle of depression and madness, and how psychiatric and mental health issues can be passed down from generation to generation, and how those issues are difficult to overcome and difficult to live with. I myself have some mental health issues, and I always advocate therapy. I go to therapy. It's been a life changer for me, and I would say that if it's something that you can financially do, I would definitely recommend it. Now, this movie has absolutely phenomenal animation, like a lot of the movies on this list. It is both paper mache and a hand-drawn animation. I think it's paper mache. If not, I'm not really sure how they were able to do it, but the animation is spectacular. I would also say that this movie is unintentionally funny. There are parts that I thought were hilarious that I'm not sure exactly that that's what they were going for. The biggest downfall, the biggest part about this movie that I didn't enjoy was the narration. I thought the narrator was a little annoying and not very engaging. I felt like English definitely wasn't the first language of the narrator, and I mean, this is a project I think that she basically did mostly on her own. So she used what she had, but if it had been me, I probably would have tried to get a different narrator, because I just don't think it really fits in this movie. Besides that, I think the story is great. I think the subject matter is phenomenal, and I really enjoyed this movie. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 171 is a comedy drama out of Ireland from 2016. This movie is called The Young Offenders. In this movie, two teenage boys steal bicycles and begin a journey to find a satchel that has 7 million euros worth of cocaine in it. Now, in this movie, I thought it was pretty funny. I definitely liked the relationship between the two main characters. They played off each other very well. They were hilarious. It's a really nice coming of age story between the two of them. I thought there were some pacing issues in this movie, and there's also like a feast or famine character for me that is a cop who is in pursuit of these two teenagers because he saw them steal these bikes, and he is just obsessed with catching them throughout the entire movie. I thought it was kind of ridiculous that he's really got nothing better to do with his time but chase these two teenagers who stole bikes. But he also, his determination is kind of funny, and he does kind of provide like the comic relief for this movie. But I don't know, I wasn't too into his character at all. I thought the last half of the movie kind of ran a little bit long. It was a little bit long in the tooth. It kind of dragged a little bit. I feel like they could have ended it a lot more sooner. I'm not sure why they dragged it out so long, but besides that, the ending is eventually heartwarming, and I really loved the chemistry between the two main characters, and this is an 8 out of 10. Number 170 is an LGBTQ drama from 2021. This is called Wildhood. In this movie, a gentleman named Link lives with his brother and his abusive father. One day he learns that his mother, whom he thought was dead, might actually still be alive, so he goes on a journey to find her. While on this journey, they run into another gentleman who agrees to help them along the way, and eventually strikes up a romantic relationship with Link. Now, I thought the first third of this movie was a little directionless. I thought it dragged a little bit. I thought there were some plotting issues, but after that, the movie really does pick up, and it really becomes a heartwarming, heartfelt movie. The dialogue is absolutely fantastic. The scenery is amazing. There's a lot of woodsy scenes in this movie, which I really quite enjoyed. I'm a sucker for a nice woodsy scene. The dialogue is really good. It is very well written, and I thought that this all in all, was a pretty solid movie. The ending is very emotional. It's a very satisfying ending. It's really the ending that you want for this movie. And yeah, I thought the last 2/3 was much better than the first 1/3, and I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 169 is an animated comedy, I believe, from 2019. It is called Invader Zim Enter the Florpus. This movie is about an alien named Zim who tries to conquer the planet, but his arch nemesis Dib steps in to thwart those attempts. Now, I'm going to try to make these reviews a little bit faster and a little bit shorter than what they have been so far. So the first half of this movie is better than the second half. I thought the comedy was better in the first half and the chemistry between the two characters were better. The second half seems a little bit rushed and the dialogue is not as sharp, but the dialogue is mostly sharp throughout the entire movie. I thought there was this great animation. The colors popped really well. I wasn't too impressed at all with the ending, and I feel like the ending left a possible launch pad for a sequel. I'm pretty sure that they're trying to bring back the animated series, so that's also probably why it had a bit of a vague ending. And I thought the parts with the tall ones, there's these characters called the tall ones in the movie, was the funniest parts of the movie. It really is a funny movie, but it's more oriented for kids, I would say. That's its target demographic. I am not the target demographic for this movie, but I still enjoyed it. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 168 is a drama out of China from 1990. It is called Judo. In this movie, a woman is in an arranged marriage to a gentleman who is very physically and emotionally abusive to her. He is also incredibly rich. She ends up falling in love with her husband's nephew, and fearing for her life, she lies and says that the child is her husband's and not the nephew's. The nephew also is in on the lie and pretends that the son is also belonging to her husband. I thought that the acting in this movie was incredible, especially the actress who plays Judo. Absolutely phenomenal. The story went a little long, the pacing was a little slow. The last half is definitely better than the first half, and I loved that we were able to watch these two people's love life blossom. Even in old age, it kind of follows a timeline of their life from when they first fell in love to still being in love when they're older. I felt like the beginning, their love wasn't too convincing. I thought the wife and the nephew, it was more a love of convenience and not actually them being in love with each other. But the movie proved me wrong, because they loved each other basically their whole lives. And you really care about the couple in this movie. You really feel for them, and you really hate the husband, like with all your being. And yeah, all in all, I thought this was a pretty good movie. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 167 is a drama out of Singapore. It is from 2013. It is called Ilo Ilo. This movie takes place during a financial recession, and it involves a mother and a father who hire a live-in maid to take care of their house and their son, who has become more erratic after the death of his grandfather. There's also some financial strains in this relationship, which boil over to strains in the family life. I thought the acting in this movie was fantastic. The child actor is also very good, which is one of the first times I think in this whole video so far in which I said that a child actor is good, but he actually is very good in this movie. The ending is an ending that you do not want. It is not a satisfying ending, but it's an honest ending, and it really encapsulates the uncertainty that a family goes through during financial stress. It also shows how someone will do anything in order to get out of a financial trap in which they were susceptible to cons and lies. I also felt victim to the financial recession. Me and my family, we lost our house. I really was able to feel the emotions that this family was going through, and I thought that it kind of mirrored my life a little bit and what we were going through during our financial stress. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Number 166 is a drama out of Spain from 2017. It is called Summer 1993. This is a movie about a young child named Frida who loses her mom. She passes away, and she is sent off to live with her aunt, her uncle, and her younger cousin. Even though they welcome her with open arms, she has a very difficult time adapting to her new surroundings and dealing with the recent death of her mom. I thought this movie was an incredibly slow burn. There's no big things that happen in this movie, but there's just a series of little interactions between people. The child actress I thought was incredibly good. At the beginning, she's perceived as someone who is bratty and difficult, but she's also going through a very hard time, and she does a great job conveying the emotions that she is supposed to convey. I thought the ending was a bit vague, but not in an annoying way, and the ending was extremely touching. I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 165 is an animated film that is once again out of France. It is from 2023. It is called Mars Express. In this movie, Eileen and her partner are hired to track down a hacker on Mars. That is a very loose description of what this movie is about. There's a character named Carlos who is an android, I believe, and there's a funny running gag in this movie where he is not able to update his software because he has insufficient space. So he's in a lot of action, there's a lot of things going on around him, and he just stops, and there's like this loading bar above his head because he can't update his software. I thought that was incredible. His backstory is also amazing. Carlos was my favorite part of this entire movie. I thought he had the most fleshed out story, and he was just a joy to watch. The plot doesn't do a lot new for me as far as police procedures go, except for the ending, which is so unique and so beautiful that it really makes the movie and gives it a much better score than I probably would have given it before. There's some plot points I didn't fully understand, which is normal for me in science fiction films, and there is a scene which I absolutely loved in this movie where a car fills with foam after an accident, and I just thought the technology was absolutely amazing. All in all, the technology in this movie is pretty unique, and I thought it was I don't want to say a fun movie because I thought it dragged a little bit, but definitely an interesting movie. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 164 is an animated family adventure film out of France. It is from 2022. It is called Ernest and Celestine, A Trip to Gibbericcia. Now, this movie is about Ernest and Celestine, who are a bear and a mouse. They go to Gibbericcia to get Ernest's violin fixed, and they learned that the music there has died. So essentially, they can only play one note on any instrument, and they're basically trying to figure out what happened, why the city that was so full of life and so full of sound has gone quiet, and you're basically watching their escapades as they do that. I thought this was a fantastic family-oriented movie. The two main characters have a deep-seated love and emotional bond together. The animation is watercolor, which I don't think I have seen before. At least it looks like it's watercolor. It might be computer generated watercolor, I don't know, but it looks really good. I thought it was fun and engaging, and I thought the jokes were funny. There's specifically a joke where Ernest's parents have split up and their house is split exactly down the middle, so each of them live in a different half of the house, which I thought was pretty funny. The movie overall is really good. It seemed a little bit long at points, but I thought it was a good family movie. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 163 is a movie whose country of origin is the United States, but I believe the language in this movie is mostly Mandarin. It is from 2004. It is called Takeout. In this movie, a Chinese immigrant tries to pay off $800 worth of debt that he owes to smugglers, and to do this he works a job in which he delivers takeout food. This is a lot like the same profession that the gentleman had on the seventh day, only I thought this movie was a lot better. It's independent and it's done on a shoestring budget. In fact, the restaurant that this gentleman works at, in which he delivers food from, is an actual real restaurant that they filmed at, and they just did it during like busy parts of the day. Even though it is on a shoestring budget, the acting is incredibly good. It is very, very fine acting in this movie. Cinematography is also fantastic, and you care deeply about the main character, and there's also a side character who's his friend as well, whom you also deeply care about. And there's an event that happens later in the movie that leaves you absolutely completely devastated because of how much you care about these characters. I thought it was very well done. It can be a little slow at some points, but it is a very, very good drama. I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 162 is a French comedy from 1953. It is called Mr. Hulot's Holiday, or Monsieur Hulot's Holiday. This movie is about Mr. Hulot, who is on a beachside vacation and accidentally causes havoc. It was written by, directed by, and stars Jacques Tati. It is much to me in the vein of a Buster Keaton type movie or a Charlie Chaplin, probably more like Buster Keaton, where Buster Keaton also wrote, direct, and starred in his movies, and they were also comedies. This is sort of the same type of comedy where they're like situational comedies where it just goes from like event to event to event of funny situations that this character is in. This character gets into a lot of really hilarious situations. It is quite a funny movie. There's a scene where, especially funny scene, where he's at a funeral and there's a wreath that's like made out of a tire and it's slowly deflating as the funeral is happening. And for some reason, they think that he is like a member or a part of the funeral, and they start shaking his hand at the end of the movie, and he like shakes their hands confidently like he is part of the funeral when he's not. The movie is really funny. I wish there was more plot to these type of movies. I understand that that's not really what they were going for, but it's still a really funny movie. Jacques Tati is amazing at what he does. This is an 8 out of 10. Number 161 is a movie that's considered to be one of the greatest movies to come out of the UK. It is from 1969, and it is called Kess. In this movie, a boy named Billy is a tormented working class child who is abused at work and at home and takes up interest in falconry. Now, when he gets this falcon, it changes his life completely. He does better in school. He has a whole new outlook on life. They have great chemistry together. You can tell like he considers this falcon to be his very best friend, to be what he looks forward to when he gets home from school. Like, this is what he wants to do. This is what he wants to be around. He absolutely loves it. Like I said, it gives the child a reason to live and a reason to have hope that life isn't completely bad, which makes the ending very devastating and very heartbreaking. I thought that the acting was fantastic, the writing was fantastic, the directing is also very good. There are some scenes of child nudity in this movie which are off-putting because I didn't think that all the scenes really moved the story along and there wasn't reason for it all the time. But I still think this is a really good movie. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 160 is a drama from 1970. It is Out of the Country, France. You got it, good job. It is called The Wild Child. In this movie, a young boy is found living in the forest amongst a pack of wolves. He is taken to a school for the blind, mute, and deaf. Now word travels near and far about this young boy, and a doctor hears about his existence, decides he's not actually mute, deaf, and blind, and decides he wants to take him in, give him a little TLC, and try to teach him how to read, write, and hear, essentially. I thought this was a great story about a doctor who really cares and wants to be like sort of a father figure and a teacher to this child. He really cares about him. This is based on a true story, and I thought that it was pretty close to the source material after doing some further research. The chemistry between the boy and the father is fantastic. The movie provides no real closure, though, and I needed to do a lot of research to figure out what actually happened to the child and where he actually ended up, because it kind of cuts a lot of that out. I don't know, it just ends abruptly, and you don't really know what happened at all to this child. It's really not a very satisfying ending. I did also think that the child overacted at points, even though he has no speaking parts. I guess that's a spoiler. He has no speaking parts, but his like miming that he does, he overdoes it a bit. But I still think it's a really touching movie, and I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 159 is a comedy from 1984. It is called Broadway Danny Rose. This movie stars Woody Allen and Mia Farrow. Woody Allen has 3 movies on this list, so this will be number 1 of 3. In this movie, he plays a helpless New York talent agent named Danny Rose, who is able to land a washed-up lounge singer as his newest act. Now, he desperately wants to keep this lounge singer because up until this point, it is his best act so far. In order to keep him, he has asked to escort the lounge singer's mistress to all of his shows. The mistress is played by Mia Farrow. Now, in the other 2 movies I will review coming up later on with Woody Allen, his co-star is Diane Keaton. And compared to her, him and Mia Farrow have just no chemistry in this movie, I felt like. And I also feel like Mia Farrow is just a really bad actress. This is the only thing I've seen her in, I think. So this is all I have to go off of, but she just seems like she's not very good. I also thought the jokes in this movie were not as unique, and the comedy was not as fast. It's not as quick-witted. I feel like in the other 2 movies, he comes off as like Groucho Marx, where he's able to really play off people, and it's almost like he's just making up these jokes on the spot, like they're not written, it's just coming off the top of his head. But in this movie, they're just kind of more lazy, and I feel like he's coming off as complaining and not really as funny. And I thought the ending was also really bad. It wasn't satisfying in any way. That being said, though, there are some funny jokes in this movie, especially his other people that he has as talent. Their talents are really ridiculous and over the top and quite hysterical. But I still think it is a well-acted movie, even if you take Mia Farrow out of the equation. The person who plays the lounge singer and Woody Allen both do a good job, so it is an 8 out of 10. Number 158 is a biopic from 1978. It is called The Buddy Holly Story. I think that this is the only biopic on this list, but there's so many movies that I honestly don't remember, but I think that this is the only one. It stars Gary Busey as Buddy Holly. He was nominated for Best Actor in a Leading Role for his portrayal, and I thought he deserved it. I thought he was absolutely fantastic in this role. I can't think of really any other Gary Busey movies I've ever seen. I'm sure I have, I just can't think of any, but he definitely deserved his Oscar nomination here. It was also nominated for Best Sound and won for Best Music. Now, I am someone who is very familiar with the music of Buddy Holly. My parents listened to him ad nauseum when I was younger, and I thought the music here was absolutely fantastic. The music that they chose to place in the different scenes, it ran really well with the movie. It was really well paced. It was smooth. It was effortless. It wasn't like a movie like Across the Universe, which I thought all the music was placed terribly in it. This was actually done really well. And one thing I loved about this movie is that Gary Busey not only sings all of his parts, but the whole band plays their own instruments in real life. So Gary Busey's really playing the guitar. They have someone really playing the drums. And I think that's a sticking point for people today when it comes to biopics, because Randy Malek didn't actually sing in the movie Queen. I don't think it's fair to say he can't sing like Freddie Mercury, so the whole movie's a sham. But that's just me. But it is cool when they are able to play their own instruments and actually sing their own songs. It adds a layer of authenticity to it, and I really love that. Besides that, I thought this movie was just like, it was kind of a run-of-the-mill biopic. Not a whole lot of drama. There is some racial tension stuff in there, but I just thought it was kind of par for the course for a 1978 movie that's about this time frame. But all in all, I still liked it. It's an 8 out of 10. Number 157 is a drama from 2021. It is called East of the Mountains and stars Tom Skerritt, who I don't think I've ever seen him in anything besides this movie. In East of the Mountains, he plays an elderly gentleman who has a cancer diagnosis and it is terminal. He decides that he is not going to tell his daughter about it. He instead is going to take his dog on a camping trip, and he is going to eventually commit suicide in a place that he really loves to be, which is in the woods. Now, when he gets to the woods, his dog gets into a bit of a fight with another dog and needs to go to a veterinarian. Takes him to a veterinarian, and they become close friends. They hang out with each other. They have drinks with each other. Tom ends up in a bit of trouble, and he decides at the end of the movie that he is going to have someone else pick up his dog from the vet office, and he is going to complete the job that he came out to do. I'm not going to say whether or not he does that because I want it to be up in the air for anyone who wants to watch this movie. This is a moving, touching, and emotional movie. Tom Skerritt does an incredible job. He is an amazing actor in this movie. He wears his heart on his sleeve. It's so emotional. I thought it was incredibly beautiful. It does show the vet industry in a not very realistic light. My wife is a veterinarian. I worked in the vet industry. That's where we met. And it depicts them. So he befriends this veterinarian. She spends a lot of her time trying to go to his house, invite him over, spend some time with him because she thinks that there's maybe something going on in his life. I don't know. That doesn't really happen in real life. Veterinarians are far too busy. It's just not realistic for me. But the scenes in this movie were beautiful. There's a lot of woodsy areas. I am a sucker for woodsy areas. There's also some flashbacks of Tom Skerritt and his wife, which are probably the best parts of the entire movie. They were so touching, so beautiful to watch. Absolutely love it. He's just a person who doesn't want to burden others with his problems, and I thought the ending was absolutely phenomenal. It's kind of a satisfying ending. I don't know if it's the ending everyone wants, but I thought it was absolutely moving, and I enjoyed it a lot. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 156 is a drama comedy from 2020, and it is the movie that I thought had the second best music out of all the movies on this list. It is called I Will Make You Mine. This movie is about 3 women who wrestle with life's difficulties while confronting their past relationships with the same man. Now, this gentleman in question is married with a child, and his marriage is on the rocks. His wife and him are splitting up. He loved to do music in his past. He wrote songs. He played at nightclubs. He was a musician, and his wife kind of made him give up that profession and get a real job because it wasn't paying the bills like she had wished it was. After splitting up with his wife, 2 other women who are from his past, one of which is married, one of which is not, wrestle with the idea of maybe following up on those old flames that they used to have with him. The married woman, her husband cheated on her, so she kind of has this scorn that she maybe wants to cheat on him as well. And so they start pursuing him. He doesn't really understand that they're pursuing him, but he needs a place to live and he needs a place to stay, so he kind of stays with these women, but in a platonic way, and he hangs out with them, and they really start to like him, but he really wants to get back with his wife. That's kind of where he wants to be. I thought the music in this movie, like I said, was phenomenal. 2 of the actors in this movie are real musicians. The gentleman who is the ex-husband and one of the women who's pursuing him. It's kind of like a folksy indie type soundtrack, which is definitely my type of music for these type of movies. The pacing is really good. The movie's in black and white, which I really enjoyed as well. There's a specific scene in this movie where the husband is at a funeral and he is about to sing a song. It's his relative of his ex-wife, and he's about to sing a song, and he says, "This is a song that I originally wrote about death, and then I one day sold it to a cereal company for a jingle," which I thought was absolutely hilarious. The wife in this movie has a fantastic arc. She probably has the best arc in the whole movie. She really does discover who she is and what she wants in life, and how what she wants in life can also be what her husband wants in life. I don't know. This movie just has a really emotional feeling. It's so impactful. I really enjoyed it a lot. It's an 8 out of 10. Number 155 is a drama thriller out of South Korea. So this might be the only movie out of South Korea actually on this list. It is from 2018. It is called The Spy Gone North. This movie is about a 1993 South Korean former army major who goes undercover as a businessman to infiltrate the North Korean nuclear facilities. This is a true story, and the main character has a ton of power in this movie, a ton of command. He is mesmerizing, a fantastic actor. I thought he did an incredible job. All around, this movie is very, very well acted. The thriller part of the movie is in the verbal cat and mouse game that goes on. There's a lot of urgency. It's really tense. It's on the edge of your seat. There's great cinematography. There's also lots of moving parts in this movie. And sometimes you don't always know all the characters' motives, which I thought was a bit of a letdown. There's some scenes with, I think it's Kim Jong-un, and the character who plays him does an incredible job. You really feel that he has just this immense power that lurks over North Korea. Just the whole feeling of this movie is absolutely amazing. It just really feels so urgent and so suspenseful, and you don't know what's going to happen around every corner. I'm just not very good with movies that have a lot of moving parts. Sometimes I have a hard time following them, which is what happened here. But if you want a movie with great acting that has a great story and is super suspenseful, is about a true story, South Korea versus North Korea, this is for you. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 154 is a drama out of India from 2016. It is called Hotel Salvation. In this movie, a man accompanies his father to Varanasi when the old man decides that he is about to die and wants to pass away in the holy city. This movie is very touching. It is a moving story about the acceptance of death, the importance of family, and the importance of friendship. The writing was great, and I thought the acting by the son was absolutely amazing. At first, I wasn't convinced, and I don't think the son was convinced either that his father was actually dying. Like, he seems annoyed throughout the first half of this movie. Like, he's late, he's missing work. He's not getting paid because he's not working. And it seems like his father is just kind of being a hypochondriac or something and isn't actually sick and isn't actually dying because there's no real symptoms. There's nothing really going on with him. The father just believes that this is something that's happening. And I too, like the son, thought that this wasn't real and that the movie was eventually just going to be about the acceptance of the thought of passing away and dying. But I was wrong. That's not exactly what happens at all. And this movie is a very slow burn, especially the first half. I think that's because I wasn't convinced he was what he said he was. But then the second half of the movie, I think, is really where this movie shines. And it's really where the emotion happens and the great acting happens. And yeah, I thought this was a really touching and moving film. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 153 is a murder mystery drama from 2014 out of the country, France. Yes, if you said France, you are correct. This movie is called Petite Quinquin. This was originally a 4-part miniseries and was later turned into a movie. In this movie, the murderer, the killer, he's a mass murderer, chops people up from the neighborhood and stuffs them into the anuses of cows. And so originally in the beginning of the movie, when these body parts are falling out of the cows, they think like they're dealing with mad cows and the cows are eating the people. But no, it's a murderer who's stuffing the body parts into the anus. One of the first movies, probably the only movie I've ever seen that talks about mad cow disease. And then you have a lead detective who has this like really weird twitch throughout the entire movie, and his partner who is sometimes bumbling but sometimes seems intelligent. A hodgepodge of children who you learn about their lives, about what makes them tick, and they also help somewhat with solving the mystery here and there, even though the cops don't really want them to. I thought this movie was funny at times. The actors are incredible, so none of the actors in this movie are, like, very few of them are actually real actors. They're mostly just from this, like, village where this was shot, and they are incredibly amazing considering they aren't real actors. There's a few movies like that. I already talked about one, but this one is another one where it's absolutely amazing. The worst part about this movie, the very worst part about this movie, is the ending. Because there is no ending. There's no, nothing comes together. There's no resolution. Spoiler, you never really find out who the killer is. It's implied at the end of the movie, but no one is arrested for the crimes. As far as I know, the crimes are still going on. Like, they could do a sequel to this movie and people are still dying. And it's a 4-hour movie. Like, each miniseries was an hour long. And to go through this like roller coaster whirlwind of really for 4 hours wanting to know who the murderer is and then getting nothing was such a letdown. This could have been easily a 9 out of 10 if like I knew who the murderer was, but it's still a good movie. The acting's great. The camera work is great. It's got really great cinematography. I love the story. It's very unique. The way the killer kills people and what he does with the bodies are very unique. It's just the ending was incredibly disappointing. It is an 8 out of 10.
We're at number 152, woo, which means this is the 100th movie on this list so far. This next movie is from Taiwan. It is from 1992, and it is called Rebels of a Neon God. In this movie, a cab driver's son quits college to get revenge on the petty thieves who vandalized his father's car. I thought the last half of this movie was definitely better than the first half. There's more action, it's paced better, some of the tension and drama is better in the second half than in the first half. I thought the first half was actually a little bit slow, and you better see the love and friendship between the two main characters in the second half. It really has time to blossom and to marinate, and I think it really shines in the second half of the movie. This movie pulls no punches. It is very harsh and in the choices that the characters make. And there's arcade scenes in this movie which for me are incredibly nostalgic. It takes me back to when I was a kid. When I see arcade scenes in like this movie and Terminator, where it resembles like a Dave and Buster's type thing, it just fills me with a lot of joy. I love the neon colors. I love the games. I love the excitement. It just makes me feel like I'm young again and I'm reliving my youth. But anyway, I thought this movie was good. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 151 is an animated movie out of Japan from Studio Ghibli. This is our first Studio Ghibli movie on this list, I believe. From 1991, it is called Only Yesterday. This movie is about an unmarried career woman who takes her first extended trip outside her city to visit her sister's family, and while she's there, she meets a boy from her past whom she once had a crush on, and they kind of hang out for a while and reminisce about the past. There's a lot of flashback scenes in this movie from when she was younger, growing up, interactions with her family, mostly like with her father, and kind of how it shaped who she is today. I thought the animation was very well done. The landscapes were beautiful. There's a lot of fields and mountains and just a lot of open wilderness type scenery, and I thought that it was very well done. The story is also incredibly engaging. I would say with this movie, I enjoyed the flashback scenes more than I enjoyed the scenes where she is an adult. I didn't think the dialogue when she was an adult was that interesting, and I thought her life growing up was like as a child was better. I thought the interactions were better. I thought it was more engaging. I thought the dialogue was better. I thought her relationships were better when she was younger. There's no real conflict in this movie except her conflict with herself and with her past. But all in all, I still thought this was a good movie. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 150 is a horror movie from South Sudan. It is called His House. In this movie, a couple escape a war-torn South Sudan and end up in an English town where they are given free room and board, pretty much a free house, and all the food they need, basically everything they need to live, as long as they promise to never move out of the house. They are also originally accompanied by their daughter, whom unfortunately does not survive the trip from South Sudan. Now, this is a different kind of horror movie, and when I say that, I mean because the acting is really, really fantastic. It is not found footage, which I was very excited about because I hate found footage horror movies, and the visuals are spectacular. I'm used to low budget horror movies, but this is definitely a larger budget movie. The first half I enjoyed a lot. I really felt for the two characters. Basically, the house that they're living in is haunted. They're constantly being visited by like
spirits. I want to say spirits, but they're more like demons who know who the couple is and think that they're hiding something. And they're tormented by these demons. And I really felt for the couple in the first half of the movie, and I really wanted them to succeed. But then at the end, you realize they're terrible people, and it's absolutely heartbreaking what they did. And I thought that they did not get what they deserved. I really thought that they should no longer be alive by the end of the movie. And I really hated the end of the movie. It left a salty taste in my mouth. It made me feel completely cheated. I gave my heart to these two people throughout the entire movie just for it to be a lie. But the visuals are great. The acting is great. It's an 8 out of 10. Number 149 is, I would say, a comedy/drama from 2016. This is from the country France. Yes, if you said France, you are correct. It is called Chocolat. This movie stars the grandson of Charlie Chaplin, who plays a character named James. Just a bit of trivia here. Later on, we will have a movie from Charlie Chaplin's daughter. So this list has 3 generations of Charlie Chaplin's family, which I think is absolutely fantastic because I love him as an actor. So this movie is about the first the first African-American circus performer and his partner who is Caucasian. Originally, he was this circus performer who's like this angry African, but later on he becomes a comedy duo with James, and they rise to fame. They become this incredibly funny, incredibly popular act, and then he eventually wants to go solo and become like more of a Shakespearean actor instead of this like token African-American funny circus act. This is supposed to be based on a true story, and it is, if the only criteria for that is that the characters' names are the same and that their professions as circus performers is the same. Everything else is basically not true at all. The acting is spectacular. The 2 characters have great chemistry together. Their lives seem very intriguing. They revolutionized the duo comic routine in a circus, and it's just really sad that a lot of the movie is not true to their actual lives, because I think the actual lives that they had was fantastic enough. You don't have to make up a fake story around it. The cinematography is great. The pacing is phenomenal. The comedy that they do in their act is clearly dated. None of it was funny to me, but I did like watching it come alive on screen. I thought that they did a very good job with what they were doing, and I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 148 is a Western on my list from 1949. It is called Fort Apache. It is the second most viewed long-form video on my channel. In fact, Westerns do much better on my channel than any other genre, so maybe I should just do Westerns. It stars Henry Fonda, John Wayne, and Shirley Temple. I think Henry Fonda has 5 movies on this list. I don't remember if I've done any from him yet. It is a star-studded cast. Henry Fonda plays a soldier named Thursday. John Wayne plays a lieutenant, I believe, named Kirby, and Shirley Temple plays Henry Fonda's daughter. So Thursday takes command of the Fort Apache unit and wants to start a war basically with the Indians that are near the area. Kirby says that it is not a great idea because they know what they're doing. They know how to fight. It would basically be a massacre if he tried to fight this group of Apaches, but he decides to do it anyway. I really liked that there's more of a strong woman presence in this movie. I would say Shirley Temple definitely has a strong character. It's not something I'm used to in Westerns. Usually it's just a strong male cast, but it was refreshing to see a strong female cast here as well. The Native Americans in this movie are also much stronger and much more abundant than other Westerns I've ever seen. They definitely they have more numbers than the American army. They outnumber them by quite a bit. And I thought it was interesting that they also don't necessarily lose this fight either. I also think it's humorous that there's this typical mindset that you would sometimes see in Westerns where It's the Apaches. They don't know what they're doing. Even though they're on their own land, the Americans have a better idea of how to fight on it, and the Apaches aren't going to be able to defend themselves, which is absolutely ridiculous and leads to the fate of Thursday that you would assume would happen. John Wayne in this movie sticks up for Native Americans, which I was not ready for. A lot of the Westerns I've seen him in, he is very racist towards Native Americans and doesn't normally like them. And in this movie, he's actually saying, you know, they know what they're doing. They're not stupid. We should not attack them. And he actually does stick up for them a lot, which I thought was pretty cool. And Henry Fonda in this movie is actually kind of a villain, which I've also never seen before. I thought that was unique. The acting all around is pretty good. Not my favorite John Wayne movie, also not my favorite Henry Fonda movie, but I think it is a very good Western, and looking back on it now, I probably was a little more critical of it than I should have been, but I still give it an 8 out of 10. Number 147 is a family fantasy movie from 1940. It is called The Thief of Baghdad. This movie is based off the story 1001 Nights. Aladdin, Disney's Aladdin, is also based off 1001 Nights, so this will be similar to that story. There is another movie later on this list called The Adventures of Prince Ahmed, which is from the 1920s and is also based on 1001 Nights. So we will get a couple different versions of this story for this list. There's also a 1920s version of this movie, but it's not 100% fresh. This movie is about Ahmed, who is deposed by his sinister advisor Jafar and must find a way to reclaim his throne, and he also meets a love interest along the way and a genie from the magic lamp. Now, this is the first movie to ever use blue screen, and I thought that they kind of overused it a bit, to be honest. It was like sort of like a new toy that they were playing with. It doesn't always come off as fantastic, but for its time, it looks actually pretty good. It was, in fact, it won the Oscar for Best Cinematography, Best Art Direction, and Best Special Effects, and was nominated for Best Music. This movie also stars Conrad Veidt, who was in The Man Who Laughs. He is the villain of this movie, and I thought he was the best part of this movie. His acting is incredible. He does a very spectacular job. On the other hand, I thought the worst part of this movie was the guy who played Prince Ahmed, because he is a terrible actor, and I didn't like anything he was doing on screen. I thought he was very bad. This movie is really fun, though. I feel like this is the kind of movie you need to watch as a child to truly appreciate it, sort of like The Princess Bride, wherein I tried to have my wife watch The Princess Bride, and she was not all that impressed. But for me, it's my favorite movie of all time because I grew up with it. I feel like that might be the same with this movie. I'm just not nostalgic about it. I think it's great. I appreciate the blue screen that's going on, and it's the first movie to do that. But everything else to me is just, it's not spectacular. It's not a great movie. I still enjoyed it. It's still an 8 out of 10.
Number 146 is a film noir starring my favorite actress of all time, Barbara Stanwyck. From 1933, it is called Babyface. This movie also stars John Wayne. This will be the only movie he's in on this list that is not a Western. This movie is about the sexual escapades of Lily, played by Barbara Stanwyck. After losing her father to an accident, she decides to move to New York, where she gets a job at a firm and basically sleeps her way to the top, leaving multiple men heartbroken as she does so. This is considered to be the greatest pre-code movie of all time. A pre-code movie is one that was made from the early 1920s to the 1934, and during this time there was little to no censorship rules, which meant there was much more leeway for movies to have things like prostitution and drug use. Now, for me, this is a different role for Barbara Stanwyck, as she doesn't play like a cat and mouse game with any of the men. She's not like trying to really outsmart them. She's not getting the best of them. She's not like that femme fatale character. She's really just sleeping her way to the top and breaking men's hearts. So I'm not 100% sure why this is a film noir, but I was really kind of disappointed with her character. I wish that she was a strong female lead, but even when she's like getting what she wants out of life by sleeping with these men, they're kind of getting what they want too, so it's more of like a trade back and forth where her character seems a little bit weaker than what I'm used to.
There's great acting in this movie, though. Like all of her other movies, she is phenomenal. That's why she's probably my favorite actress of all time, because of how great of an actress she is. I do have issues with the plotting, and besides that, I thought the black and white looked great here. The cinematography is phenomenal. The camera work is great. The film quality is great. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 145 is a sports drama out of 2022. It is from Japan, and it is called The First Slam Dunk. In this movie, the Shohoku High School b-ball club faces a match against their rivals. I think this is in like a championship match that they're playing. This is based on a very famous Japanese manga and TV series. We also learned a lot about the characters, their past, their motivations. I thought this movie was exciting. It was funny. There's a lot of drama. There's a lot of suspense. Some of the best animation I've ever seen in an animated movie as well. The whole movie, though, is basically just a huge rallies back and forth, is what it is. Besides, like, the intertwined stories of the players and their past and their present and the things that motivated them and helped them become who they are. Besides those, it's really just a lot of rallies back and forth. One team will score like 40 points, the other team will be 40 points behind, then that team scores 40 points, and now the other team's 40 points behind. There's always like this spread of like, I think it's like 40 points in between the teams. So it's suspenseful, but it's also very repetitive in that fashion. There's also a character that looks a lot like Dennis Rodman, which I thought was really cool because he made the movie more entertaining with his antics. He does a lot of Dennis Rodman antics, including like diving into a table and like hurting himself, but going on with the show anyway. As suspenseful as this movie was, I thought it went on way too long, if I'm going to be honest. Like I said, it does come very repetitive, and after rally after rally after rally, you know, the clock shows like there's 3 minutes left in this fight in this quarter, and that lasts like half an hour. You're like, where's, I thought this was 3 minutes long. What's going on here? But it's still entertaining. The art was still really good. It's still an 8 out of 10. Number 144 is a Spanish drama / suspense movie from 2014 called Hilda, or I Have Never Had a Hilda. In this movie, a woman is looking for a new maid because her previous maid quit. She ends up hiring a woman named Hilda, who reluctantly takes the job after her husband basically forces her to. Her husband works for this woman and for some reason feels an obligation to fill that role for her. Now, Hilda has a young child at home, which is basically her motivation for not wanting to take this job. She wants to be at home with her child, but she does so anyway. As the movie moves on, the woman slowly becomes more and more obsessed over Hilda, to the point where she takes her cell phone away. She does not let her have any contact with the outside world. She completely cuts off conversations with her and her husband, and does not let her see her young child. Hilda is basically a prisoner in this woman's home, while she's also a maid. There's also some political stuff going on here. There's some protests going on, but it's mostly just the basically this woman becoming more and more obsessed and psychotic as the movie goes on, and Hilda becoming more and more depressed and unable to get out of the situation that she's in. I thought this movie was incredibly suspenseful. I thought it was fantastic. The acting all around is amazing. The protester part, which was a large chunk of the last part of the movie, kind of confused me. I didn't understand what these protesters were protesting or really what was the point of them, but it helps Hilda get away at the end of the movie, so maybe that's one reason why they were there, which lends to the ending being very rushed. I felt like they didn't know how to end it, so they just kind of did. On that note, though, there is some satisfaction to the ending of the movie where it does end the way that you want it to. It just seems like it's incredibly confusing because you don't really know how it got there. But the acting is great. The plot is great. It's very suspenseful. It keeps you on the edge of your seat the whole movie. I give it an 8 out of 10. Number 143 is a comedy drama from 2018. It is called A Bread Factory Part 2, Walk With Me a While. This is a sequel to A Bread Factory Part 1, which will also be on this list a little bit later. In this movie, a small town theater troupe are rehearsing the play Hecuba when a tech startup team invade their town and start doing weird tech startup things. I thought this movie was incredibly funny. It has astonishingly great acting, especially from Elizabeth Henry and Jessica Pimentel. Amazing, especially the end of the movie where they actually put on the play Hecuba. Some of the best acting I've ever seen in my life from two people I've never heard of before. It's mind-blowing how great the last scenes of this movie are. There's also another specific scene where these tech startup people are in like a sandwich shop, I believe it is, and they're tap dancing to how angry they are about their cell phones not getting service. And like the more angry they are, the harder they tap dance. I don't know. I thought it was really funny. I thought it was hilarious. This movie's not as funny as the first one because there's not as much plot, there's not as much urgency in what's going on screen. It's just a lot of one-off funny bits besides the last just mind-blowing bit of acting at the end. But the best part of the movies were kind of like these one-off funny parts, and the movie is very enjoyable. The two movies together are, I would probably watch them all day if I could. I just enjoy them as a piece together. But separately, this movie is an 8 out of 10. Number 142 is a musical family film from 1944. It is called Meet Me in St. Louis. This film follows four sisters on the cusp of the 1904 St. Louis World Fair. The film spotlights the sisters' education and the ways of the world. A lot like the Philadelphia story, this is about people having normal problems but doing it in luxury. There's not a whole lot of plot in this movie. I will say that this movie is absolutely carried by Judy Garland. Her singing voice is far superior than anyone else's singing voice in this entire movie. Her acting abilities are far superior. She is the star. There are 3 songs in this movie that I particularly love. There are Skip to My Lou, the trolley song, and Have Yourself a Merry Christmas. I used to sing the trolley song all the time to the annoyance of my mom when I was young, not knowing where I heard it from. I just knew I heard it from somewhere and I would belt it all the time. And I would say she got a little bit tired of it me singing that song off key. But Judy Garland basically has the voice of an angel here. I know that some of the other cast members didn't actually really sing. They dubbed it over with other people's voices, which also happened in West Side Story, so it's not uncommon. But I think a lot of the praise here goes to Judy Garland, and this is an 8 out of 10. Number 141 is a crime noir from 1947 from the country France. Yes. Every other movie is from France. This movie is called Quai des Orfèvres. I think I said that right, but probably not. In this movie, Jenny Lamore, who sings at a music hall, is found by her husband flirting with another man. So he follows her and the other man to where they are going, and when he gets there, she is gone and the man is dead. Now, the cops get there and he's there by himself with the dead person, so he's the main suspect, and the rest of the movie is basically him trying to prove himself innocent. I thought Jenny Lamore's character was great. This has a very, very solid opening in the beginning, and I really thought that this story would revolve around her, or that she would be present throughout the entire movie, but halfway through she just disappears and the focus is just on him, and I'm like, wait, she was there with the guy, why isn't the movie focused on her? Where is she at? And then she kind of shows up at the end, but once she leaves, the whole action, the whole suspense and the drive of the movie is completely stunted, and I completely lost interest after she left the screen. And then at the end of the movie, this is a spoiler alert here, but at the end of the movie, it's such a minor character who actually did the murder that you feel completely cheated, because it's just so ridiculous. You put all your time and effort into this, all your emotions into these two characters, and it's someone completely stupid. It was my mistake, I guess, because I believed exactly what was on screen and didn't try to think outside the box. But yeah, I really liked the character of Jenny Lamore in this movie. The opening was really great, and it's an 8 out of 10. Number 140 is a movie out of the United Kingdom from 1946. This is a Charles Dickens adaptation called Great Expectations. This movie stars Alec Guinness and Gene Simmons. Just a very, very basic
watered down, cut and dry synopsis of this movie is that Pip discovers that a mysterious benefactor wishes to ensure that he becomes a gentleman. He has a best friend that he meets later on in the movie. He has a love interest. He meets an old woman who's kind of upset at life. That's basically the movie. I'm not usually a huge fan of period pieces. In fact, I usually hate them, except for Amadeus. But I thought this movie was really good, especially the ending. It has a very dark beginning and a very unique opening that has tremendous atmosphere, and it's probably one of my favorite openings of a movie that I've seen in a long time. It also has two twist endings which are really surprising, and the person raising Pip seems to have no emotional attachment to him in the movie, which is kind of a common theme for him. There's no one in this movie that really shows any type of emotional attachment to him, but the acting I thought was really good. Alec Guinness, of course, is great in everything he's in. The person who played Pip was pretty good as well, and all in all, I thought this movie was enjoyable. It is an 8 out of 10. Just like 140, number 139 is also a British movie and also based on a book. It is from 1985. It is called A Room with a View. This movie stars Helen Bonham Carter and Daniel Day-Lewis. In this movie, Lucy, who is played by Helen Bonham Carter, is touring Italy with her cousin when she meets a charming and free-spirited man named George. She's intrigued by George, but she ponders settling down with the wealthy Cecil, who is played by Daniel Day-Lewis. Helen Bonham Carter is great in this movie. This is her movie debut, and she does an absolutely amazing job. Daniel Day-Lewis is also really good, as are Juliet Sands and Maggie Smith. I really loved in this movie watching Lucy and George's love kind of blossom throughout the movie. They kind of fall more and more in love with each other as it goes on, and I thought that it was very emotional, very touching. I really enjoyed watching it. It follows the book almost exactly, including chapter titles. So throughout the movie, you'll get chapter titles and summaries of what the chapter is about, which I really hated. I would have rather just loved to figure out that stuff myself instead of being given summaries like straightforward. And George also gives a speech to Lucy later on in the movie, which I also hated, because she repeats this speech back to Cecil later, verbatim, word for word. And throughout the movie, she seems like she's someone who kind of goes her own way. She's a strong woman. She has her own thoughts and her own ideas. And when she just repeats this speech verbatim, it really kind of turned me off a little bit, because she seemed less independent, and I thought that that's not where her character should have gone. But besides that, I thought this movie was really good. It gets an 8 out of 10. Number 138 is a romantic comedy from 1949. It is called A Letter to Three Wives, and this movie stars one of my favorite actors of all time, Kirk Douglas. In this movie, we have three friends who are also three wives. They are Deborah, Laura, and Rita. One day they're out together, like on this boat, just having a good time, and they receive a letter from their friend Addie stating that she is running away, she is leaving town, and she is taking one of their husbands with her, but she does not specify which husband. So of course they're out on this ocean on this boat, and they're all worried that when they get home, one of their husbands is not going to be there. And then the rest of the story is basically all of their backstories, telling us how they fell in love with their husbands, the trials and tribulations that they're all having in their relationships, and reasons why each husband might have left their wife. Now, this movie is really good. The men are mostly chauvinistic, I would say, except for Kirk Douglas's character, who is actually a breath of fresh air. This is in the 1940s, and he basically plays like a guy who makes a lot less than his wife, and who kind of, the wife is the breadwinner, and she kind of like wears the pants in the family, which you don't normally see a lot of in the 1940s. I can't think of another movie I saw in the 1940s that has a man making less than his wife and is not necessarily the head of the household. But like basically all the other two husbands are like chauvinistic. I related to George's character the most. That's the one Kirk Douglas plays, because I also am like a stay-at-home dad. I don't make any money, at least for like the past
8 or 9 months. My wife is the breadwinner, so like I definitely relate to him the most. This movie has decent pacing. It felt long at some points. It took me a while to really get interested in it. And I will say that I guessed the wrong husband. So at the end of the movie, one of them does actually leave his wife, and I guessed the wrong one, which kept it interesting because it's really hard to know. The stories are set up so well, and each one of them has a reason that you could technically argue, so it was hard to guess which one. I was having fun guessing, and I thought it's a good movie. It's an 8 out of 10.
Number 137 is an adventure thriller drama from 2018. It is called Leave No Trace. This movie has the record for most amount of critic reviews out of any movie that's 100% fresh, with over 200, which is absolutely crazy for a movie that is 100% fresh. In this movie, a father and daughter live the perfect mysterious existence in the forest, but a mistake puts them in the middle of the real world where they have to learn to find their own place and find a home of their own. The daughter in this movie is played by Tristan McKenzie, who I can see one day being a big movie star. I don't know what she's done since. I haven't looked up her career, but she is really good in this movie. I can really see her becoming like an up and coming superstar. This movie is emotionally impactful. It has great acting all around. The pacing is slow but intentional, which is perfect. The two characters are two people that you can really root for. The father has PTSD. He is formerly in the military. He loves being reclusive. He loves living the reclusive life. Even after they're kind of forced into living domestically at their own house, he yearns to get back out into the wild and live off the land. Whereas she, after she gets a taste of having friends and having her own life and being around people, really wants to stay and live that kind of life. So there's a conflict between the two of them as to how they're going to move forward, where one wants to be reclusive and one wants to have friends. But in the end, the ending is satisfying. It's really sad, but it's the ending that really has to happen, and it's the ending that really needed to happen and that you thought would happen. And I thought this was a very great and emotionally impactful movie. It's an 8 out of 10.
Number 136 is a comedy drama from 1941. It is called Sullivan's Travels. It was directed by Preston Sturges and stars Joel McCrea and Veronica Lake. In this movie, Joel McCrea plays a creator of movies named John Sullivan. John creates famous comedies like Ants in Your Pants, and his comedy movies are well known. He is very famous. He is a popular creator of movies. Everyone loves him. The studio loves him. He brings in a lot of money, but he decided he wants to create a drama like Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? And the only way he can do this is to live a downtrodden life and really feel like what it is to be poor and down on your luck. So he decides to go and live amongst the homeless and the hobos, and on his way to doing this he meets Veronica Lake, who decides that she is going to go and do this with him. Now at first the crew of his movie crew follows him to make sure he doesn't hurt himself or mess things up, because they don't want him to create a failure of a movie, but he eventually eludes them and says the only way he can do this is to be on his own. I thought this movie was funny. I also thought that he never is in that much danger, and I feel like him living this hobo life was a bit washed out. I don't know if it's because it's 1941 and they couldn't pull as many punches or take as many chances, but I felt like it was more goofy really than it was him being in any trouble or really figuring out how the downtrodden live. But besides that, it's very well acted, it's very well directed, it is a really funny movie, and it is an 8 out of 10. Number 135 is a romance comedy from 1937. It is called A Star is Born. This movie was nominated for a slew of Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Actor in a Leading Role, Best Actress in a Leading Role, Best Director, Best Assistant Director. Is that an award still? I'm not sure. And it won Best Writing, Original Script, Original Story. This movie stars Janet Gaynor and Frederick March. It is about a young actress who arrives in Hollywood with the hopes of stardom. She co-stars with a man named Norman, who's is a big star, but his star is slowly falling. Her success is on the rise, and his success is dwindling. They end up getting married, and she becomes even more successful. And as he starts to slip into obscurity, he becomes an alcoholic, and she has to decide whether or not she still wants to go on acting. I really liked this movie. At the time I watched it, there were not a lot of colored movies out there, and I think this during this era, the 1937s, they didn't make a lot of colored movies, so it was nice watching a splash of color in my life at this time. Great acting, especially from Janet Gaynor. A fantastic screenplay. I really liked Frederick March as well, though I don't like how alcoholics were dealt with in the movies in the 1930s. And it's also, this still champions my point that if you are an alcoholic in the movies in the 1930s and 40s, you will likely be nominated for an Academy Award, which he was. The movie was a little slow paced, but I still liked it. It is an 8 out of 10. Number 134 is an animated film out of Disney, probably one of the most famous animated films ever made. It is from 1940. It is called Pinocchio. I won't go into a lot of plotline here because everyone knows what Pinocchio is about. I'll just say that I absolutely love Jiminy Cricket. I love the relationship between Pinocchio and Geppetto. It is a very emotional, very touching bond that they have with each other. I also love the music. It has some of the greatest music in animated movie history. I'm not a huge fan of the portion where Pinocchio turns into a donkey. I always thought that was a little bit weird, though I've been told that it doesn't need to really make sense because it's just a fantasy movie and you're just supposed to kind of go along with it. But I don't know, it always just was out of place for me, and I was never a huge fan of it. But besides that, I think this movie is really good. The whale scenes at the end are fantastic. Pinocchio has an amazing arc by the end of the movie, and it is an 8 out of 10. It is my final 8 out of 10, the highest 8 out of 10 on my list, so everything else after this will be an 8.5 out of 10. Number 153 is an action/crime drama from 1953. It is from the country France. Yes, you got that correct. France. It is called Touche Pas Eu Grisby, although I think some people just shorten it to Grisby. It is in America called Don't Touch the Loot. This movie stars Jean Gabin in one of his later roles. He is older in this movie, and Jean plays a character named Max. Max and his partner pull off one of their greatest heists of all time, in which they steal a flurry of gold bars. They plan to use this money, this gold bars, for their retirement. However, his partner, who is named Ritten, gets kidnapped, and the ransom money that is asked for are these gold bars that were stolen. Now, this of course puts their retirement into jeopardy. I thought Jean Gabin carried this movie very well. He is suave, sophisticated, debonair. He is one of the best French actors I've ever seen. He will be in one more movie much later on this list, but he is absolutely phenomenal. Angelo, I believe that in this movie you eventually are able to predict his outcome. A lot of this movie is fairly predictable. There's not a lot of major characters, so there's not a lot of curveballs that are thrown at you, which works very well for me. It's a very easy movie to follow, which I definitely appreciate. It is paced very well, and the ending is incredibly heartbreaking. I was rooting for Max in this movie, even though he's like a career criminal and he's stealing things. His character is still someone that you root for and someone that you care deeply about, and the ending is kind of heartbreaking, but it's understandable. I understand why I ended that way. This is an 8.5 out of 5. 8.5 out of 10. 8.5 out of 10. My first 8.5 out of 10. Number 132 is a horror film from 1932. It is called The Most Dangerous Game. This movie stars Joel McCrea, who we also saw earlier in the movie Sullivan's Travels, and after watching this movie I realized that Gilligan's Island completely stole the plot line for this movie, and that's all I could think of while I was watching this movie. So, legendary hunter Bob, who is played by Joel McCrea, shipwrecks on an island where he is forced to partake in a dangerous game with 2 other people, in which the owner of the island decides that he is tired of hunting animals around the island and he now wants to hunt humans. So he gives Joel McCrea and 2 other people a head start, and he then proceeds to try to hunt them with his gun. That's basically the entire movie. The acting in this movie is fantastic all around. It is very suspenseful. You're on the edge of your seat the entire time. You really feel like Bob is in a lot of distress here, and by the end of the movie I wasn't convinced that he was going to live. Like, I really had no idea, which is unusual. Like, for these type of movies, I'm usually pretty convinced at what the outcome's going to be, but this one really had me guessing. I really wasn't sure what was going to happen. And I will say, though, that the traps that the bad guy sets up around the island are pretty mediocre. They're not very inventive for, like, what you would think a career hunter, someone who's been dying and having this urge and this passion to hunt people his whole life would set up. They're just kind of like he did it in an afternoon or something. But besides that, I thought this movie was really good. It is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 131 is a suspense thriller / drama out of Japan from 1964. It is called The Woman in the Dunes. In this movie, an entomologist named Nikki, who is a guy, misses the last bus home and spends the night at a house in the bottom of a sand pit. Now, he's basically asked by the local villagers to please spend the night at the bottom of our sand pit. Looks like you've had a rough day looking at bugs on the sand. Need a place to stay. Come rest your bones. So he decides to do it, and when he gets down there, he notices that there is a woman who is just named Woman at the bottom of the pit as well, who is being forced to dig sand all day, and the sand is being sold to a construction company down the road. Now, once he gets to the bottom of this pit, the ladder that he used to get to the bottom of the pit is pulled up, and he is also stuck and forced into slave labor digging the sand. And the whole movie is basically him trying to get out of the sand pit, and the woman trying to convince him basically to be in a relationship essentially. This movie is somewhat suspenseful. I thought it wasn't. I mean, I kind of knew what the ending was going to be, but then I was wrong, so I guess it's more suspenseful than I thought. There's an awkward sex scene that's kind of pigeonholed at the end of this movie just so that the ending can make sense, which I wasn't a huge fan of. But the ending isn't satisfying. It's understandable, though. I know why he made the choice that he did. It has really good acting. The ambiance and the atmosphere building in this movie is absolutely phenomenal. It is claustrophobic person's nightmare, and I would say if you are claustrophobic, this movie is probably incredibly horrific for you. But all in all, I thought it was a decent movie. It is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 130 is a crime / romance drama from 1980. It is called Atlantic City. This movie stars Burt Lancaster. This will be the first of 4 movies that he appears on for this list, and Susan Sarandon. Also guest stars Robert Goulet.
Everyone's trying to get it right. Get it right. Everybody's working for the weekend.
Now, this movie, Sally, who is played by Susan Sarandon, leaves her home and relocates in Atlantic City. She thrives to be a blackjack dealer, but is pursued by her criminal husband. Now, she is kind of saved by an unlikely savior in Burt Lancaster's character, who is played by Lou, and they end up striking up a relationship together. Burt Lancaster is an aging small-time mobster, and he himself brings some interesting problems to the relationship as well. This movie has great acting performances. Burt Lancaster is probably a top 5 favorite actor of mine of all time. I loved the dark tone of this movie. It has incredibly great pacing, fantastic cinematography. One of the things I didn't like about this movie was the huge age gap between Burt Lancaster and Susan Sarandon. Like, I realize these type of relationships exist in real life, but I don't know. I feel like in the movies it happens all the time, and sometimes it just gets a little tiresome seeing like a 70-year-old guy and a 30-year-old girl like getting together and having a meaningful relationship. I don't know. I'm just kind of tired of seeing that. The ending was a bit ridiculous, but I was okay with it. It's not so ridiculous that it was bothersome, but I did feel like it could have gone a different way and still would have worked out just as fine. But anyway, great acting, and I give it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 129 is an action drama from 2011. It is from the UK, and it is called Wild Bill. This movie stars Charlie Creed Miles as Wild Bill and Will Poulter as his oldest son, Dean. In this action drama, Wild Bill is just returning home from prison, and he is going to see his two children, whom he assumes is living with his ex-wife or his wife, I don't remember which one. But when he gets there, he realizes that she is not there and the two children are just living on their own. Dean, who is the oldest son, is working at a construction job to support his younger brother, and he has a lot of animosity towards his father for being a drug dealer, getting arrested, and basically leaving their family to fend on their own. I thought the acting performances in this movie was amazing, especially Will Poulter, who I thought carried this movie. He is just an amazing young actor. I haven't seen him in anything else, but he is really great in this movie. Charlie Creed Miles was also really good. I thought the character of Wild Bill was a little more docile than I thought he was going to be. Given the name Wild Bill, I thought he was going to like fly off the handle a little bit more, and there was going to be more action-packed, more fight scenes, like more craziness from him. But it was actually kind of disappointing. There's not a whole lot of action in this movie besides the very end of it. There is great cinematography though, and it is funny at times, and the funny parts again were carried by Will Poulter, who I can't praise him enough. I thought he just did an amazing job in this movie. It is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 128 is an absolutely hilarious comedy/crime movie from 1955 out of the United Kingdom. It is called The Lady Killers. This movie stars Alec Guinness, Peter Sellers, and Katie Johnson. Marcus, who is played by Alec Guinness, rents a room from Katie Johnson, who is an elderly woman, for himself and his gang. He passes himself off as a string quartet, and him and his gang pull off a bank robbery. Now, Katie Johnson's character realizes that they've done this bank robbery, and they decide that they have to murder her because of what she knows. But instead of murdering her, they end up double-crossing each other, and they end up murdering off each other. Which is absolutely hilarious. The last half of the movie where they decide to murder her and they start double-crossing each other is some of the funniest bits of any movie I've ever seen in my entire life. It is so zany. There's so much buffoonery going on. It is just comedy gold. I also think that the true star of this movie, even though it stars Alec Guinness and Peter Sellers, the true star of this movie is Katie Johnson, because she is just perfect in her role as an aloof, sweet old lady who's incredibly nice and doesn't really know what's going on around her. There's this part at the end of the movie where she tries to return the money, and the cops don't want it. Because they don't believe the story that she's telling them. And earlier in the movie, Alec Guinness' character said that this is something that was going to happen, and she didn't believe it. Oh my god, the ending of this movie is probably the best ending I've ever seen in a movie in my entire life. It is just, it's just so funny. It's one of the funniest movies ever made, and it is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 127 is Bellatar's epic Out of Hungary from 1994. It is called Satan Tango. This is the longest movie I've ever seen in my life. It is 7.5 hours. The inhabitants of a small village deal with the effects of the fall of communism. A factory, which is a town source of revenue, closes, and the residents are waiting for a payout. Also, a villager whom they thought was dead resurfaces. Now, this movie was a bit confusing to me, and the reason why it was confusing is just because of its length and the amount of time that I have to dedicate to movies. So I could not watch this 7.5-hour movie in one sitting. That's because I have a 1.5-year-old daughter whom I am the stay-at-home dad. So I can only watch this at certain points during the day, certain points at night. I definitely don't have a 7.5 period of any day where I can watch this straight. So a lot of the scenes in this movie are really long. This movie is famous for its really long takes. You'll have one scene of a camera zooming into a house where people are eating, and this scene takes 30 minutes just to zoom in and for them to be eating this plate of food. And it's like a 30-minute scene. And I had to watch this movie in like 6 or 7 takes, like 6 or 7 days. So trying to piece together these different scenes and remember what I had seen and put everything together was kind of difficult. But the lighting effects are stunning in this movie. The camera work is amazing. Great cinematography. There's a really cool scene where the villagers are like breaking down this dresser with mallets and hammers, sort of like Office Space style, only very, very slowly paced, not with the same pizzazz as Office style, but still pretty cool. There's also a really traumatizing scene of a cat dying in this movie, but I would say that it might be hard for a lot of people to get through this 7.5-hour Hungarian movie because it is very slow and the scenes take forever. But if you're able to get through it, I would say there's a huge payoff because of the cinematography, the lighting effects, the camera work. Everything is absolutely stunning. The movie just looks really good, and it's a unique movie. How many people can say that they saw a 7.5-hour Hungarian film? Not a lot of people. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 126 takes us to the halfway point of this list at about 4.5 hours. We are at the halfway point. I apologize. I'm doing the best I can here. This is a Western thriller from 1953. It is called The Naked Spur. This movie stars my favorite actor of all time, James Stewart. Also stars Janet Leigh, Robert Ryan, and Millard Mitchell. In this movie, Howard, who is played by Stewart, has been tracking a killer for a very long time. He teams up with a prospector and a former Union soldier to try to capture his foe. This Western is unlike any other Western I've ever seen in my life, in that there are no sheriffs, there's no marshals, there's no law enforcements, there's no like hired guns and quick draws and the things that made Westerns famous. It's just an everyday guy, James Stewart, who is he's sort of like a bounty hunter who's after this guy, but he also has personal reasons why he's after this gentleman as well. James Stewart is not the moral compass of this movie. He's not like the voice of reason, which I also absolutely love. He kind of dropped his golly gee type of character and is playing more of a complicated, conflicted character in this movie, which I thought he delivered a master class of acting. I thought everyone in this movie really delivered a master class of acting. The cinematography is absolutely breathtaking, and I just think that this is all around a very good Western that is unique. The plot line is unlike any I've ever seen before, and for Westerns, I've seen a lot of Westerns in my life. There are a lot of cookie cutter Westerns out there when it comes to plot line, where they just were like, let's make another one of these because they make so much money and we'll just use the same plot as every other Western we've ever done. But this one is unique, and I appreciate that, and it's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 125 is a sports drama from 1993. It is called Searching for Bobby Fischer. This movie stars Ben Kingsley and Lauren Fishburne. It was nominated for Best Cinematography, and it lost to Schindler's List at the Academy Awards, at which it absolutely stood no chance. This movie has really decent cinematography, but it is no Schindler's List. In this movie, a child is searching for an anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist named Bobby Fischer, who was the first American to win a major chess tournament. I love in this movie how the parents try to live through the children. There's a specific scene in the movie where the parents are fighting over who won a specific match, and the people in charge of the chess tournament have to like shovel them down to the basement and lock them there so that the kids could actually finish their chess playing, which I thought was hilarious. The dad in this movie has a really great arc. He starts off as like this hard-nosed person who is also living through his child, who knows that his child has a gift, and he really pushes him to be this great chess player. But then by the end of the movie, he realizes that his child is a kid and just needs to have fun and enjoy what he's doing, and it really brings out the best in him, and it brings out the best player in him. And I just think that the relationship between the father and the son is amazing, and the relationship between Lauren Fishburne and the kid is also fantastic. And this is just a really good, feel-good family movie. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 124 is a noir mystery from 1944 called Laura. Laura stars Vincent Price and won the Best Cinematography for a Black and White Movie award at the Academy Awards. Laura is about a Manhattan detective named Mark McPherson who investigates the murder of an executive named Laura Hunt. That's a very brief description of what this movie is about. There's more moving parts, but I'm trying to give like the condensed version. This movie is considered to be one of the greatest film noirs of all time. Vincent Price considered this to be his greatest movie of all time, and he's absolutely fantastic in it. This movie has great acting all around. I correctly predicted who the killer would be. They tried to steer you in the wrong direction, but I felt like it was too easy, and I went with the person whom I felt was not as easy, and that's the one who it was. The lighting effects and the cinematography are great. I was a bit put off by, there's this police chief in the movie who falls for a dead woman, and I thought it was a bit ridiculous, and I wasn't a huge fan of that, but there's a very suspenseful ending here, and the movie all around is quite good. It is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 123 is another Western starring my favorite actor of all time. This is from 1950. It is called Winchester 73. This movie stars James Stewart, Millard Mitchell, Shelley Winters, and Rock Hudson. This movie has great acting all around. All of those people I mentioned are just titans of the acting industry. They are all fantastic. This was James Stewart's make it or break it movie, in which if he did not do well in this movie, he was going to likely quit acting. But this movie did very well, and he decided to continue on, and I am very happy because, like I said, he is my favorite actor of all time. The cinematography in this movie is beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen a Western where the cinematography was not beautiful. It's just an amazing genre where the scenery is breathtaking, the camera work is always spectacular. I absolutely love Westerns. In the beginning of this movie, we are led to believe that James Stewart has a dead-eye type of aim, but that all kind of falls apart at the end of the movie where he's having an epic shootout and they keep missing each other. Now, I realize the epic shootout is supposed to just be them giving warning shots to each other, but I kind of expected a little bit more. I thought the ending was a bit underwhelming in this movie, and that's really sad because everything else was so great and so spot on. It was also hard to ascertain Shelley Winters' true emotions and motivations here. Later on in the movie, she's kind of kidnapped by someone, and she gives the assertion that she's not happy with this, but then you're not really sure if she's happy with this or not. So she kind of gives mixed emotions, and I wanted Millard Mitchell to have a larger role in this movie than he did. I could tell there's a lot of big actors and you can't give everyone a huge role, but he's such a great actor that I really wanted him to do more. And I really like how, this is a spoiler, but everyone except one person who touches the Winchester 73 gun dies, and they die in like epic funny ways. And I really thought that was a fantastic plot point of the movie. This is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 122 is a comedy drama out of Sweden. It is from 1985. It is called My Life as a Dog. This movie was nominated for Best Director and Best Adapted Screenplay at the Oscars. It is based on a novel. In this movie, a boy is obsessed with comparing himself to those less fortunate, but his experiences change once he is forced to move in with his aunt and uncle. I felt the main character, at least in the beginning of this movie, was a bit directionless. He kind of was like a dog in that he would follow people around. He would have to basically take their orders and take their lead and do what they wanted him to do. But then by the end of the movie, he became a little bit more independent. Now, there's a point in this movie where he has to go live with his aunt and uncle, and the main character has to leave his dog behind. Now, I'm getting minus points for this because although it led to like the emotional response at the end of the movie, I thought it was otherwise unnecessary. I felt that there were avenues and there were definitely ways that he could have taken the dog with him, and it was just, I thought it was heartbreaking for no real reason. There are awkward scenes of child nudity in this movie. They're just awkward because they're child nudity, and it just felt weird watching it on screen. But it does culminate into a very nice love story between the two children. And there are dream scenarios in this movie in which the main character, who is a young child, has dreams about his mother and kind of when he was younger and when he was able to be around his mom. These dream sequences are beautiful. They actually made the entire movie for me. They are so amazing. They're very emotional. I think there might have been a couple of them where I cried a little bit, but the best part of the movies were the dream sequences, and that's basically why I give it an 8.5. Otherwise, it's a nice little movie, but the dream sequences for me are what made this movie. Number 121 is a Cantonese romance drama from 2019. It is called Suck Suck, or also called Twilight's Kiss. In this movie, two closeted gay men who are in their later years of life contemplate having a relationship together after falling in love unexpectedly. This movie is very moving, very emotional, and very tragic. Now, these two gentlemen are in love in a society where it is definitely not accepted. One of them has a family. He has a wife, he has a granddaughter, he has children, and he is basically cheating on his wife with this gentleman. And the other guy also has a family. He has like a daughter and a son, and he is also sort of cheating in the fact that his family would definitely not approve of what's going on. Now, one of the tragedies that they don't consider a tragedy in this movie is that one of the guys is cheating on his wife, and he's basically doing it because it's what society wants him to do, is to have a wife, a child, grandchildren, but not necessarily what he wants to do. And although he is a victim of society, I would say that his family are also victims of society. This movie has spectacular acting, it has great cinematography, it is heart-wrenching, it really pulls on your heartstrings, and there's a whole group, like community of people in this movie who, they have kind of their own support group about being closeted and being gay in a society that doesn't accept it, and there are numerous people who want to come out and like champion their way of life, and people who don't want to champion it, and it's really like the struggle that they're going through to just be who they are and be their true selves. And I just think it's a very emotional and impactful movie, and I give it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 120 is a comedy slash slasher slash horror film from 2021. It is called Slumber Party Massacre. In this movie, a slumber party turns into a bloodbath via a psychopathic killer with a power drill. Now, I usually hate slasher movies. In fact, besides found footage films, which I absolutely detest, slasher films are my second least favorite genre. That's because I'm afraid of death, and I hate watching people struggle dying off one by one, being killed, like begging for their lives, pleading to not be murdered. It's just not my type of thing. But in this movie, the women who are killed off one by one, and the men, know what they're getting themselves into. They know the danger that they're in. They know the threat that lurks around the corner. So I'm fine with it. As long as, you know, they understand that they're going to a situation where they could die, sure, why not? That's okay with me. I thought this movie was very funny. I thought it was suspenseful, really solid acting for a slasher movie. I'm not someone who really thinks that slasher movies have great acting, but this one I thought was pretty stellar. It had a great twist ending. I was able to guess one of the killers pretty easily. I say one because there might be more than one, but the other killer was a bit of a surprise. I was not able to guess that within 100 miles. I thought each female character was written very well. They all have their own personality, and I'm constantly guessing as to what was going to happen next, which is not normal for me with these kind of movies. I usually guess right away at the beginning how it's going to end, and that's what happens. But in this one, it was very difficult for me to guess what was going to happen, and I really like that. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 119 is a thriller crime drama out of Thailand from 2017. It is called Bad Genius. In this movie, a female high school student finds elaborate ways to help her fellow students cheat on high school exams. And then later in the movie, when she has this big group of high school students, she ends up helping them cheat on a college entrance exam. She originally starts doing this because one of her friends asks her to cheat because she's doing very poorly in school and wants to stay in in the drama club, and to do this she needs to pass her test, but she doesn't want to do any work towards it. Now, I thought the acting in this movie was excellent, except for one actress. There is a male character in this movie named Bank, who I thought did a great job at his role. He really took his role to the bank. There is a specific part in the middle of this movie where he really gets to show off his acting chops. Such a great job. He's probably the best actor in this movie, and this is a movie full of great acting. The movie is very well paced. There is a huge sense of urgency, and I felt like the first half of the movie, where they're just cheating on high school exams, was definitely the best half of the movie. Now, the second half of the movie is where it seems to be a little bit unrealistic, where they're trying to cheat on a college exam. It's just so elaborate and so over the top, and it just doesn't seem like something that is well thought out of, especially by someone who's supposed to be a genius. There's very big holes in their plan that could really make it go bad if they don't execute it perfectly. And I don't know, it was suspenseful, but I really didn't think it was going to work and didn't think it was going to happen because it was just too elaborate. There isn't a character in this movie named Grace, who is her original friend that she helps cheat, who is incredibly annoying, and I thought Lynn's character was absolutely fantastic. Now, I know this is based on a true story, but like I said, the last half just seems very convoluted, but it is still an 8.5 out of 10. Number 118 is a Japanese animated film from 2018. It is called Penguin Highway.
Parent penguin heading home from a fishing trip.
This movie is about a 10-year-old self-professed genius who goes on a detective mission when he notices that penguins are showing up in his town where penguins should not be. On his journey, he takes with him a few of his friends, one boy who is like his best friend, one girl who has a crush on him, and an older woman who's like in her 20s who's a dental hygienist whom he has a crush on. This movie is very bizarre, it's unique, it's fun, it's a silly story, it's whimsical, the art is very well done, it's what you would expect for like an anime movie. The only part of this movie that I didn't like was the relationship between the dental hygienist and the 10-year-old boy, because it almost seems like they both have crushes on each other, and that this is a relationship that maybe in the future will be explored, which is kind of weird and was a bit cringy for me throughout the entire film. And I think the fact that you don't know if they're actually going to pursue a relationship with each other makes it even worse, because he's a 10-year-old boy. So they pretty much take the relationship as far as they can in this movie legally, I would say. And at the end of the movie, you're not 100% sure what happens to the dental hygienist. You don't really know what her fate is. But the story for this movie is one that I have never seen before. It is just so unique. It is so different. Anime movies sometimes are just so inventive with their plot lines, and this is one that is very inventive. I enjoyed it quite a bit. That's why I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 117 is a war drama from 1944. It is called Henry V. This is Laurence Olivier's rendition of Henry V, as he acted, directed, and produced the movie, and was given an honorary Oscar for his feat of acting, directing, and producing Henry V and bringing it to the big screen. This movie was also nominated at the Oscars for Best Picture, Best Actor in a Leading Role, Best Art Direction, and Best Music. This movie also stars Robert Newton, who will be on one more movie on this list, and man, what a find. I'd never seen him in any movies before, and he is just amazing. He's probably one of my favorite actors of all time now, and this is definitely one of the reasons, because he is so good in this movie. Now, I am not a Shakespeare expert, but sometimes it's hard for me to follow exactly what's going on, but I think I got the gist of it. This movie is visually stunning, the colors pop, the acting is top notch. Laurence Olivier is the king of speeches in this movie. He just gets on a soapbox and just gives rousing speeches to his men. It is so phenomenal how he delivers his lines. He is such an amazing actor. I was absolutely blown away. The cinematography is also amazing. There was one particular scene that I was confused about in this movie, and that is exactly how big France's army was. So when we first meet the leader of France, he's concerned about the number of men he has to fight, but then later in the movie, England claims that France has 5 men to every 1 man that England has. So that was a bit confusing, but besides that, the movie is just phenomenal. The war scenes are epic. For 1944, everything they do is just on another level and on another scale, and it's just a tremendous accomplishment what they did here, and it's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 116 is a fantasy romance from 1947. It is called The Ghost and Mrs. Muir. In this fantasy romance, Lucy Muir leaves London with her daughter to a seaside cottage. The deceased former owner Daniel is haunting the house. He was also a former sea captain. They become close friends, and she ends up agreeing to write his life story, which is about him on the sea. Now, at some point in the movie, she is able to move because her husband, I believe, passed away, and he had a lot of money in the stock market. Well, the stock ends up crashing, so she writes this book, and obviously she says that she's the author because she's the only one who can see the sea captain because he's dead, and she ends up getting a lot of money from this book and ends up becoming like filthy rich. And at some point, the ghost of Daniel ends up like not coming back anymore, and she ends up falling in love with someone else and getting married and living the rest of her life. So I thought the acting in this movie was great. The characters of Daniel and Lucy had incredible chemistry together. You really believe that they had the passion and love for one another, but when they were bickering, you also believed that part of the story as well. Their banter was incredibly believable. It was very well written. It has a great story, good cinematography. Some of the parts dragged a little bit. The pacing did seem a little slow. And when she ends up going to another guy and is no longer involved with Daniel, I absolutely hated her second relationship that she was in. I thought there was no interest there. They didn't have any chemistry. It just didn't work for me at all. I really wish this movie could have just been about her and Daniel the whole time. It would have probably made this a 9.5 out of 10 instead of an 8.5. But there's more good than bad, and I did enjoy this movie. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 115 is a swashbuckling pirate movie from 1935. It is called Captain Blood. This movie stars Errol Flynn, who will have 3 movies on this list, and Olivia de Havilland, who will have 2 movies on this list. They starred in a lot of movies together, it seems like, and her second movie will also involve Errol Flynn. This movie is nominated for 5 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Music Score, Best Sound, and Best Screenplay. In this movie, Errol Flynn plays Peter Blood, who is convicted of treason and sold to be a slave. He escapes with the help of Arabella, who's played by Olivia de Havilland, and becomes a pirate. Later on in life, Arabella and Peter Blood will cross paths, and he does not forget her generosity and the fact that she helped him escape. This movie has spectacular battle scenes, amazing practical special effects. For 1935, I was absolutely blown away by the ship fighting scenes, the way they're able to show things explode. It was exhilarating. It was amazing how they were able to do that. The sword fighting at the end, there's like a final sword battle, which is also spectacular. The acting is top notch. Errol Flynn was made for these type of roles. We'll see that later on when he's in the movie Robin Hood as well. He is just an amazing swashbuckler. Olivia de Havilland is also quite good in these movies. The middle of the movie did drag a bit. It's a 2.5 hour long movie. I felt that it could have probably been condensed to 2 hours. There are some filler points and things that drag on a little bit, plot points that I think they just explore a little bit too much, and it could have been condensed. But besides that, it is a great movie. It is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 114 is a German expressionist film from 1920. It is the oldest movie on this list. It is the first movie I reviewed 2.5 years ago. It is called The Golem, How He Came Into the World.
Alive! It's alive!
This movie is about a 16th century rabbi named Lo, who interprets an alignment of the stars as an impending disaster and builds a statue made of clay, which he plans to reanimate and have it come to life and act as a savior. Originally, the statue is nice, but then it ends up going insane.
This is based off a Jewish folklore, and if it sounds like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, it is believed that she used this story as inspiration for Frankenstein, though that has never been officially proven. The story is just so similar that it probably happened. One thing I love about this movie is that they use different colored lenses, sort of like they do in Nosferatu. So when it changes scenes, it'll be like a yellow lens, a green lens, a blue lens. I really think it sets the mood and the tone for the movie, and it really makes it much more enjoyable. I love black and white films, but having that splash of color in a silent film just makes it come to life, and I really enjoyed that. This movie has great acting, especially from Rabbi Lowe's character, and he is definitely a standout. He shows the most emotion. Even though it's a silent film, he doesn't overact, and he really is able to come alive in this movie. He does a really great job. I thought this movie was fantastic. It was a great way to start the list, and it's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 113 is a drama out of France. Yes, a drama out of France. It is from 2018. It is called An Impossible Love. This movie is about three characters, Rachel, Philip, and Chantal. Rachel and Philip are a couple in real life, and in the movie, Chantal is their daughter. Now, in this movie, Rachel and Philip date for a little while. They end up having a child together, and then Philip kind of runs out and goes to a different country for work and doesn't want to come back. Rachel is left to bring up Chantal on her own. While she's raising Chantal, she consistently and constantly fights to get Philip to admit that he has a child, which he does not want to do. Later on in the movie, he does decide he wants to admit he has a child, and he starts hanging out with Chantal, only to start physically abusing her under Rachel's nose, that she has no idea that it's going on. And then later in the movie, we kind of have a final conversation between Rachel and Chantal about their lives. They're older now. Chantal's an adult. I was really disappointed by the final conversation that they have, because I felt like it wasn't a very deep conversation. I was hoping that they would go into more depth about Philip and about the abuse, and about how Rachel was a really good mom, and how she actually provided for Chantal, and how she was there for her. But it's all surface level stuff, and throughout the movie, Rachel thinks that she's not providing enough to Chantal because she is poor, and Philip grew up rich, and Philip can provide all these things for her that she can't provide. And it's never really resolved. She never comes to this realization that she was a good mom, and that she actually provided something important to Chantal, which was love and affection and time and support. And there's never any realization there, which was really disappointing. But it's still a good movie. I absolutely hate Philip's character. If I see him in anything else, I will probably hate him, even though it's a different character, just because of the person he played here. But it's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 112 is a sports drama from 1942. It is Errol Flynn's second movie on this list. It is called Gentleman Jim. Errol Flynn plays Jim Corbett, who is a bare-knuckle boxer. He joins an elegant Olympic boxing club and becomes a great boxer who dreams on taking on the champ. Now, during this time of boxing, the boxers were big, burly, bare-knuckle brawlers who would just beat each other senseless with no finesse, no float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, no fancy footwork. And Gentleman Jim was different. He brought in that footwork. He brought in the finesse. He bobbed, he weaved, he ducked, he dived. No one really knew what to make of this guy, because he was so quick in the ring, and he was just able to run circles around everyone. So much, in fact, that basically everyone he fights in this movie, he beats absurdly easily. Now, there is one match where he goes like 60 rounds, but pretty much he beats everyone with no really hard work at all. And no one in this movie really changed their fighting styles. Even when they hear about him, his name starts coming up. He's this up-and-coming guy. He's starting to raise through the ranks. He has this different style of boxing. Everyone's pretty much full of themselves. They think that it's just a fad, that they can just beat him in their old style, and no one really tries anything at all to change what they're doing. So I was a little taken aback by that. I wish he had struggled a little bit. I wish that he had, had to maybe mix things up a bit or kind of had some inner struggle with himself. But there's none of that really. There's great dialogue in this movie. The outcome was obviously easy to predict because there's no real inner struggles. There's no outer struggles. There's really nothing to keep you from knowing what happens at the end of the movie. And there's also a love story in this movie, which I could have done without. I felt it was just pigeonholed in there just to have a love story in the movie. Wasn't that great, but I did think the movie was fun. It was enjoyable. The acting was really good. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 111 is a British drama from 1958. It is called A Night to Remember. This is about the sinking of the Titanic as told through the eyes of the second officer. This is considered to be the most factual depiction of the sinking of the Titanic, aside from the boat splitting in half, because at the time they did not know that the boat had split in half, so the movie just depicts it as going down kind of vertically into the water. Now, there were survivors of the actual Titanic sinking who were interviewed for this movie so that they can give their perspective as to what really happened during that time. This movie is incredibly suspenseful, not because you don't know what's going to happen, because everyone knows what happened on the Titanic, everyone knows about the tragedy, but in the movie, none of the people who are on the boat actually think that it's going to sink, because they were told it's an unsinkable ship. No one really takes it seriously. Everyone just kind of like throws it off as like something that's not really happening, or it's not a really big deal. So the suspense is wondering if any of these people are going to take it seriously, and like how drastic it's going to get at the end, and how chaotic everything's going to be when they're trying to get people in these lifeboats and trying to save these people when they don't think that they're actually in any type of danger. The cinematography is amazing in this movie, and the practical special effects are amazing for this time. Like, this movie is gorgeous. I don't know how they did these special effects during 1958, but they are astonishing. I loved it. Besides that, I thought it captured the urgency and everything very well. I would have liked, so on the Titanic, there were different classes of people, and the third class of people were like on the bottom of the ship. You don't really learn a lot about them. I would have liked to see a lot more of their perspective, but I don't think a lot of them lived because it was the first class and second class people who really got off the boat quickly. But I would have loved to know more about them and their backstories and their lives. But besides that, this movie is beautifully acted. It's, like I said, sense of urgency, suspense, everything is phenomenal. This is just a great movie. I would much rather watch this than the newer version of the Titanic. This is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 110 is a Swedish drama from 1982. It is directed by Ingmar Bergman, and it is called Fanny and Alexander. Now, there are two versions of this movie. There is a 3-hour version and a 5-hour version. I was only able to find the 3-hour version, which is unfortunate because I'm told the 5-hour one is a much more complete vision of what Ingmar Bergman wanted his movie to be, and it's basically what he considered to be the completed version and was what he considered to be his opus, like his greatest movie ever made. And I'm really sad that I wasn't able to see the final picture because I think I missed a lot in losing those 2 hours of the movie. There's a pivotal relationship here between the son Alexander and the bishop, where they have a lot of animosity towards each other, and I wasn't really clear as to why that was. I mean, there's bits, there's here and there's like hints as to why, but I think I missed a lot of their storyline by only watching the 3-hour version. Also, there's not a whole lot that Fanny has in this movie. She's not seen that often. She doesn't play that pivotal a role, and I'm assuming that in the 5-hour version maybe she does. Maybe she has more storyline. Maybe she does a little bit more, and you see a little bit more through her lens. But anyway, this movie is about Fanny and Alexander. They live a happy life with their family. After their father dies, they end up in a joyless home with their mother and a bishop whom she marries later. The bishop becomes incredibly controlling, and Fanny and Alexander's extended family are basically dead set on getting them out of that situation and into a healthy, happy home. Now, I thought the woman who played Emily was very good. I think her name's Emily, was phenomenal. She is just an amazing actress who I have never heard of before. Also, the guy who played the priest is really good as well. The music is top notch. Some of the scenes there's only a single piano note that either starts the scene or plays throughout the scene, and it's some of the most well-placed music I've ever seen in a movie. It is just done so well. I absolutely loved it. This movie has great costume design as well. Like I said, I wish I had seen the 5-hour version, but for me the 3-hour version is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 109 is an action-adventure martial arts movie from 1967. It is out of Taiwan, but the language is Mandarin. It is called Dragon Inn. This movie is about an expert swordsman who defends the son and daughter of a condemned army commander. This movie has great action sequences. The acting is okay. It's not great. It's a bit over the top. I don't know if it's intentionally funny or unintentionally funny, but there's a lot of really hilarious scenes in this movie, and some of it involve over the top acting. Now, I think it doesn't mention anywhere that this movie is a comedy, so I think that it's unintentionally funny, but it is absolutely hilarious. At the end of the movie, the last kind of big boss guy that they battle is a eunuch, and the end of the movie is just full of eunuch jokes from like top to bottom. You just have eunuch jokes everywhere at the end of the movie. The cinematography is great. It looks way ahead of its time. The martial arts scenes look like they could have been filmed like 10 years ago, which is how great they are. The movie is just a really fun, action-packed, hilarious, fantastic action movie. I really enjoyed it a lot. It is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 108 is the final movie in which my favorite actor will appear on for this list. It is called Anatomy of a Murder, and it was from 1959. It stars James Stewart, George C. Scott, Eve Arden, Arthur O'Connell, and Lee Remick. It was nominated for Best Picture, Best Actor in a Leading Role for James Stewart, Best Actor in a Supporting Role for both O'Connell and George C. Scott, Best Writing, Best Cinematography, and Best Film Editing. This would be James Stewart's final Oscar nomination for a leading role, and George C. Scott's first Oscar nomination of any kind. In this movie, semi-retired lawyer Paul Biegler takes the case of Army Lieutenant Mannion, who murdered a local innkeeper after his wife claimed that he raped her. Now, this movie has fantastic back and forth courtroom action. It has fantastic acting. Arthur O'Connell, who was nominated for Best Supporting Actor, was also good in his role. I have this theory that, especially from the 1930s and 1940s, pretty much anyone who played an alcoholic in a movie was nominated for an Academy Award, and this one is no exception. He was good, but I didn't know if he was good enough to be nominated for Best Supporting Actor. This movie has a twist ending that is only a twist to the jury and the actors in the movie. It is not a twist to the audience, which was okay. The evidence wasn't conclusive to me. I didn't think that it really proved either way if this person was innocent or not. And it has a very controversial piece of this movie where it's the first time that panties or contraceptives are mentioned in a movie, and I think that's also why it's 100% fresh and why it holds a lot of esteem. As far as courtroom dramas go, it is not one of my favorites. It is okay. It's not one of my favorites. There's at least 2 more courtroom dramas on this list that I rank ahead of it, but it's still a solid movie with incredible acting. Like I said, controversial for its time. I think looking at it in today's lens, you don't realize how controversial it was, but it was quite risque for its time period. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 107 is a Spanish drama from 2004 called Live-In Maid. Now, I don't have a lot to say about this movie. It's a pretty simple movie. There's not a lot of moving parts. It's not overly complicated, but I think it's just a fantastic portrayal of emotion of 2 people who really love each other and who are torn apart because of a really unfortunate, sad economic climate. So in this movie, during the Argentine economic crisis of the early 2000s, Biba, who was once wealthy, does not have enough money to pay her live-in maid,
she is no longer with her husband, and without her husband's kind of financial backing, she has become poor. So her live-in maid has to move out of the house back with her husband and look for other work from someone who can pay her. I thought the ending of this movie was spectacular. The relationship between Biba and the live-in maid was amazing. They have incredible chemistry together. They're both incredible actors, and it's more than just a surface level relationship, which is what you kind of think it's going to be in the beginning. You learn that these are two people who really love each other. They want to be together. The maid wants to work for Biba. She wants to have that connection with her. She wants to kind of be her friend and be around her all the time, but she just gets to a point where she can't afford it anymore and she has to move out, and it's really a sad situation. But I would say it gets better at the end of the movie. It becomes more happy. They are able to find each other again, and the ending is kind of an uplifting ending, which I really loved. I really love the chemistry between the two of them, and it is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 106 is a war thriller out of the UK. It is from 2014 and is called Kajaki, The True Story. Now in the English version, the American version, it is called Kilo 2 Bravo. I'm not sure why we decided we had to give it an alternate title, because coming from the UK, I'm assuming that was in English already, and how Kajaki translated to Kilo 2 Bravo, I also don't know. That's probably a story for another day. This movie is about a company of young men in Afghanistan in 2006 who they're British soldiers, and they encounter an unexpected and terrifying enemy in a dry riverbed. The enemy that they encounter in the riverbed is a riverbed full of mines. There's mines everywhere. Once they get down inside of it, a couple of them trigger the mines and lose some limbs, and they're badly hurt, maybe possibly dying. They're signaling, they're trying to get help along the way, but of course it's going to take hours for them to get help. There's enemies shooting at them from here and there, and it's just a terrible situation. If you make the wrong step, you're going to land on a mine yourself. It's very suspenseful, and it's impossible to know who is going to survive, if any of them are going to survive. This is based on a real story. I knew nothing about the real story going into it, so as far as I was concerned, none of them would survive. I really didn't know. This movie has a few problems for me. The audio is very weird. I had it turned up all the way as loud as I could, and the characters mumble a lot, and it's very hard to understand what they're saying, so I really had to go based on the actions in the movie and not on the dialogue, which made it a little bit more difficult to follow the characters and what their motivations were. There were no backstories for any of them. Obviously their motivations is to get out alive, but I really had no idea who they were, how they, what their jobs were in this company. It was just a little confusing for me. This movie is action-packed. It is brutal. It's a very honest movie. There's no political agenda here. It's just showing you what happened to this group of people. And like I said, the characters, there were a lot of characters in this movie, and they were somewhat hard to follow, but this is a very brutal war movie. A lot of action, a lot of suspense. It's incredibly thrilling. It is it packs no punches. It is heartbreaking, and I give it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 105 is a Japanese horror comedy from 2017. It is called One Cut of the Dead. In this movie, things go badly for a hack director and a film crew shooting a low-budget zombie movie film in an abandoned Japanese World War II facility when actual zombies start attacking them. This movie is absolutely hilarious, especially the character of the director. He is so far out there. He is so zany. He is so wild, and he is crazy, and he is my kind of comedy. I thought he was absolutely hilarious. This movie has genius pacing and framed in an incredibly unique way. I don't want to go into any spoilers, but this is like a horror comedy like I've never seen before. It is just absolutely ingenious. The movie really takes shape after about the first 40 minutes, and you figure out like what you're looking at and what's going on. Until that point, it just seems like the movie is riddled with flaws and errors, and you're like, this is stupid. Like, why aren't they noticing these issues with the movie that they made? Nothing makes sense here. But then after 40 minutes, about everything makes sense. The first 30 minutes of this movie is definitely a horror movie, but then after that, it turns into more of a drama comedy because it really loses its urgency and its suspense. It's a very unique movie. I will say after like the first 40 minutes, there was a bit of a drag. It was a little bit slow. I did get a little bit bored at points, but the last half of the movie definitely makes up for it. And the ending, I don't know if I said the ending yet, but the ending is perfect. It is spectacular. I couldn't have asked for a better ending to this horror movie, and I normally hate the horror movie genre, but I thought that this was absolutely genius. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 104 is a Christmas film from 2014. It is called Christmas Again. This movie stars Kentucker Adley as Noel, because apparently every new Christmas movie has to have at least one character whose name looks like Noel. This is about a heartbroken Christmas tree salesman who's returning to New York hoping to put the past behind him. Now, this is a different kind of Christmas movie. It is bleak, it's depressing, it talks about loneliness and self-destruction. Basically, Noel broke up with his girlfriend, and this is the first time he's going back to New York alone, and his friend who works with him has a girlfriend, and he's very happy, and he watches all the families around him happy and buying Christmas trees and singing songs, and he's basically kind of depressed. He lives in a trailer working on this Christmas tree lot. He's just kind of going through the motions of life, and one day he runs into a girl who's passed out drunk on a park bench, and a homeless guy is trying to steal her phone, and she basically upends his life and teaches him the magic of having friends and togetherness and why Christmas does not have to be lonely. Now, I thought this movie had great pacing. It's a fairly short movie. The acting is great, especially by Kentucker Adley, who I have never heard of before until this movie. Now, there's a scene in this movie where the girl who he picks up on the park bench, she goes home with him because she's drunk. So he actually takes her home and he lets her sleep over the night. And then somehow her boyfriend finds out about it, and she gets mad because she thinks that Kentucker told her boyfriend. And I don't exactly know how he knew she was there. Like, it doesn't seem like either of them told the boyfriend that she was there, so that was kind of confusing to me. But besides that, this movie has a really terrific ending. I just love like the other side of Christmas where not everything's happy, jolly, and there are people out there who don't have anyone, they don't have family, and I just think this is like a good pick me up, especially at the end of the movie, and I really enjoyed it. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 103 is a comedy drama from 2018. It is called A Bread Factory Part 1 for the Sake of Gold. Now, I already did A Bread Factory Part 2. This is the first one. They're both 100% fresh. In this one, a small theater in a small town fights for survival when competition from China comes via an enormous complex. So it's another performance art theater. It's going to be huge. It's supposed to drive business in this small town, and they basically need to vote if they want to let it in. Now, if they do let it in, the small theater company run by Tyne Daly and Elizabeth Henry's characters will probably go out of business. This movie is hilarious. The two female leads in Tyne Daly and Elizabeth Henry have some of the greatest on-screen chemistry I've ever seen in my life, and they have impeccable comedic timing. They are just absolutely fantastic. I could watch them together in a movie all day. The comedy is very subtle. The pacing can be slow, and there are some filler scenes in the middle, but there are also some very, very hilarious scenes. Some of the funniest things, there's people in the town who really have no clue what this small theater is or like what it does or why it's there. And they're trying to explain things, and it's just hilarious. One of the funniest scenes in the whole movie, when they're having the town meeting, this guy is trying to tell a story about a play he saw, and I think he's arguing for the Chinese, this Chinese complex, and he talks about how there was like a basket dressed, and this basket is like, the most Chinese thing he's ever seen, and then this man comes out of a lake and he's like dripping wet, and he's like, what's more Chinese than a man without a shirt in a lake or something? It's hilarious because he's trying to explain what's going on in this play that he saw, but he really has no idea what he's talking about. It's so funny. This movie is hilarious. It's an 8.5 out of 10. I hope that Tyne Daly and Elizabeth Henry do more stuff together because they are absolutely phenomenal. Number 102 is a Turkish drama from 2021. It is called Brother's Keeper. In this movie, in an isolated school in Anatolia, a Kurdish pupil falls suddenly ill. He gets worse throughout the movie, and the adults at the school are completely unsympathetic to him getting sick and nearly dying, and the only person who cares about him is the child and his friend who found him ill in the first place. This movie is incredibly powerful and touching. It has a bit of a twist ending, and to be honest, it really sets it up throughout the movie that it's this one person's fault that the kid is ill, and then it like completely slaps you across the face, and it's like someone completely different at the end. You never fully, though, get all the info that you need until the end of the movie. A lot of the adults and a lot of the people are hiding what's truly going on at this school because they don't want to get in trouble and they don't want to lose their jobs, and they're just worried that something terrible will happen to them if they tell the truth. The ending was incredibly shocking. The person I thought who had the best intentions in this movie really let me down, and like I said, it was like a slap in the face at the end of the movie. And it's shocking how others in this movie are more concerned about themselves than about the child. The child in this movie is clearly in dire straits, and the adults really don't care. At the end of the movie, they really try hard to get him medical attention, to get him help. There's not a lot they can do because the school is isolated. It's like a snowstorm. They can't get any cars or ambulances or anything to the kid, but they waste a lot of time before they really try to help him. But I thought this movie was very beautifully acted. The ending is, like I said, a huge shock, and it's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 101 is a made-for-TV British-Australian drama from 1984. It is called Threads. In this movie, young lovers Ruth and Jimmy decide to get married after Ruth unexpectedly becomes pregnant. The United States and the Soviet Union go to war, and a NATO base is destroyed by a nuclear bomb. The nuclear bomb hits the town of Sheffield in the UK. This is where Jimmy and Ruth live. The town of Sheffield is completely in turmoil after this, and it basically the entire world is set to be destroyed after this nuclear bomb. This movie basically gives you a step-by-step process of what would happen if a nuke hit, how long it would take to affect plants and animals and people, like what someone would have to do if they survived the initial nuke and they wanted to somehow live afterwards, like how probable that would be, how long it would take for the world itself to be destroyed, how many days would it take for the radiation to spread, and stuff like that. This is probably the bleakest and saddest movie I've ever seen of all time, or at least it's in the top 3 of bleakest and saddest I've ever seen. The main story involving the pregnant girl makes this movie very emotional and very stressful, I would say. And there's basically no hope in this movie. It's a very depressing movie. You never really have any hope that anyone's going to survive or that anything's going to turn out okay. You're kind of just waiting for everyone to die, and you're waiting to see what happens with this young couple, because there are like glimmers of hope that maybe one of them will survive, and maybe one of that lucky 1% that actually survives this, it'll actually happen. So you hold on to hope, and that's pretty much what drives this movie, is that character. Otherwise you would have nothing really to root for here. But it's very sad. I'm sure during this time this is something that was a huge worry on everyone's minds, and I give it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 100. We are finally at number 100. At number 100 is an Israeli war movie from 1999. It is called Yana's Friends. Yana's Friends won 10 Israeli Academy Awards, including Best Picture. Now, as Iraqi Scud missiles fly overhead, Yana and her fellow Russians wrestle with the changing lives that face them as they have now moved to Israel. Now, when she moved to Israel, she did so with her boyfriend, and she is pregnant. When they get here, he has to go back to Russia for some reason, and he decides he's not going to come back. So he leaves Yana in Israel, in a new country that she's never lived in before, pregnant, penniless because he made all the money and she didn't work, so she has no money and she basically has no prospects and no way to get out of Israel, because apparently during these times, if you wanted to leave the country, you had to prove that you had no debt, and she has a ton of debt. Now, her roommate that she has is someone who loves to have casual sex, and he loves to film people in their daily lives without them knowing. They end up having a very, very amazing love story between the two of them. It starts out really weird, but it is one of the better love stories I've seen in a long time. This movie is engaging, it's enthralling, it's heartwarming. Yana and Ellie's love story is fantastic. There's constant bombardment of missiles in this movie. It's like one missile after another, and Yana goes through a lot of heartache and a lot of tribulations, and she has a great arc at the end of this movie. And it's just at the end, even though she's gone through all this pain and suffering, it just has one of the best endings to a movie that you will ever see. There's also another love story in this movie that involves an old veteran and a woman whom he meets later in life that he knew before. It's a lot to go into in the 2 minutes that I want to do this review, but that is also a great love story. I really, really enjoyed this movie a lot. It is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 99 starts with me getting my haircuts. This proves that I did not do the entire list all in one sitting. It took multiple months, actually. It is from 1932. It is called I Was Born But, and is a Japanese silent film. Now, 1932 is a bit late for silent films on this list, but it is the only Japanese silent film to have a 100% fresh rating with at least 20 critic reviews. In this movie, two brothers move into a new neighborhood in Tokyo suburbs after their dad gets a promotion. The boys end up joining a gang because they feel like they're high and mighty. They're in the upper echelon of the class structure now that their dad has gotten a promotion. But one day they go to a party that their dad's boss is throwing, and they see that he's basically humiliated and treated very poorly, and it kind of makes them rethink where they are at in society, where their dad's position is in society, and they kind of think a little bit less of him. They think he's more of a laughingstock now than he is a big man on campus, which was what they thought before. This movie dragged a bit in parts, especially the bullying parts where the kids become bullies and start bullying other children. I thought that lagged a little bit. It went on a little bit too long. The children actors were great, though. They did a fantastic job in showing a lot of emotion without any words, since it's a silent film. The father was strong and stoic in this movie and very endearing, but also loving. And I was a little sad that the mom was a background character, because I thought she could have really had a much bigger role here. I thought that she also did a very good job. The music in this movie is all piano-based, which seems standard for comedies, silent films. I didn't really think of this as a comedy, so maybe it was a little bit out of place, but I still like the piano music. And this movie is incredibly relatable, especially if you're someone who is bullied in school, which... redhead, I know what that is like. So, and finally, this movie also shows that parents are real people, and they're not necessarily like the gods that some people put them on a pillar. I'm guilty of that as well, where you think your parents are like the greatest humans who ever lived, and that nothing could ever touch them, and that you could never be as great as them. And this kind of shows you that they're actually real people, and it's hard for them to live up to that position that they are given. Number 98 is an Arabic/Tunisian drama from 2021. It is called Under the Fig Trees. In this movie, young men and women work the summer harvest. They develop feelings for each other. They flirt. They try to understand one another, and they try to have deeper connections with each other. This movie I thought was incredible. It is definitely dialogue driven and chemistry driven between the actors because it is all in one place, like a 12 Angry Men or Stagecoach, which will both be on this list as well. This is one of those movies that's just set in one area, and you really need acting, and you really need a script, and you really need everything to work for that to work, and I think that it absolutely does in this movie. It is powerful, it is moving, it is deep. The relationships are fantastic. It is slow paced, but I was fine with it being slow paced. It worked out really well. The boss in this movie is an absolute terrible person. He reminds me of bosses that I've had in the past, where basically he says, I know you have this minimum wage job that you really need, so either you're going to play ball with absolutely everything that I want from you, even if it's not legal, and you're going to do it, or I'm going to give the job to someone else, and you cannot afford to have that because you need the money. This is a low-paying wage job, you don't have a lot of skills, and this is something that you need me more than I need you type of thing, which I worked at Wendy's for 10 years, so I definitely understand that feeling. This is also a really laborsome job, which not a lot of people are going to want, so he really does hold a lot of the cards here. I thought the movie was fantastic. Number 97 is a comedy from 1938. It is called Holiday. It stars Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant and was nominated for Best Art Direction. In this movie, Johnny, who's played by Cary Grant, seems like he is a perfect match for Julia, but he is more interested in traveling and starts to wonder if he's maybe a better match for Linda, who is Julia's younger sister, but enjoys the same things that he enjoys. Now, my main reason for loving this movie, Cary Grant and Katharine Hepburn have pretty good chemistry in this movie. I think they work really well together, but Katharine Hepburn is just a tornado of emotion here. She is so phenomenal. She goes through all the feelings in this movie, and she just does an incredible job. One of the best acting performances I've seen probably out of any of the movies that I watched. It is just so good for a movie that I have never heard of before. It's unbelievable how amazing this woman is as an actress. There's going to be another movie with her, I think one more later on, but good lord, this woman, I mean, put her in everything back then. She is just so good. Cary Grant is also pretty decent. I'm not a huge Cary Grant fan. I'm one of those people who thinks he's just like plays the same character in every movie he's in. Except later on there'll be a movie where I think he's actually stellar in, but everything else I think he's pretty much the same. He does do somersaults in this movie and like cartwheels, which I think are fun and were funny, and I enjoyed those scenes. But I'm not on the Cary Grant bandwagon. I just can't do it. I couldn't predict this movie until very late into the movie, and I thought the ending was absolutely perfect. I really enjoyed this movie. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 96 is a comedy fantasy from 1941. It is called Here Comes Mr. Jordan. This movie was nominated for so many things when it came out. It was nominated for Best Picture, Best Actor in a Lead for Robert Montgomery, Best Actor in Supporting Role for James Gleason, Best Director, Best Cinematography Black and White, and it won for Best Writing Original Story and Best Writing Original Screenplay. This movie stars Robert Montgomery, Claude Rains, Evelyn Keyes, and James Gleason. And just like with Katharine Hepburn in the last review where I said, give me Katharine Hepburn in every movie, I want to see her in everything that I watch, I feel the same way about Claude Rains. This guy is just such a great actor. I realized when I watched this that I also saw him in Robin Hood. I saw him in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. He's just in so many things, and I think he's just a phenomenal actor. This movie is about a boxer who is going to like a championship boxing bout. He flies his own plane, and his plane crashes, and an angel mistakenly takes him to heaven, so he basically dies too early, like 40 years before he's actually supposed to die, and an angel takes him to heaven, and they realize their mistake, and they try to make it up to him by giving him like a new body to put him into. So he basically goes and he sees the last moments of other people's lives to try to decide if he wants to like jump in their body when they die to like resume their life as them, essentially. It's a very unique movie. It's very deep in what they're trying to do. The acting is spectacular all around. My only complaint is that Robert Montgomery's character, he's the boxer, he never seems to fully understand what's going on or like the ramifications of what actually has happened, and he thinks he can just jump from body to body for like ever and it never stop. He doesn't understand that one day he actually has to like take over a body for good. He just kind of gets caught up in like what's going on. But I thought the story was magnificent. It was very unique. It was incredibly interesting to watch. It's always nice seeing something like a plot line that I've never seen before executed beautifully. It's an 8.5 out of 10. Number 95 is an adventure romance from 1939. It is called Only Angels Have Wings. This is Cary Grant's last appearance on this list. It also stars Jean Arthur, Rita Hayworth, and Thomas Mitchell. This is the first of 3 movies on this list for Thomas Mitchell, and he was also the first male actor to win the Triple Crown of Acting, which would be a Tony, an Oscar, and an Emmy. His Oscar was for Stagecoach, which will also be later on this list. And this movie was directed by Howard Hawks. In this movie, Jeff Carter, who is played by Cary Grant, runs a tiny airline that delivers to dangerous and remote areas. One day, he has to go on an especially dangerous mission, and Bonnie, played by Jean Arthur, convinces him not to go, so he has to send 2 of his employees off, one of them being Thomas Mitchell's character, and she might have been very correct, and this might have been just way too dangerous for him to take on. Now, I love Jean Arthur. I loved her in the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I thought she was incredible. For this movie, I thought she was okay, but I thought Rita Hayworth was much better, and I wish Rita Hayworth would have been the love interest in this movie, and we would have had more screen time from her, because she was absolutely amazing. This movie is suspenseful, it's thrilling, it keeps you on the edge of your seat. There's amazing aerial visuals, especially for 1939. I'm not sure how they filmed some of these aerial visuals. They're just mind-boggling how they were able to do this. I really was glued to my screen with the action here. Cary Grant is his normal, straightforward, straight-faced self, but I thought that this was his best movie on the list, and I thought that this was his best performance on this list. Just a thrill ride, great acting, great cinematography. It is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 94 is an Italian drama from 1957. It was directed by Fellini and is called Knights of Cabiria. This movie stars Giulietta Messina, who was the real-life wife of Fellini. In this movie, an optimistic Rome streetwalker with a heart of gold and not much upstairs is looking for love, but mostly just finds heartache. Now, I did a YouTube short in which I stated my opinion for the top 10 best female acting performances in movies of all time, and I listed Giulietta Messina's performance in this movie as one of the top 10 because I think she is absolutely phenomenal. She does, in fact, give one of the greatest performances in movie history in this movie. I thought the ending was absolutely fantastic. It's about picking yourself up from adversity. It has a strong female character, which I absolutely love. All the characters in this movie are incredibly relatable. There is one scene, I loved all the scenes in this movie, but there's one scene in particular that deals with hypnosis that I could not turn my eyes away from. I thought it was shot very well and was absolutely stunning. This movie is funny, but there's also parts that will just absolutely rip your entire heart out, throw it on the floor, and step on it. This movie is so good, it is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 93 is a Japanese drama from 1949. It is called Late Spring. It stars Chisu Ryu and Setsuko Hara, who will also be together in a movie coming up a little bit later. In this movie, Noriko, who's played by Hara, is an adult who is happy living with her father, and he is also very happy living with her as well. Until one day her aunt convinces her father that she must marry by the time she's 27, or she will be alone forever and will never be happy again. So he basically goes against his better judgment and he tries to convince her to get married, which neither of them really wants. Like I said, they're both content with the life that she had before, and it ends up being very sad and very depressing towards the end. So this movie puts a lot of pressure on women, especially from a societal standpoint of having to get married, have children, and settle down. Even though it's not what she wants, she's feeling immense pressures to do that. She loves her life. She doesn't know why she should have to change it if everyone around her is content with what's going on. The father feels the same way. He feels the same pressures from the aunt and from society that he has to marry his daughter off or that she will not be happy with her life. You can definitely tell that there's a decline with her throughout the movie. She starts off very happy, very go-lucky. There's smiles on her face at all times. And then as the movie starts to go on and as we start to get to the end of the movie, she is very sad, very depressed. Setsuko Hara is absolutely amazing here with her range of emotions and her ability to switch emotions throughout the movie. Absolutely phenomenal. This movie has great writing, great cinematography. It really lets you feel like there's a sense of dread and hopelessness going on here in her life. And I thought the character of the aunt was actually kind of annoying. I could have done without her. She's the whole reason why this movie goes in the direction that it goes, so I understand like what her character is there for, but I just thought the actress was kind of annoying. But anyway, it is an 8.5 out of 10. Number 92 is a romance drama from 1948. It is called Letters from an Unknown Woman. This movie starts out with a gentleman named Stefan Brand who receives an anonymous letter that changes his life. The letter is from a woman whom he had long since disregarded. Basically, this woman who from like the age of 16 fell in love with Stefan at love at first sight. She obsessed over him. She basically changed her entire life to fit what he likes, to fit the things that he wants, and he never really recognizes her. He never really notices that she's alive, but she continues to like pursue him. At one point, when they're a little bit older, they meet up, they have like a one-night stand, and she ends up having his child, but she never tells him about it, and the child ends up, I believe, dying in a pandemic. But she obsesses over this guy, even though he really has no idea who she is. He forgets about her. He doesn't care about her. He is emotionally and physically unavailable to her, and it's basically a very tragic movie at the end. Now, clearly there's some psychological issues going on with this woman who is so obsessed with someone who doesn't care about her at all. This movie tugs at your heartstrings. It is very, very sad. Like I said, she dedicates her whole life to him. This love was basically created in her head. She loved him, but he never loved her. And the fact that she lost the child in the pandemic was absolutely heart-wrenching. She lost everything because of this obsession, and she was never important to him at all. Even at the end of the movie, you never really feel like he cared about her or really knew who she was. It's a very emotional movie. It's very touching. It's very heartbreaking, and I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 91 is a romance drama out of Germany from 1931. I believe it is pronounced Mädchen in Uniform, but translates to Girls in Uniform. After the death of her mother, Manuela is sent to a boarding school where she ends up coming out of her shell and catching feelings for a female teacher. These feelings end up becoming a lust and love, which ends up in a large scandal at the school amongst the teachers and the students. This is one of the earliest LGBTQ movies ever made. It was directed by a female director, and I think the subject matter and the fact that it's a female director make it an incredibly important and powerful movie, and I'm sure at the time it was an incredibly risky movie to make as well. Now, there's no men in this movie. It is completely female dominated. The acting is really good. Some of the kids in the movie were not spectacular, but at least the main child, the main actress in this movie, does an incredible job with her emotions. By the end of the movie, she is just so conflicted, so in love, having such a hard emotional emotional time, and you are right there with her. You are with her on this ride, and it is just so sad, so complicated, and so depressing. You can really see her inner struggles, and you can really see her try to be true to herself and be the person that she is, and how difficult it is during these times, and where she's at with this boarding school. I thought this movie was fantastic. It's an 8.5. It is the highest 8.5 on my list, so everything after this will be 9 or higher. Number 90 is a comedy from 1975. It is called Love and Death and stars Woody Allen and Diane Keaton. This is Woody Allen's comic take on 19th century Russian philosophical novels and Soviet-era epic films. In this movie, Woody Allen, who plays Boris, falls in love with his cousin, played by Diane Keaton, and is forced against his will to join the Russian army during the Napoleonic Wars, and he accidentally becomes a war hero. The chemistry between Diane Keaton and Woody Allen in this movie is nothing short of amazing. They are hilarious together. They feed off each other perfectly. They are just an amazing comic duo, and I could watch them act together forever, every day for the rest of my life. This movie parodies old Russian work, so if you're not familiar with a lot of the Russian works, you're probably going to have a lot of these scenes fall flat. Now, I watched the 6.5 hour epic War and Peace, which is also 100% fresh and will be on this list later, and I think that's one of the reasons why I was able to find this movie so funny, is because they parodied it so well. This movie is the one movie that reminds me, where Woody Allen reminds me the most of Groucho Marx. He's just so funny, and he's so quick-witted, and he just comes at you with these very funny zingers and one-liners, and he always has like a sarcastic remark for whatever anyone says. He just does an amazing job. I definitely think he was channeling Groucho Marx in this movie. I think the only complaint for this type of movie is that it really destroys old works of literature, and it shows how ridiculous they can be, because a lot of the themes and examples that they use in this movie parody the books, and a lot of it is absolutely ridiculous. But this movie is sharp, it's quick-witted, it is funny, it has a lot of one-liners, and I think it is just a fantastic movie. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 89 is an animated family/musical film from 1977. It was out of Walt Disney Studios and is called The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. Now, I won't have a lot to say about this because we all know what Winnie the Pooh is, but essentially it is the adventures of a bumbling bear as he navigates a bee's nest, weathers a storm, and endures the ridiculousness of Tigger. This movie has a star-studded cast, including one of the cast members of 12 Angry Men and a handful of regulars from The Andy Griffith Show. This movie is incredibly nostalgic to me. I was a huge fan of Tigger growing up. I just loved his craziness and his ridiculousness and how he bounced around and just caused havoc for everyone. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. This movie was originally released as 3 shorts and then pieced together as a full-length movie using transitions. This movie, I think, is easy to follow, and it's a perfect children's movie because it can relate to everyone. You can pick one character in this movie out of all of them, and you can say, that is my personality, that is me. For me, it would probably either be Piglet or Eeyore. Piglet because he worries all the time, or Eeyore because he's always down on himself. Either one would be me. Like I said, this movie is very nostalgic for me. I grew up on it. This was my childhood, and it is a 9 out of 10. Number 88 is an Australian war movie from 1980. It is called Breaker Morat. During the Second Boer War, Army Lieutenant Breaker Morat, Peter Hancock, and George Winton are accused of murder of 6 Boer prisoners. Now, I thought this movie was a little bit like Paths of Glory in that you have a group of people who are being accused of murder, and their defense is that they were just following orders. I felt that some parts of this movie were hard to follow, especially if you're not that in tune with the history of the Boer War and exactly what happened, and I am not, so I was lost a little bit during this movie, but the acting really catapults it above all other movies, especially Jack Thompson, who played the lawyer In this movie, he did an absolutely phenomenal job. He has a lot of courtroom monologue scenes, and he is really just an acting tour de force. He hits these monologue scenes out of the park. They are just so phenomenal. I felt that the three were a bit railroaded in their criminal proceedings, though you'll need to watch my full review to fully understand that, because it is a long and somewhat complicated movie, and it's just too much for me to go into for this really short review, but I think my long review explains it a little better. It's a very good courtroom drama. It's told with flashbacks, which some are a little bit confusing, but I thought the movie as a whole was really good. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 87 is a swashbuckling action drama romance out of France. Yes, if you said out of France, you are correct. It is from 1990, and it is called Cyrano de Bergerac, starring Gerard Depardieu. He was nominated for Best Actor in a Leading Role at the Academy Awards. This movie was also nominated for Best Art Direction, Best Makeup, Best Foreign Language Film for France, and won Best Costume Design. In this movie, soldier and poet Cyrano de Bergerac, played by Gerard Depardieu, falls in love with his cousin Roxanne, but is ashamed to admit it because of his big nose. Now, a cadet also falls in love with Roxanne and asks the famous poet Cyrano de Bergerac to help him woo Roxanne with poetry. Cyrano agrees to do this and continues to keep this secret even after tragedy befalls this cadet. The first half of the movie was really slow for me, but it does a good job at story building. The second half is definitely where it picks up. This is where all the action is. This is where all the great acting and cinematography happens, I felt, in the second half. This is a solid love story between a man and his cousin. Even though he does not get the girl, it is still a very deep and moving love story. It is well acted. I thought Gerard Depardieu deserved his Best Acting nomination that he received. It has a lot of great dialogue, especially between him and Roxanne. There's a lot of chemistry between the two of them. The only thing that annoyed me about this movie was in the beginning when he's sword fighting, he's like reciting poetry, which I thought was a bit annoying. I thought it made him look kind of out of character for me. I wasn't a huge fan of it. It took me out of the action, but all around this movie is really good. I give it a 9 out of 10. Number 86 is an animated film from 2021. It is called The Batman The Long Halloween. This movie takes place during the holidays, where a series of murders strike fear into the heart of Gotham. Now, I thought this movie was exciting. I thought it was thrilling. It's only the second animated Batman movie I've ever seen, but I've seen all the live action movies, and I must say that this really holds up very well. There's a lot of very recognizable villains, which I thought was really fun. Since I'm not that too far into Batman lore, I only know the really recognizable villains. It was nice to see Catwoman and Joker in the same movie along with Harvey Dent. I had a really good time with it. The chemistry between Batman and Catwoman is absolutely amazing. It almost reminded me of like the chemistry between Magneto and Professor X, where they're villainous to each other, but they're also kind and they understand that there's some sort of camaraderie towards one another, and I really enjoyed that. I also really enjoyed the combative nature between the Joker and Batman. I thought it was handled very well. Joker is hilarious in this movie. He had me laughing throughout the entire thing. I thought it was absolutely amazing, and I think that this is the way a Batman movie should take place. I thought the ending was really good, and I give it a 9 out of 10. Before I continue, I must first apologize. I have influenza A. I've had it for the past 2 weeks. I just can't seem to kick it. My voice is definitely suffering, so I apologize if I don't sound spectacular in these next reviews. But number 85 is a family drama from 2008. It is called Still Walking. It is out of Japan. It takes place 12 years after an older son saved a random person from drowning, but unfortunately passed away himself. The younger children are going to a family reunion. This is the first time they've seen each other since the accident, and the youngest brother believes that his family resents him because he was not the one who passed away. Now, this movie reminds me a great deal of my third favorite movie of all time, which is called Ordinary People, in which a brother passes away due to drowning. He saves someone else. The person he saves blames himself for the accident, and it's just very tragic. And in this movie, they actually they invite the person who survived over to sort of ridicule him and make him feel badly for surviving, and it's just incredibly sad. The acting in this movie is incredible. There's a specific scene with a butterfly and the mother of the son who passed away, who is incredibly moving. It's incredibly touching. It's incredibly emotional. There's also a movie where they pour some water on a grave, which is also incredibly impactful. This movie is slow at the beginning, but it has a very strong middle and ending. And even though it's a lot like Ordinary People, to me, it's not of that caliber. It doesn't have the acting that Ordinary People has, and it still doesn't have as much raw emotion and as much energy, but I still think it's a fantastic movie. I really love the subject matter here, and it's a 9 out of 10. Number 84 is an animated drama from the country France. Yes, if you said France, you are correct. It is from 2021, and it is called The Summit of the Gods. This movie is about a man named Fukamachi who comes across a camera that may belong to a famous hiker who has disappeared, so he goes on a trek to find the hiker. I thought the animation in this movie was absolutely incredible. It's based on a Japanese manga. It has some of the most realistic art I've ever seen in an animated movie. It's absolutely breathtaking. The story is intriguing, and it leaves you on the edge of your seat throughout the entire movie. There's a character named Habu who seems like he is a Shane sort of character from the Western Shane. Now, in that movie, Shane was so fast that everyone wanted to go up against him. They wanted to quick draw against him, and he just wanted to be left alone. But he had this sort of reputation for being the fastest draw, so like everyone thought that they had to prove that they were wrong. And in this movie, Habu is like the greatest mountain climber ever, and everyone feels like they have to join him on his hikes to like get to these peaks and do better than him and beat him and best him at what he does. And he just wants to be left alone. He just wants to climb by himself, and he just wants to not interact with anyone, which I absolutely loved. I also thought the voice acting in this movie was also incredible. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 83 is a movie review that I'm going to try to keep short, although I always promise that and never deliver. This is an animated film out of Germany from 1926. It is called The Adventures of Prince Ahmed. It is considered to be the oldest surviving animated movie in existence. There were two that predated this one, but they are considered lost forever. This movie is based off the 1001 Nights, which is also what Aladdin and The Thief of Baghdad are based off of, and I already mentioned The Thief of Baghdad in this video because it's also 100% fresh. This movie is about Prince Ahmed's magical adventures. There's a genie. He rides on a magical horse, just like in Thief of Baghdad. There's monsters. There's a damsel in distress. It's basically everything that you could want in an animated film or any film. It uses cardboard cutouts and colored lenses. I don't know if the colored lenses were added later or if they were part of the original movie, but there are like parts of the movie that are done in like a yellow lens and a blue lens and a green lens, just like you had in Nosferatu and The Golem, which I really enjoy. I love these silent films having these different colored lenses. It's a silhouette animation. There's lots of character depth in this movie, and you can tell that this animation and the style of movie is really ahead of its time. The background music meshes well with the story and the art, and there's lots of storyline and plot for such a short runtime. I really think this animated film is beautiful. It's done incredibly well, and if you watch it, you realize that it's an old movie, but 1926, that it's just crazy to think that it dates way back to that date. I give this movie a 9 out of 10. Number 82 is a movie from 2021 out of Canada. It is a comedy drama called Carmen. This movie not only has a 100% fresh rating from the critics, but also a 98% fresh rating from the audience with over 5,000 audience reviews, which is absolutely astonishing considering I had never heard of this movie before. I think that's a higher rating than 12 Angry Men and Seven Samurai, which is just crazy. This movie stars Natasha McElhone as Carmen. She was the love interest of Truman in The Truman Show. She was the one who he put all those magazine pieces together to form her face, and at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, I think they end up together. This movie is about a 50-year-old woman who is liberated when her elderly brother passes away, and she no longer has to devote her life to the church. Now, I thought this movie was hilarious. It's liberating. It's really a feel-good movie with an incredibly great script. It has superb acting from McElhone. It balances whimsy and serious drama pieces. And it's about a woman finding herself and coming into her own and finding her own freedom. And I thought it was spectacular. This is probably, of the movies that I had never heard of before, even though it's only 82, this was one of my favorites. It is amazing. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 81 is a drama from 2020. It is called Nowhere Special. In this movie, a 35-year-old John is dedicated to taking care of his 4-year-old son, but he only has months to live and must find a new home for his child to live in forever. Now, this movie made me look and feel like an absolute train wreck. As a father, I think it added a bit to the emotional roller coaster that I was on here, but this movie is so incredibly devastating from start to finish. It is absolutely sad. I wish we had seen more emotion from the father throughout this movie from John, but he does get super emotional at the end of the movie, and he gives a very rousing and emotional but short monologue about how is he supposed to decide who his child's going to be with forever. He's no longer going to be around, so he's not going to be able to see the decision that he made and if the decision was a good one. And he struggles throughout the movie trying to figure out who is going to take over his child's care. His mother left when he was born. They don't have any other family, and he is just beside himself trying to pick a family that is going to be the best for his child for the rest of his life. It's such a heart-shattering movie, especially the end of the movie where he does make a decision. He thinks it's the best decision, but it's up in the air. You never really learn if this was the best house, how the child actually does. There's not a lot of closure at the end of this movie, but it is incredibly well acted. It is devastating, and it is a 9 out of 10. Number 80 is a movie from Bosnia from 2020. It is called Q Vadis Ada. This movie takes place in Bosnia in 1995. Ada is a translator for the UN in a small town. Serbian army takes over the town, and Ada struggles to save everyone, including her family, who is also stuck there, trapped. The UN is pretty much helpless here. They ask the invading army to not do any atrocities, but the invading army really has no reason to listen to them. So the person who plays Ada does a spectacular job here as someone with an immense sense of urgency to save as many people as she possibly can. I will say I'm ignorant when it comes to world situations in which I don't always fully understand the atrocities going on. I thought that this movie was going to end in a much different way than it did, and I think that's just because of how naive I was to the situation and to always thinking that things are going to end positively when this was a situation that it definitely was not ever going to end positively. I thought that Ada's family situation was a complete roller coaster. She has a lot of tough decisions that she has to make. In the end, her husband also has a very tough decision that he has to make. Did he make the right decision? I don't know. I don't I think he thought he did, but I don't know if that's actually true or not. Anyway, this movie's an emotional roller coaster, very well acted, absolutely incredible sense of urgency, great pacing. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 79 is a comedy drama slash fantasy film from 1983. It is called The Local Hero. This movie stars Burt Lancaster and is about an up-and-coming oil exec named Mac who has his life changed during a simple business trip in Scotland. He is sent by his boss, played by Burt Lancaster, to buy out a town so that they can build an oil refinery on it. Now, this movie has a happy ending, which I was not expecting. It's incredibly funny. There's a specific scene in the movie that is my absolute favorite, where they're meeting at a church to discuss how much to sell the town for, and like there's people leaving the church and escaping out like the side door, while Mac and his accomplice are kind of outside talking to this guy, and his accomplice sees these people running and he doesn't know what they're running for or why they're doing it, but he just has like this like weird look on his face, and it's just hilarious. It's a really great scene. The acting in this movie is also very good. I think Burt Lancaster is one of the greatest actors who ever lived. The movie had me guessing. The town's reaction to them wanting to buy them out is not what I thought it would be. I thought there would be a lot of pushback, and at first there is a lot of pushback. They're like, oh, we don't want to sell our town, but it's really just like a strategy that they have going, and it's absolutely hilarious watching the two sides go back and forth. Everyone in this movie is a good person at the end of the day. There's only really conflicts between self. It's refreshing, it's wholesome, it's fun. There's no bad guys, there's no like evil corporations stuff going on here. Everyone has good intentions. Everyone are just wholesome people, and it's just a really feel good, nice comedy. I give it a 9 out of 10. My camera was moved overnight, so I don't know if this is the same way that it has been, but I'm going to go ahead and move on. This is number 78. It is a drama from 2019 called Mickey and the Bear. This movie is about a Montana teenager who is navigating a loving but volatile relationship with her father, who is a veteran who has PTSD. His wife passed away, and Mickey, who is his daughter, is basically all he has in life. And he's trying to hold on to her because he knows that she is in her last years of high school and wants to move away for college. But she is all he has. He self-medicates with drugs. He's basically spiraling down this path where he is depressed. He doesn't find any joy in life, and he pretty much projects that onto her and makes it hard for her to find joy in life as well. And she wants to kind of get away from the situation that she's in. She wants to see the world. She wants to live her own life. She knows that her father's not going to get better. She figures that out pretty late in the movie through a very heartfelt, emotional conversation she has with a teacher. The teacher says that her father is not going to get better and that she needs to go live her own life and kind of just let him be and let him live this miserable life that he's going to live. There's a really sad scene in the movie where Mickey's mom left her a bunch of money so she can continue on with college and basically have enough money to live the life that she wants to live, but her father steals it so that he can financially keep her captive in the house, essentially. At that point, it looks like the movie's going to go down a very depressing path, but it ends up in a very satisfying way in which you are happy with how Mickey, her end is met. You're happy with how her life ends up. The acting here is spectacular. It's a heartbreaking story of a damaged father, and it really hit home in a lot of ways for me. It's too much to go into right now, but you can watch the full review if you want. I feel like I sympathize with her a lot, and that there are definitely some similarities in my life with her life, and I give it a 9 out of 10. Number 77 is a Kurdish/Persian comedy drama from 2006. It is called Half Moon. This movie takes place years after the fall of Saddam Hussein. Kurdish singer Mamo intends to sing at a concert in Iraq. He lives in Iran, however, and must make a perilous journey from Iran to Iraq in a bus with his sons as accompanying musicians. Now, the trek from Iran to Iraq is definitely difficult. There's tons of roadblocks and things that get in their way trying to get there. They end up picking up a female singer along the way, which makes things even harder because they're traveling with a female is frowned upon, and it's really hard for them to get her from one place to another. This movie is partly inspired by Mozart's Requiem. It is a beautiful, very beautiful, but tragic story. It's very suspenseful. It'll put you on a roller coaster of emotions. It has great character development. You really care about each and every character in this movie, and there are quite a few characters, so having that level of caring for each of them is not something that I see a lot in movies, and you really believe that they're going to pull this off. The pacing is perfect, and I won't say whether they pull it off or not, but even to the very end, even if it looks like it is so completely impossible for them to do this, for some reason you have this hope in your heart, and you really have this, at least I did, I really had this feeling that they were going to do it. There was going to be some miracle and that they were going to be able to do this. I really enjoyed this movie. I think it's the first Kurdish movie I've ever seen in my life, and it is phenomenal. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 76 is a romance drama out of France. Yes, if you said France, thank you. You've been watching at least some of the other parts of this video. This movie is from 2011. It is called The Snows of Kilimanjaro. This is about a man named Michael and his wife Maria Claire. Michael is like a superintendent slash manager of a dock, and his dock has decided that they are going to be laying off some people. To make it fair, he puts his name in the hat as one of the people to be laid off. He ends up getting laid off, but he saves the job of one of his friends. Now they have like a going away party for him, and everything's kind of going pretty well after he gets laid off until he is the victim. Him and his wife and his friends who were over that day are a victim of a home invasion robbery. Now he gets a bit beat up. They're of course scared and terrified about what happened, and then he later realizes that it was one of the people that he fired who pulled this home invasion on him, and that this person has 2 children. After the person is arrested for the robbery, Michael and Marie Claire become guilt-ridden, and they end up taking care of the children of the person who robbed them. This movie is incredibly powerful. Jean-Pierre, who plays Michael, delivers a very powerful performance of an anguished man who's trying to start his life over again, who becomes even more anguished once he realizes the family dynamic of the person who robbed him. Marie Claire, played by Ariane, I believe, is also fantastic, or I think Marie Claire might be the name of the person, the actual actress, but she's also fantastic. She has more to do at the end of the movie. She has incredibly gripping dialogue. This movie has an incredible soundtrack and incredible cinematography. It's got a very unique storyline. I've never seen this type of movie before, where the people who are victims try to take care of the family of the people who attacked them. I think it's a great movie. It's a 9 out of 10. Number 75 is a drama out of France. Yes, and don't worry folks, there's plenty more movies out of France to come. This movie is from 2021, and it is called Playground. In this movie, Nora, who is a young child, witnesses her brother Abel being bullied on a playground. They are close to age. He's a little bit older, but they go to the same school. She rushes to save him, but he basically begs her not to get involved because it'll just lead to more bullying and worse bullying if his sister tries to intervene. So she's basically conflicted with herself, watching her brother get beat up every day and not being able to do anything about it. She basically goes on with her life and tries to navigate the schoolyard, the trials and tribulations that she has to go through, while watching her brother slowly turn into a pretty bad person, because once he becomes a little bit older, he becomes the bully, and she has to watch this transformation and really feel like there's nothing that she can do about it. This is a coming-of-age story. I had a twin sister. We had to deal with similar dynamics when we were younger, in which boys definitely have different things they have to go through than girls when they're growing up, as far as feeling. I mean, it's not something they have to go through, but they're kind of forced to go through these feelings of trying to act like a man and trying to
push things deep down inside and not really deal with emotions and issues. And it's kind of sad. I think this movie does a great job at showing how boys and girls need to navigate school differently. It's an important movie to show what, like, when kids are bullied, how they grow up and how they treat other people because of the mistreatment, and how it can boil over into tragic events. It's hard to... I thought this movie was going down a path that was going to be much more tragic than it was. I'm happy that it didn't go down that path, but it's kind of a relief at the end of the movie, even though it's not a happy ending. I think this is a very important movie, probably one of the most important movies on this list. It's a 9 out of 10. Number 74 is a comedy drama from 1957. It is called Desk Set. It stars Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy. In this movie, Bunny Watson, who is played by Katharine Hepburn, is a library reference clerk whose life is turned upside down when Richard Summers, who is played by Spencer Tracy, enters it. He is a computer expert who has this new huge invention called the Brain, which is a computer that is the size of a room, and it is meant to aid the library reference clerks in their jobs with answering the phones and answering questions from people. This is basically a hotline people call whenever they have questions about anything, and Bunny and her team are there to answer all their questions. They do research, they call people back, they do whatever they have to do to answer these questions, essentially. Bunny believes that her and her team are going to be fired because this new technology is going to essentially replace them. Now, the technology is meant to aid them, but they don't know that until the end of the movie. Spencer Tracy and Katharine Hepburn have incredible chemistry in this movie. Spencer Tracy seems like he might be a bit older than Katharine Hepburn, though I'm not really sure if that's true. But their relationship is very believable. I think that it is a very endearing relationship at the end of the movie, and I absolutely loved it. The movie is funny. It's still topical today. I think of ChatGPT when I think of the Brain because its technology is not perfect. It's considered state-of-the-art. It's considered cutting edge, but it has issues and it has problems, just like ChatGPT does. It's not perfect. I think that this movie, there's scenes where they answer the phone and the questions that are asked of them are hilarious, and the responses are also pretty funny. The movie is charming. It's fun to see how far technology has come, and I absolutely love Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy. Katharine Hepburn is one of my favorite actresses of all time. This is a 9 out of 10. Number 73 is a drama out of Italy from 1953. It is called I, Vitelloni. In this movie, 5 young men dream of success as they drift lazily through life. Fausto is the group's leader. He is a womanizer. He chases women to the horror of his pregnant wife. Now, the cinematography in this movie is absolutely fantastic. There's a specific scene on the beach where they're just kind of like in these suits looking out at the majesticness of the water while standing on a dock. And it is just filmed beautifully. This has an intriguing and engaging story, great character development and writing. Fausto is someone that you definitely learn to despise, and I was all about despising him. I absolutely hated his character, but you're supposed to. Ricardo was the only throwaway character. I thought for me, I kind of forgot all about him and didn't really think that he was that important to the story. I think the ending is a bit of a lie, though. It paints Fausto as someone who has completely changed and is going to be this caring, loving husband and father. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to fall back into his cheating ways, and I think that he is not going to be the responsible person that it's suggesting he will be. I thought this movie was really good. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 72 is a historical biographical epic from 1939. It is called Young Mr. Lincoln. It stars Henry Fonda and was directed by John Ford. This movie is about Lincoln's early law career in Illinois as he defends two brothers who are accused of murder. There are lots of great one-liners in this movie, but most of them are from Henry Fonda as Abraham Lincoln when he's in the courtroom. This movie is wrapped up in a nice, neat little bundle at the end, but I'm not 100% sure how Abraham Lincoln came to the conclusion that he came to as to who was the one who committed the murder. There's not a whole lot of evidence that I could tell that was shared in this movie. He just kind of like puts things together in his head without the audience knowing, and at the end decides who was the actual murderer. Now, Henry Fonda is exceptional in this movie as always. I think he's one of the greatest actors who ever lived, but I think the standout in this movie is Alice Brady as Abigail Clay, who is the mom of the two people who are accused, the two brothers who are accused of the murder. Now, she is completely distraught and destroyed by the events, and she has a lot of inner conflict with should she tell. Actually, it's not conflict. She doesn't want to tell on either of her sons as to who was the one who committed the murder. She has a lot of inner conflict with that, not being able to tell actually what happened. I thought this movie was great. Like I said, I thought Abigail Brady was a standout. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 71 is a war drama out of France. Yes, if you said France, you are correct. It is from 1956. It is called A Man Escaped. I don't have a whole lot to say about A Man Escaped. It is about a man named Fontaine who is being held by Nazis in prison when he gets word that he is about to be executed. He then plans an escape in which he uses a lot of tools and stuff that he has around him in prison. He gets a new roommate who the roommate also wants to escape with him, so he decides to take him on, and they plan this like lavish escape from their Nazi prison. The movie really keeps you on the edge of your seat. Even though it's called A Man Escaped, you're assuming that they actually get away, or at least one of them gets away. You're still on the edge of your seat the entire time. There's great cinematography here. It mostly focuses on Fontaine's hands and him creating these different mechanisms for escape. The acting and the dialogue are fantastic. It's all you really need here. You don't need a lot of complicated set pieces. You don't need a lot of like computer generated anything. The acting and the dialogue and the writing really drive this movie and really make it incredible. The movie did run a little bit long. I thought that it could have been tightened up a little bit, but it's brilliantly directed, it's brilliantly acted, and I give it a 9 out of 10. Number 70 is a sports boxing drama from 1972. It is called Fat City. This movie stars Stacy Keach as Tully, Jeff Bridges as Ernie, and Susan Tyrrell as Oma. It was nominated for 1 Academy Award for Best Actress in a Supporting Role for Susan Tyrrell. This movie is about a washed-up boxer named Tully who is inspired to restart his career when he meets a teenager named Ernie at a gym and they spar together. Tully has to deal with inner demons and alcoholism, and Ernie is dealing with possible marriage due to early fatherhood with his girlfriend. Now, the star of this movie, even though it stars Jeff Bridges, who is an incredible actor, he's very young in this movie though, he's the teenager in this movie. The standout in this movie, the absolute star, is Susan Tyrrell, who is nominated for Best Supporting Actress. She is phenomenal. She gives an acting tour de force in this movie. Stacy Keach is the main actor and is also great, but ends up being an incredibly terrible person by the end of the movie. This movie is gritty. It is it's not an underdog story. There's no hero at the end. There's like no title fights. It shows the lower levels of boxing that aren't where people aren't great, but it's kind of like all they know in life. It's the boxers who are struggling to make it, the ones who are kind of, some of them at the end of their career and they're trying to revitalize it. It's basically like the nitty gritty of boxing, and I thought it was absolutely fantastic. The acting performances are amazing. Cinematography is great. The story is fantastic. Dialogue is great. I give it a 9 out of 10. Number 69 is a drama out of France. Yes, if you said France, you are correct. It is from 1984. It is called Sugarcane Alley. This movie takes place in the 1930s and stars a teenager named Jose who lives in a rundown shack with his grandmother. He earns a scholarship to a prestigious high school, and all of his friends are people who are like on the fringe of society, where they like goof around a lot. They get into a lot of trouble, and he's kind of the one who his grandmother pushes him to pursue an education and pushes him to become a better person and to get out of this town that they're in and to kind of have some upward momentum in society. And I think that it's absolutely fantastic. This movie does show its age a little bit. There were a couple copies that I tried to obtain, and all of them were kind of bad. The film quality did not hold up from what I can tell. The acting, though, is very good. It is a feel-good movie. It is very uplifting. It shows the value of education in a poor city/country. It champions perseverance and hard work and makes you feel like you can take on the world and accomplish anything. Almost like the movie Almost Famous. Every time I watch that movie, I feel like I can just go out and like take over the world and be anything I want to be. The grandmother here acting as a great support system. She is fantastic in this movie, and it just shows that you can have upward mobility in life, which I don't feel a lot of movies show. I feel like a lot of movies that I watch are the exact opposite, where it shows that there's no mobility in life. So I really enjoyed this movie a lot. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 68 is a drama out of Nigeria. I think this is the only movie out of Nigeria on this list. It is called I, Mofi from 2021, or in the US, I believe it was introduced as This Is My Desire. This is a movie about a middle-aged electrical engineer and a young hairdresser, so they're two opposite stories. The first story focuses on the electrical engineer, and that's about half the movie, and then the second half of the movie is a completely different story that focuses on the hairdresser, but they live in the same neighborhood in Nigeria, and they both want to move to Europe to escape their lives and live a better life. Now, the electrical engineer has something very tragic happen to him. Early on, his family is killed, and he has to figure out how to move on. The hairdresser also has her own issues. I didn't find her story as compelling, though. Mofe's story had a positive ending, whereas Rosa, who plays the hairdresser, was a more tragic ending to her story. I felt that Mofe was someone that you could really root for, and I was really happy with the closure that happened at the end of his story. The first half of the movie was better for me because I enjoyed Mofe's story more. You feel bad for both of the main characters. Really good character development here from both of them. The movie is very gripping. It's very well acted. It's very well written. There's an epilogue at the end of the movie. I think it's called epilogue, but it only focuses on Mofe's character, so you only really get closure from Mofe's character. I wish we could have gotten more closure from Rosa's character, but both of these stories are incredibly well done. They're very emotional. They might actually leave you in tears. It's so fantastically done. I give it a 9 out of 10. Number 67 is a comedy drama out of France. Well, sort of. It's French-Canadian. I think it's more Canadian than French because I believe it was in English, though I don't remember, but I think it was in English. It's from 2018. It is called Sluts in a Good Way. It's about 3 teenage girls who apply for summer jobs so they can meet guys. Now, I know the title and that description probably doesn't make it sound like it's a very good movie, but it is absolutely phenomenal. I was very surprised. I thought it wasn't going to be that great, but here it is at 67. It does a great job about discussing the double standards of relationships in the workplace and relationships in friend groups. It shows how someone can have emotional issues when you treat them poorly, and you really want the main character to succeed here. They didn't try too hard to create comedy where it doesn't exist. This movie is just incredibly emotional, and I think it just does a really good job at discussing the double standards in the workplace. That there's this competition where the guys aren't allowed to sleep with the girls in the workplace, and
I mean, one of the girls, I think, is known for being kind of someone who sleeps around, and she's constantly ridiculed throughout the entire movie. Even though there are guys who do the same thing, they're kind of championed for what they do. The girls are ridiculed for what they do. There's also some like inner fightings within the friend group because of these relationships that they have. It's just a really good movie. Very well acted, very well directed, incredible. Everything about it's incredible. I really liked it. It's a 9 out of 10. Number 66 is an Italian drama / comedy. It says it's a comedy. I think it's just a drama. It's from 2023. It is called There's Still Tomorrow. This movie takes place during post-war Rome, and it's about a working class woman who dreams of a better future for her and her daughter. Her husband is incredibly physically, emotionally abusive towards her, and he's abusive towards her in front of the kids. And one day she receives an anonymous letter which states that she is going to be able to provide that better future for her daughter. Now, I'm not sure which part of this movie is supposed to be funny. I think it's the abusive parts that I didn't enjoy. I thought that the abusive parts were absolutely terrible. There's a contingent ending here. I believe that we were set up for a different ending than what we were given. Now, at one point, she dreams of running away, the mother, with a past love that she used to have, and she has random like rendezvous with this person. And I really thought at the end of the movie we were going to see her leave her husband and go off with this guy, but that's not what happens. It's still a very powerful ending. I won't go too much into what the ending is, but it does pave a better future for her daughter, and she knows that she's kind of stuck in her ways and stuck in the life that she's in because she has children and she's with this abusive guy, but she at least is able to have a better, brighter future for her daughter. Like I said, I was a huge opponent of these scenes of abuse. I thought they were terrible. I will say this movie has incredible cinematography and music score. Is absolutely dazzling. The music and the cinematography together, some of the best marriage of the two that I've ever seen in my life. This is an emotional movie. It's a powerful movie. It is a gripping movie. It's a beautifully gorgeous movie. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 65 is an incredibly beloved drama from 1967. It is called Cool Hand Luke. This movie stars Paul Newman as Luke, who was nominated for Best Actor in a Leading Role at the Academy Awards, and also stars George Kennedy as Dragline, who won Best Supporting Actor at the Academy Awards. In this movie, Luke Jackson, who is played by Paul Newman, is sentenced to 2 years in prison, and he does not play by the rules. It has him winding up in solitary confinement a few times. He tries to escape a few times. He ends up becoming idolized by most of the prisoners because of his failure to follow the rules, including Dragline, who has a weird turn in the movie where he becomes like a lapdog for Luke Jackson's character, which I didn't really understand. Both Paul Newman and George Kennedy are fantastic in their roles here. Paul Newman starts out as completely unfazable and is that way throughout the entire movie all the way up until the end. It has great cinematography and great camera work in this movie. I love Luke's ability to be able to bring others together through his actions, and my favorite part of the movie was probably the scenes with Luke and his mom. I thought they were incredibly endearing and incredibly emotional. It showed a different side of Luke than what you saw throughout the entire movie. At the end of the day, this movie is funny. This movie is suspenseful. It's just a fun movie to watch, I would say, and it has great acting, great cinematography, great directing. The script is phenomenal. It has a lot of very famous one-liners that everyone would know, and I give it a 9 out of 10. Number 64 is a drama out of France. Yes, good job. Drama out of France from 1985. It is called Vagabond. This movie is about a woman named Mona who is found dead and frozen in a field in the beginning of the movie, and then the rest of the film focuses on a few weeks before her death. It flashes back to show her gradually declining as she takes odd jobs and tries to navigate the world around her as a homeless person. This movie is dark, it's gritty, it doesn't pull any punches, it's full of sad and emotional parts. It's similar to the plot of the movie Sullivan's Travels, though in Sullivan's Travels, I really said that one of the reasons why I didn't like it was because I didn't think it was harsh enough. It didn't really show the life of someone would live if they're homeless, and I think that this does exactly that, and it makes up for the shortcomings that I thought Sullivan's Travels had. This movie has more heart and more emotion than Sullivan's Travels. It really shows the harshness of reality. The acting is fantastic, especially from Mona. She does a great job as a drifter who uses everyone around her. Basically, whenever she's offered jobs or is asked to do things, she kind of hightails it out of there because she doesn't really want to do anything. It has amazing cinematography, and I think it paints a clear picture of how this life could go. I don't know, some people might have these like pie in the sky ideas or these dreams of what being a drifter would be like with no responsibilities, having to not like pay taxes or pay for anything, and just having freedom. And I think this movie shows the realness of what it would actually be like to live that kind of life and how hard it would actually be. I give it a 9 out of 10. Number 63 is a Japanese horror/drama film from 1953. It is called Yugetsu. This movie was nominated for Best Costume Design for a Black and White Movie at the Academy Awards. It is about two peasants named Jinjoro and Tobi who sell pots to a group of soldiers in nearby villages. Jinjoro's pursuits of riches and Lady Wakasa and Tobi's pursuit of becoming a samurai puts both their wives and their lives in danger. This movie is about greed and what is right and what is wrong. It's about putting your family first. It's a heart-wrenching movie about remorse and regret. It makes you take a look at your own life and how you have lived it. The cinematography is fantastic, especially there's a scene on a lake in which they think they see these like images inside the lake, which is kind of the horror building part of the movie, which is beautiful. It is absolutely a stunning scene. This movie has great acting, obviously great costume designs because of that Academy Award nominations. It makes you reflect on what's important in your life, not being able to see that you're enough because of what you have. You always feel like you need more. I thought this movie was absolutely fantastic. There's going to be a couple more, probably a lot more Japanese movies on my list. I know we're at 63, but there's still a lot of space left there. I give this movie a 9 out of 10. Number 62 is a film noir/crime drama from 1946 starring one of my favorite actors of all time. It is called The Killers, starring Burt Lancaster and Ava Gardner. In this movie, two hitmen walk into a diner asking for a man named Swede, played by Burt Lancaster. Swede does not put up a fight once these two men find him, and they murder him. But why did they murder him? The rest of the movie tries to uncover this mystery and why he didn't put up a fight. Now, this movie is adapted from a short story by Ernest Hemingway. It has possibly the most incredible opening to a movie I've ever seen, and that was the what I just referenced, where two hitmen walk into a diner. It is incredibly suspenseful. It pulls you into the story. If you watch the opening of this movie and you're not immediately dragged in and you don't want to finish this movie, I think you're absolutely nuts, because it is probably the greatest opening I've ever seen. Burt Lancaster is as amazing as always. I don't think I've seen a bad Burt Lancaster movie yet. It's easy to follow, which I appreciate, because complicated noirs are not my cup of tea, I will say. In my older years, it's getting much harder for me to follow complicated movies, and I've loved ones that are incredibly easy like this one. The ending really ties things together really well in this movie, and Albert Decker did an incredible job as well. I believe he played the detective in this movie. He was also really amazing. I really love this movie, probably one of my favorite film noirs, aside from Out of the Past, which I think is my favorite. I give this a 9 out of 10. Number 61 is a Pixar sequel from 1999. It is called Toy Story 2. In this movie, Woody is stolen from his house by a toy dealer, leaving Buzz and the rest of the gang in charge of rescuing him. This movie introduces a character named Jesse and basically tells the backstory of Woody, how he was a famous, not only a famous action figure, but he was a famous cartoon. He had like a horse and a damsel in distress named Jessie that he would save all the time. There was this marshal in charge of the town as well that came as a complete set if you wanted to buy all the toys together. This movie is great. It's not as nostalgic and groundbreaking to me as Toy Story 1 was, but it's still a fantastic movie. There's lots of emotions here. My favorite scene, probably in either movie, this is probably my favorite scene out of both movies, is when they're telling Jessie's story and how she basically became a toy for a little girl, and then as the girl aged and went to college, she was kind of thrown away. It's got an incredible music sequence in her story, and it's just so heartbreaking. It's one of the few, I mean, there's probably 4 animated movies on this list that made me cry, and this one made me cry the most, I would say. The pacing is perfect. It has great dialogue. The dialogue is great for children and adults. This was kind of around the time Pixar is known for making movies that appeal to adults as well, and this is kind of one of the movies that started that, and it's absolutely fantastic. This movie is funny. The sequence of Rex trying to defeat Zurg is absolutely hilarious, and I love how they focus on Woody and his backstory, because Woody's probably my favorite character in Toy Story 2. I think this movie is great. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 60 is my highest rated Western on this list. It is from 1939. It is called Stagecoach. It was directed by John Ford, stars John Wayne and Thomas Mitchell, who won Best Supporting Actor for his role here. And as I said in one of my previous reviews, he was the first male actor to win the Triple Crown of acting, and this was the movie in which he won his Oscar for. In this movie, an assorted group of colorful passengers aboard a stagecoach who must contend with the ever-present threat of Apaches as they make their way west. This movie basically saved the genre of Westerns. It was on the brink of extinction. The genre was just so saturated with movies that they all became like B and C level movies, and this movie is credited for saving Westerns, which I am very appreciative because I love Westerns. This movie catapulted John Wayne's career. It's one of the first movies that brought characters from different backgrounds and put them in one room slash stagecoach where they gradually learn about each other. There's one of the most insane horse stunts I've ever seen in my entire life in this movie. It's actually baffling how they were able to pull it off without anyone dying. I think I have a clip of it that I can show, but it is just, it's a head scratcher. I'm assuming they had to do it in one take, because I can't imagine anyone wanting to do more than one take of this absolutely crazy stunt. John Wayne is great in this movie. I thought it was terrible how the Apaches have real no backstory, and you never hear about their plight or about how they are in danger or how they're in fear for their lives, but that's Westerns for you, I guess. This movie is a 9 out of 10. It is just one of the greatest Westerns ever made. Number 59 on my list is a comedy drama from 1941 starring one of my favorite actresses of all time, Barbara Stanwyck. This movie is called Ball of Fire. Now, I can't decide if Barbara Stanwyck is my favorite actress of all time. It's definitely a 3-way tie between her, Katharine Hepburn, and Vivien Leigh. It's just too hard for me to decide. This is a retelling of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Back then it was a modern day retelling. Hoping to update his encyclopedia on a modern slang, Beatram Potts, played by Gary Cooper, ventures into a nightclub and meets Sugarpuss O'Shea. He invites her to stay at his place, or to come over to his place, basically so that they can sit down together and he can learn modern slang from him. Now, she eventually does it because her boyfriend is in the mob and he's kind of trying to run away from the cops, and she needs a place to hold out. But Beecham does not know this. He thinks that she is just there for business. Barbara Stanwyck just has amazing range as an actress. I am just dumbfounded at how good she is. Gary Cooper also did a great job opposite Barbara Stanwyck. He was kind of the stiff, stoic loner, though I do think the star of this movie is Barbara. I relate most to Gary Cooper's character because, like him, I was like shy and awkward around women in high school. I mean, I still am. My wife had to basically make the first moves and all the moves on me for us to even have a relationship. The acting was all around phenomenal. There's a scene towards the end of the movie where one of Beecham's I think he has six like people that he works with. They're older people who are also working on this encyclopedia. His wife passes away and everyone sings to him, which is an incredibly moving scene. This movie has a lot of heart and a lot of compassion and a lot of really great acting, and the love story between Gary Cooper's character and Barbara Stanwyck's character is probably one of my favorite love stories on film. This is a 9 out of 10. Number 58 is a thriller noir from 1943, directed by my personal favorite director of all time, Alfred Hitchcock. This movie is called Shadow of a Doubt. It was nominated for Best Writing Original Story. In this movie, Uncle Charlie visits his relatives, and his niece Charlie realizes that he is wanted for murder. He soon catches on to the fact that she knows he is wanted for murder, and even though the wrong person was convicted of the crime, there's still some worry that he could be put in jail if she lets anyone know that she knows. This movie stars Teresa Wright as the female Charlie, and there's also a woman in this movie named Patricia Cologne, I think, as Emma Newton. We'll get to her in a minute. This is one of the greatest, most suspenseful movie endings of all time. It is so satisfying. This is the edge of your seat type of stuff. It's almost as good as Strangers on a Train. I can't decide if this is my favorite Alfred Hitchcock ending or if Strangers on a Train is. The merry-go-round scene in Strangers on a Train, I don't remember if that's how it ended, but wow, this ending is so satisfying. This movie has amazing atmosphere created using lighting and shadows, which of course is one of Alfred Hitchcock's staple. You really feel the dread that's going on in this movie. Great cinematography. Patricia Cologne, who played Emma Newton, who was I believe the mother of female Charlie, was absolutely annoying and dreadful. I absolutely hated her character. But besides that, everything else was great. Teresa Wright and Joseph Cotten were amazing. I think I also saw Teresa Wright in The Pride of the Yankees, and she was great in that movie too. But she is so good here. Fantastic acting performance. This movie is amazing. It is a 9 out of 10. Number 57 is my highest rated 9 out of 10 movie. So after this, we will move on to 9.5. This is a British comedy from 1949 starring Dennis Price and Alec Guinness. It is called Kind Hearts and Coronets. Lewis avenges his mother's death by attempting to murder every family member who stands between himself and his family fortune. Lewis is played by Dennis Price, and Alec Guinness plays every character in his entire family, essentially. This movie is hilarious. It is a dark comedy. The jokes are subtle. You really have to listen to them and pay attention and see what's under the surface, but the jokes in this movie are absolutely hilarious. Alec Guinness is amazing at playing 8 characters, but I would say the true star of this movie, the funniest person, the best actor is definitely Dennis Price. He is the standout here. Now, a lot of the dukes that Alec Guinness plays are like bumbling and they don't understand how life works, which is perfect and absolutely funny. They are very easy to string along. Dennis Price enjoys what he's doing. He basically has a passion for murdering his family. Every joke is set up and delivered perfectly. The writing in this movie is funny. I cannot overstate enough how funny this movie is. The premise of it is just hilarious, but the execution is absolutely amazing. This is my highest 9 out of 10.
Number 56 is my first movie that I have ranked at a 9.5 on this list. It is a British comedy from 1951. It is called The Lavender Hill Mob. This movie stars Alec Guinness, who was nominated at the Academy Awards for Best Actor in a Leading Role. He plays a character named Henry Holland, who oversees bullion deliveries to the bank, and he plans on retiring early by stealing a shipment of these gold bullions. After he meets someone who sells statuettes of Eiffel Towers, he decides that he can break down the gold and put them in these Eiffel Tower statues so that he can more easily sell them and basically get away with the crime. This movie is hilarious, and I think one of the main reasons it's hilarious is because these two people aren't criminals, and they're kind of bumbling their way through this crime, but they're also trying to stay vigilant and be able to change the crime whenever they need to. There are certain wrenches that are thrown into their plan, so they have to very comically change what they're doing, and it's absolutely hilarious because they don't really know what they're doing, but they are able to change things up very well. There's a very hilarious chase scene in this movie, which is probably my favorite scene in the entire movie. It is absolutely phenomenal. But there's also a Eiffel Tower scene as well, which has absolutely amazing cinematography. I thought it was very well done. This movie has great acting all around. The pacing is really good. Alec Guinness is fantastic as always. This is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 55 is a drama out of India. It is from 1958. It is called The Music Room. In this movie, Indian landowner Biswampar Roy lives a very luxurious life, but it is slipping away from him. Even though he is losing all of his money through lavish spending and not bringing in more than he's spending, he still decides that he is going to try to live out this lifestyle, even after a very tragic event happens, which sends him spiraling down this very dark place. As he's spiraling, his urge and his need to be like the richest person in his town kind of gets him back on his feet and gets him back into his life. The cinematography in this movie is absolutely great. The acting is very good as well. So there's a music room, which is like the focal point of this movie, which is where he spends most of his money. He buys like really high paid musicians to give like lavish concerts for people to come and listen to. I don't understand the music, and I don't understand the draw of these concerts just because I didn't grow up around this type of music and this type of culture, but you can tell that it's very grand and that it is very popular and that everyone absolutely loves it. There's a great story here, and with Biswampar Roy, you can really tell the anguish and distraught that the main actor is going through. He eventually finds his passion again, which is trying to be rich, but he has a great acting range, and this movie shows the level someone will go to in order to feed an addiction and how they can lose everything in their life. It's a really sad movie. It's got a sad ending, but it just, like I said, it really shows you the power of addiction and how destructive it is. I give this movie a 9.5 out of 10. Number 54 is an Icelandic fantasy drama from 1990. It is called The Juniper Tree. It is based on a Brothers Grimm fairy tale and stars Björk, who I did not know was an actress. I thought she was just a singer before I watched this movie. It is about a widowed farmer's son who resists his new stepmother's attempt to win him over. This movie is dark, depressing, and bleak. It has exceptional black and white cinematography that truly does pop. It has great acting. There's a scene in which a child dies in this movie, which is incredibly hard for me to watch, especially having a child and having another daughter on the way due in July. I basically always become emotional during scenes of children dying, and this was no exception. This definitely had me pretty much bawling my eyes out. Björk did a fantastic job, which I was very shocked and amazed about. I was actually surprised I liked this movie as much as I did because, like I said, I just considered her an actress. I didn't think she would carry this movie the way she did, but she did just a phenomenal job. She is like in her 20s or like mid 20s, and I think she's playing someone who's like supposed to be in their mid teens. So it is a little weird to imagine
her being as young as she's supposed to be, but she still does a really good job. The Jonas was also a great child actor. That is the son in this movie. And it is slow paced, but it felt like the pacing was perfect. The movie's only like an hour and a half long, so it's not that long. But I thought this movie was incredibly touching, incredibly moving, very emotional. I give it a 9.5 out of 10. Number 53 is a comedy out of Japan from 1985. I think it might be like the only pure comedy. Well, it's sort of a pure comedy, but I think it might be the only comedy out of Japan on this whole list. It is called Tampopo. After a milk truck driver tells the owner of a noodle shop that her shop won't make it because her noodles are not great, they team up together to find the perfect noodle. There's also a side story in this movie with like a couple who use food as like sex tools and like aphrodisiacs. That whole story I wasn't a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of using food. I realize what they're doing in these scenes, but they just were not for me. But this movie is hilarious. It's enduring. It cares a lot about the craft of noodle making, which I never thought I would say that about a movie that I absolutely loved. I could have done without the couple. Like I said, they exchange eggs back and forth to each other like through their mouth, and I mean, in the United States that would be a very expensive thing to do at this moment. I'm just watching the dollar signs float back and forth as I watch this scene. It's a great underdog story about loving what you do. It has great writing, unique story. This is the first time I've ever seen a movie about food as the main character and the love for food. And I just think that it is a very charming movie, and it has a story like I've never seen before. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 52 is a sci-fi comedy from 1973. It stars Diane Keaton and Woody Allen and is called Sleeper. In this movie, Woody Allen plays a gentleman named Miles Monroe who dies during routine surgery, and his family decides to cryogenically freeze him. He is brought back to life 200 years later by a radicalized group, and once the cops come to arrest this radicalized group, he disguises himself as a robot. Now, eventually he meets Diane Keaton's character, and they fall in love. Honestly, this is probably one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in my entire life. The only reason why it's not a 10 out of 10 is because there's like a cloning plot at the end of the movie, which I didn't think was too funny or original, and it kind of dragged, and I really thought it brought down the movie quite a bit. But I definitely see that Austin Powers borrowed a lot from this movie. The first Austin Powers movie is also one of my favorite comedies of all time, and I didn't know that it borrowed from here, but you can definitely see that it does. Diane Keaton and Woody Allen have amazing chemistry together. They have such witty back and forth dialogue with each other. I've said this before, it reminds me of the Marx Brothers, the way they're able to play off each other, the way they're able to bounce dialogue back and forth. It's absolutely amazing. They have some of the best on-screen chemistry I've ever seen. Woody Allen as a robot in this movie is absolute comedy gold. It's one of the funniest scenes I've ever seen in a movie. It makes the movie, it is just absolutely hilarious. If you've never seen this movie, I definitely recommend it because it is just, from start to finish, except the cloning scenes, it is just absolutely hilarious with great witty, snappy dialogue. It is a 9.5. Number 51 is a Japanese drama from 1995. It is called Mabarosi. Yamako is troubled by horrific nightmares of the passing of her grandmother. When tragedy befalls her husband, she slips into a hermit-like state in which she seeks only solitude. That is until a widower finds her and tries to pull her out of the solitude and welcome her back into life. Now, it's important to note that the tragedy that befalls her husband is that he commits suicide with basically no warning, and he has a child, he has a wife, he has a life, and she basically has to go through the rest of her life wondering what happened. He didn't have any signs of being sad or depressed. Like, why would he commit suicide? This movie is heart-wrenching, it's tragic, it's devastating, it's also incredibly thought-provoking. It deals with the ideas of how others' lives are affected around you if you commit suicide, and how emotionally devastating it is to lose someone without any type of warning, especially when you have a child with them and now you have to raise the child on your own and explain to the child why they don't have a father, and without knowing exactly what happened and why the situation happened the way it did. This movie has great cinematography. It uses a lot of black and blue colors. The movie colors are dark, so there's no real vibrant colors, which really sets the tone of bleak and sadness. There's lots of use of shadows here. The shadows are done really well. It has incredible writing. There's a very touching scene at the end of the movie that will probably leave you in tears. I give this movie a 9.5 out of 10. We have made it to the top 50 of our list, which means we are getting there. We're almost there. And what better way to kick off the top 50 than a movie out of France? Yes, you guessed it. This is from 2019. It is a comedy drama called Perfumes. In this movie, a chauffeur lands a new job driving a famous perfumer who has a propensity of being a diva. Now, he is not afraid to stand up to her and is one of the few people in her life that challenges her. This movie has amazing acting and writing. They are both spectacular. You are rooting for the main characters in this movie. You really want them to be together by the end of the movie in like a romantic relationship, because they both have found themselves to be single. The chauffeur has a daughter but is not involved in a romantic relationship. You really invest yourself in this movie and into the characters. It has incredible character building, and the ending offers a great payoff. There's a very well shot and very emotional birthday scene between the chauffeur and his daughter in this movie, which is probably my favorite, the favorite part of the entire movie. It has a great story, even if maybe the relationship at the end doesn't exactly happen the way you want it to happen. It still has a great ending. It's a great story about growth, and it has terrific character arcs. I absolutely love this movie. I think it is emotional. It's a great love story. Like I said, it's a great story about growth and finding out who you are. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 49 is also a film out of France. Yes, it is a French film noir from 1967 called Les Samurai. In this movie, hitman Jeff Costello finds a witness to a murder, but before he can act, he is arrested by the police, but is released when the witness does not come forward to identify him. After he is released, he is then hunted by the police and some evil people who are trying to kill him. Now, this movie is only about an hour and 40 minutes. It is absolutely great pacing. It feels like it is over and done with really fast, but it is just an amazing movie. It has tremendous cat and mouse game between Costello and the police and the people who are after him. It really draws you in and keeps you on the edge of your seat. There is a fantastic scene in this movie involving a subway, which is absolutely suspenseful. The ending is a little confusing though, and Jeff makes an odd choice at the end of the movie that I don't really understand, and to be honest, I don't completely understand the ending, but the rest of the movie is absolutely phenomenal. I felt the ending was also open to where you need to determine for yourself what happened, which is also probably why I don't understand it. I really need everything to be fed to me on a nice, neat little platter, but still incredible. Great acting, great direction. I really enjoyed this movie a lot. It has nice ambience. It really makes you feel like you're in that time period. I absolutely enjoyed it. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 48 is a British drama from 1961. It is called Victim. In 1960, London's Melville Farr is on the path to success as a barrister when blackmailers link him to a young gay man Everything he loses is threatened because of the anti-sodomy laws in Britain at the time. Melville Farr is married, and the practice that he has built and his marriage is soon in jeopardy. This movie is about the persecution of people with different beliefs, not accepting someone for being different and for who they truly are, treating people poorly when you don't understand their way of life. This movie is tear-jerking, it's heartbreaking. In the end, you ask yourself, does anyone actually win? I think the answer is no. Was justice served? I mean, sure, based on the laws that were back then, but based on dignity and actually treating humans with respect and allowing people to be who they really are, there was no justice that was served in this movie. I've always believed that people shouldn't need to live in secret or in shame for who they are, and this movie makes you want to go out there and take a stand. Later on, the laws in Britain would be changed so that people like Farr would not have to go through what they did here. This movie is emotional, it's touching, it's moving, it makes you angry, it makes you want, like I said, take a stand and stand up for what's right. It is a 9.5 out of. Number 47 is a drama fantasy from 1941. It is called The Devil and Daniel Webster. This movie was nominated for Best Actor in a Leading Role at the Academy Awards for Walter Huston and won Best Music Scoring for a Drama. In this movie, Jabez Stone, who is a farmer, is about to lose his land and agrees to sell his soul to the devil. The devil gives him a 7-year contract, which at the end of the 7 years, he is to give up his soul. But for those 7 years, he is given tons of money, is able to spend lavishly, he saves his farm, he helps a lot of people around him also save their farm, but as he gets closer to the 7th year, he decides to reach out to Senator Daniel Webster and ask him to represent him in a trial to get the contract destroyed. This movie builds on suspense. At the end of the movie, there is a trial of the damned, which is absolutely terrific. It gives you an amazing payoff. The trial of the damned is very cool, it's impactful, and it is an incredibly well acted scene. I hated the parts. There's a part where Jacobs cheats on his wife with a mistress who is created by the devil to make him sin. I absolutely hated that part of the movie. This movie has absolutely tremendous cinematography. There's a specific scene that involves rain falling on this barn scene where Jabez is in the farm and the rain is just going everywhere, and it's absolutely amazing. The devil is fantastic, played by Walter Huston. Great acting, it's great set building, great ambiance, it has great suspense building. It's just an amazing movie. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 46 is a movie out of Kosovo, and the language is in Albanian. It is from 2021, and it is called Hive. This movie is a true story about a woman whose husband went missing during the Kosovo War. She teams up with a group of other women whose husbands have also gone missing, and hoping to provide for their families, they start a business to sell a local food product. And they are soon met with hostility and misogyny from the men in their town, who do not believe that women should have their own business and make their own money and be successful on their own. This movie is extremely powerful. I think the lead actress name is Yilka Gashi, though I'm probably butchering her name, and I apologize if I am. I don't mean to, but she does a phenomenal, amazing job. She is an amazing actress. In this movie, she gets beaten down constantly. You really feel her emotions. You really feel that there's a sense of helplessness in what she can do and what she's allowed to do and what she's trying to do, but there's also a huge sense of grit and determination. She has the spunk. She is willing to fight back. She's willing to do what she has to do to provide for her family, and she has a lot of fight in her. And I really think the moral at the end of this story is incredible. Now, her reaction to the cops finding her husband, eventually finding him, is real and heartbreaking and gut-wrenching and incredibly hard to watch, which I think shows what an incredible actress she is. Absolutely amazing. I thought this movie was fantastic. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 45 is a Japanese animated film from 2004 called Mind Game. I'm going to do the best I can to describe it with a little bit of help from IMDb. So after a run-in with a couple of Yakuza, a loser who has a crush on his childhood friend goes to heaven and back in a psychedelic experience of self-discovery. So essentially what happens is he tries to stand up for his girlfriend, the Yakuza shoot him, he dies, he goes to heaven in what is a extremely well done sequence. He comes back from heaven, and then him and his girlfriend, he feels like he's on top of the world type of thing, I believe. He gets in a car crash, they go over the side of a bridge, end up in the ocean, and him and his girlfriend his childhood crush, end up in the side of a whale, I believe it's what it is, and they have to try to get out of this whale. Honestly, this is one of the deepest and most thought-provoking movies I've ever seen in my life, and I'm not doing it justice with its description, but it's incredibly hard for me to describe. It is heartbreaking, it is uplifting, it's some of the greatest and most unique animation I've ever seen in a movie. When I first started watching this film, the animation, there's like 3 different animation styles, and one of them definitely annoyed me, but as the movie went on, it actually became very endearing, and I actually thought it was quite crazy and amazing how they were able to do this animation. The ending is a bit confusing. I believe it shows the future that each character could have. It's a beautiful story, it's emotional, it's moving. It's about living your best life, living life like there's no tomorrow, taking chances, and seizing the day. It is just a whirlwind of a movie to watch. Whirlwind of emotions. It's on the edge of your seat. It's fast-paced. It's constantly coming at you. I loved it. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 44 is a comedy romance musical from 2023. It is called Chuck Chuck Baby. In this movie, Helen lives with her ex-husband, his 20-year-old girlfriend, and their newborn child, along with his dying mother. She works at I think it's like a chicken or a turkey packing factory called Chuck Chuck Baby. She lives this life that she absolutely hates because she lives with her ex-husband and his girlfriend. Now, the reason why she does this is because her ex-husband has completely forgotten and abandoned his mother. She is basically all that the mother has. She's very good to her. She takes care of her. She does everything for her. One day, Helen's life is turned upside down when her high school crush, who is also a female, comes back into her life. Now, her ex-husband's mother begs her to go live her own life, to leave her. She says, I am not long for this world. You need to go have fun. You need to get away from my son, get away from the situation, and go live your own life. This movie is touching, it is tender, it is heartfelt, it is hilarious, it is a perfect romantic comedy. The 2 main characters, they have a playfulness and a flirting chemistry with each other that is absolutely fantastic. The chase of them chasing each other reminded me of Jim and Pam from The Office, and how amazing that chemistry and that romance was. It gives kind of the same vibes to me. All the actresses in this movie and all the side characters are absolutely amazing. They remind you of the people that you actually work with and the type of relationships that you would have at work. There's a great payoff at the end of the movie, and it's just a great love story between 2 people who are made to be together. It is hilarious. The music is fantastic. This movie is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 43 is probably the most relatable movie for me on this list. It is from 2022. It is a comedy drama called I Like Movies. In this movie, socially awkward 17-year-old cinephile Lawrence takes a part-time job at a video rental store where he forms a complicated relationship with his manager. Now,
I worked at a Hollywood Video for 2 years of my life, and this movie is incredibly accurate when it comes to working at a video store. There's a funny scene that had me laughing out loud so hard where Lawrence is asked how many copies of like Shrek he can sell, and he asks, isn't Shrek already out? And the manager says, yes, but this is like a new like version of it. And he says, well, probably zero. I sell something that I enjoy. And that is basically what working at a movie rental store is that you have all these ideas in your head of all your favorite movies that you want to recommend, but you have to recommend all the new things that are coming out, the stuff that's pretty much garbage that you absolutely hate. You have to like upsell bundles. You have to try to get people to buy like monthly subscriptions and stuff. At least that's how it was. These places don't exist anymore. But you have this pie in the sky idea of what this is, and then it turns out to be something completely different. There's another scene where the boss is driving him home, and she says, don't you want to drive me to a party? And he says, no, I'd rather go home and watch The Manchurian Candidate, which was also hilarious to me because I've been trying to get my wife to watch The Manchurian Candidate, the older version, for like the last 4 years, and I just can't get her to watch it. And finally, there's a scene in the movie where Lawrence loses his father, and he is trying to cope with his loss while he works at this video store. I lost my best friend right before I got my job like at this video store, so I related to that as well. This movie is funny, it's endearing, it pulls at your heartstrings, it is incredibly accurate. I cannot understate how much I love this movie. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 42 is another movie that I can definitely relate to. It is a drama from 2021, and it is called Paper Spiders. In this movie, a teen makes a series of tough choices as her mother's paranoid delusion threatens her and her daughter's relationship. Now, essentially what happens is a new neighbor moves in next door, and because of an event that happens, the mother believes that the neighbor is spying on her, and she gets paranoid and she has these delusions, and it gets so bad that eventually she moves into her car because she feels like she can't live in the house anymore because she believes the house is bugged. And then that's not even good enough, and she decides that she needs to become homeless because she believes that the car is bugged. Now, while this is happening, her daughter is trying to graduate high school, trying to take exit exams, and is also having to deal with her mother delusions. It's very hard on the child, very difficult. This movie has just absolutely exceptional acting, especially from Lily Taylor, who plays Dawn, who's the mom, and Stefia Levy-Owen, who plays the daughter. Amazing. This movie hits home because I have a family member who also suffers from delusion, and at some point you just need to realize you can't help them, and you need to step away, and you need to live your own life. And it's sad, the path that they're going down, but you, like with the daughter, she's young, she's just starting her life. She cares deeply for her mother. She doesn't want to leave her. She doesn't want to leave her homeless. She doesn't want to leave her in this situation. But if the mother doesn't want to get help, there's really nothing that she can do, and she needs to live her own life. She needs to have her own way, and it's just a really tough decision that she makes. This movie does a really good job with discussing mental illness and the effects that it has on the people around you and the person suffering from the illness. This movie has just ingenious writing. The mother and the daughter's reactions to the events are exceptionally believable. This is a beautiful, haunting, just sad, depressing movie. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 41 is an Iranian romantic drama from 2024. It is called My Favorite Cake. In this movie, 70-year-old Mahim decides that she is going to revitalize her love life after a chance encounter with a gentleman at a restaurant. Now, unlike other romantic movies, this does not take place over the course of days or months or years. It is just one night where two people decide that they no longer want to be alone. They want to have another chance at love. So they spend a very happy, very
fantastic night together as a couple where they can have companionship. This movie is touching. It is beautiful. It is a love story about two elderly people who are getting together at the tail end of their lives to enjoy one magical day and night together. They have absolute magnetic chemistry together. The two characters are absolutely spectacular with their acting. The writing is amazing. The movie is sad and thought-provoking, but I understand why it ended the way it did. And one thing about this movie is that the main actress does not wear a hijab. I think it's called a hijab. And this was a huge issue in Iran, and it caused a lot of backlash. And it was very hard for this movie to get made because of it. I think they actually did not allow the writers of the movie to go to any award shows because of this. So it's a movie that is kind of breaking new ground. It is just incredibly beautiful. I thought it was amazing. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 40 is a courtroom drama out of Israel. It is from 2014 and it is called Get, the Trial of Vivian Anselm. In this movie, an Israeli woman fights for 3 years to obtain a divorce from her husband, which is called a get. It is a document that the husband must sign to get a divorce. Now the husband refuses to grant the divorce, and at the end of the movie we learn that it is because he cannot imagine his wife involved in a relationship with someone else, so he just decides that he wants her to suffer through this relationship that she does not want to be in. This is really an acting tour de force. Renette Elkabetz, who plays Vivian, is absolutely amazing. One of the best acting performances I have seen in a very long time. The entire ensemble of this movie is absolutely amazing. My favorite part of the entire movie, there's a neighbor named Donna, who is played by Delia Beger, I believe, and she's giving testimony in favor of the husband, Alicia, and her husband is beside her, and he's coaching her on what to say. And eventually the judge forces him to leave the room, and then she is there by herself, and she gives this very emotional, very bottled up speech about how their relationship is not as good as she originally depicted it, and how there's a lot of trauma on Vivian's side, and it's an incredibly moving scene. It's very riveting. There are scenes where Vivian begs her husband for the divorce. Just incredible acting. It takes place in one room. Oh man, it is riveting. It is it's a movie that everyone has to watch. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 39 is a tearjerker of a drama from 2010. It is called Poetry. In this movie, a grandmother who is dealing with early onset Alzheimer's learns that her grandson, whom she is the primary caregiver for, has committed a heinous crime with a group of his friends. Now, the parents of the friends get together and decide that they want to pay off the mother of the child whom this crime was committed against, but Yang Ji Ma, who is the grandmother with Alzheimer's, does not know if she wants to do that. She struggles with the idea of letting her grandson off for what has happened. She also takes a poetry class because she wants to learn how to write poetry before she passes away, essentially. This is just... Young Jeong Hee, who plays the grandmother, is so good. She gives a tender, honest, emotional, one of the greatest acting performances I think I've ever seen in my life. Her desire and passion to write a poem is unmatched. She unfortunately passed away of Alzheimer's in 2023. I don't know if she would have had it when she was doing this movie or if it's just a terrible coincidence, but it is incredibly sad. The ending was satisfying. I was afraid that she would make a very different decision than the tough decision that she made, having to deal with the knowledge and future anguish of Alzheimer's and the pressure of having to come up with money to pay off the mom, and coming to terms with what your grandson did is more than anyone should ever have to deal with. And her raw emotion and the way she dealt with things in this movie is absolutely phenomenal. This is a great movie. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 38 is a biographical drama from 2010 starring Claire Danes. It is called Temple Grandin. Temple Grandin rises to meet academic challenges, but social ones are more difficult. She triumphs over prejudice to become an innovator in the field of animal care while at the same time being autistic. Now, I am very familiar with Temple Grandin. My wife is a veterinarian. She learned a lot about her in vet school. Temple Grandin graduated from Arizona State University, which is where I got my bachelor's degree, and she teaches at Colorado State University, which is where I got my master's degree. And I'll tell you what, at Colorado State University, everyone talks very highly of her. They all love her there. Now, this movie takes you on an emotional roller coaster, and I was in absolute tears by the end of the movie. It has a perfect ending. It is emotionally charged. It is beautiful, and it was incredibly touching. One of the best parts about this movie for me, it was the relationship between Temple and her mom. Back in the olden time, they thought autism was due to a lack of love from the mother. So the relationship with Temple Grandin and her mom while she was in high school and while she was going through school was not good. She ended up having other people watch after her. The mom blamed herself a lot for Temple Grandin being autistic. And I mean, you don't see it a lot on screen. You don't see it till the end of the movie, but it was really hard on her. Also, the relationship between the high school teacher and Temple Grandin really brought hope. You felt like there were people who were actually had her back, and that there were people there for her, because it didn't seem like that throughout the entire movie. And the end of the movie is where this movie shines. It is just fantastically acted. It is emotional. It is tear-jerking. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 37 is an Australian mockumentary from 2006. It is called Kenny. In this movie, Kenny delivers portable toilets to popular events and juggles family life while trying to catapult himself to the heights of his career. This movie stars Shane Jacobson, and as I was watching this movie, I knew I had seen him from somewhere, and then it dawned on me that he is on Australia's Got Talent, which is absolutely phenomenal. I did not know he was a movie actor, but apparently Kenny is really big in Australia. Now, this movie may be a comedy, it may be a mockumentary, but it is an amazingly deep character study. This movie is emotional. It's a tearjerker. It is just, I mean, there's comedy in this movie, but I think a lot of it went over my head because it's references to things in Australia that I didn't get. I mean, there are still parts of this movie that are hilarious, but it's really the emotional depth of the character of Kenny and how emotionally attached I was to this character that really drew me into the movie. This movie is about having a job that others look down on you, but you love helping others and you love having a purpose. It's a great story, and his son-family dynamic is one of the better parts of the story as well. I really felt like I understood Kenny, and it has great cinematography, great writing. This movie has a lot of heart. I worked in fast food, so I can understand having a job that a lot of people look down on you about, but it's still a job that you enjoy doing, even though it doesn't require like a ton of skill. His job did require skill, but I definitely understand the character. I understand what he was going through, not being able to request time off, feeling guilty about requesting time off. There's just a lot of things here that I felt like paralleled my life, and such a great acting performance, so emotional. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 36 is the most action-packed movie on this list. It is from 1984. It is an action extravaganza. It is called The Terminator, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger as the Terminator and Linda Hamilton as Sarah Connor. The Terminator travels from 1929 to 1984 to kill Sarah Connor. Kyle Reese is also sent to 1984 to protect her, and he divulges that Skynet is going to start a nuclear holocaust and that her unborn son will lead the fight against them. Now,
I personally think Linda Hamilton is a great actor. She is like the Sigourney Weaver of action movies, or she is the Jamie Lee Curtis of action movies. Basically, what Sigourney Weaver is to sci-fi and Jamie Lee Curtis is to horror, she is to action. One of the only pure 100% action movies on this list. It keeps you on the edge of your seat the entire time. Obviously, this sparked Arnold Schwarzenegger's career. The amazing action star that he was. Now, the acting in this movie is not great. I will say that. From almost everyone, it's not like a fantastic display of acting ability, but the pacing is perfect. It has probably the greatest special effects I've seen from the 80s. I think Tron was in the 80s though, and I haven't seen Tron, so maybe that's up there too. When Arnold is not on screen, you wonder, where is he? Which is hard to do in a movie. When the villain is not on screen, you're worried that he's going to pop up from somewhere. He's going to drive a motorcycle onto the screen and just destroy everything. You know, you're like, where is this guy? Who's he killing? Like, is he going to pop up at any point? This movie just builds on tension, and it does a fantastic job. It's not as good as Terminator 2, which is my favorite action movie of all time, but it's still great. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 35 is a Japanese drama from 1935. It is called Sancho the Bailiff. While on a journey to visit their father, who is a banished governor, Zuisho and Anju are attacked and separated from their mother and sold into slavery to Sancho the Bailiff. However, as they get older, they believe that their mother is still alive, and they go on a journey to find her. This movie is incredibly sad and depressing. Kayoko Kayagawa, who played Anju, is still alive. I believe she's like 93 years old, so if you are somehow hear this, thank you for making such a beautiful movie. This is one of the most depressing movies I've ever seen in my life. There is a specific scene that happens later on in the movie that involves suicide, in which it seems like the person who's committing suicide is doing so for the right reasons. They think that it needs to be done in order to save someone else, but we realize that it actually is not something that had to be done, and it is just incredibly sad and depressing. Sancho the Bailiff is ruthless throughout the whole movie. He never wavers. This movie has great acting, a fantastic score, great cinematography. Anju's storyline was the most moving, especially considering what she does at the end of the movie, and the revenge scenes later on are absolutely spectacular. I give this movie a 9.5 out of 10. Number 34 is a Taiwanese epic drama. It's a little over 4 hours long. It is from 1991. It is called A Brighter Summer Day. In this movie, a young boy experiences his first love, friendships, and life's injustices while growing up in 1960s Taiwan. He is involved in some gang activity. There are some brutal scenes of children just like killing. I don't remember if they kill each other, but they definitely hurt each other and maim each other quite a bit through these gang violent scenes. The characters are all incredibly layered and complexed, and there are a lot of characters in this movie. They have their own arcs, and I would definitely benefit from watching this movie a second time. And this is one of only two or three movies that were 4 hours long on this list that I would watch multiple times. I would probably watch this movie every day if you asked me to, just because it is that incredible. The ending is absolutely jaw-dropping. I paused the movie and just sat in silence and thought about the ending for like 15 minutes and how crazy the scene was and how unexpected it was for me and how I was just in complete shock about how this movie ends. The music is fantastic. I love Elvis's music, and this movie is just full of Elvis's music. There's a little kid that sings Elvis songs. It's absolutely incredible. The actors are fantastic. They're all child actors. It's some of the best child acting I've ever seen. It's the edge of your seat for like 3 hours of this movie, and then at the end it is mesmerizing, I would say. It is just incredible. This movie is something that everyone should see. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 33 is a drama from 1940 starring Henry Fonda and John Carradine. It is called The Grapes of
Wrath. This movie was nominated for Best Picture, Best Actor in a Leading Role, Best Writing Screenplay. It won for Best Actress in a Supporting Role, and it won for Best Director, who was John Ford. Now, I have never read this book. When I was in school, we read a different book in my class, but this movie is about the Joad family, who are from Oklahoma. They are displaced by the Dust Bowl and the Great Depression. They travel to California seeking a better life, and they face hardships along the way. And I forgot to say that in Oklahoma, they were farmers. Now, I can relate to this movie because during the housing crisis, my family and I lost our house. We were displaced. We had nowhere to go. We had an incredibly hard time finding a house because we had to let our house go, meaning we couldn't sell it. We just had to walk away from it. Our credit was terrible. There was absolutely nowhere to go. And then finally we found a place to rent. So I know what it's like to not have a place to live. The directing in this movie is absolutely fantastic. The use of shadows is phenomenal. I thought John Carradine was especially good, and probably as good as Fonda in this movie. You can relate to him. You can understand him. He has a push and pull of religion where he is faithful, but because of everything that happened to him, because of everything he'd gone through, he kind of loses his faith. I thought that Henry Fonda deserved the Oscar for this over James Stewart, who won it for The Philadelphia Story, even though James Stewart is my favorite actor of all time. This movie is, even though it's bleak and depressing, it is still fantastic. 9.5 out of 10. Number 32 on my list is a movie that I loosely consider to be a Western noir. It is from 1948. It is called The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. It stars Humphrey Bogart and Walter Houston. It was nominated for Best Picture. It won Best Actor in a Supporting Role for Walter Houston, Best Director for John Hughes, and Best Writing Screenplay. Now, this movie is about Dobbs, who's played by Humphrey Bogart. Him and his friend Curtin meet up with a prospector who is Walter Houston. Looking for gold, they find a lot of treasure and a lot of trouble. Dobbs ends up getting gold fever, where he has these inner demons that he has to deal with. He thinks that everyone is trying to steal his gold. Humphrey Bogart does an amazing job of someone who is like slowly going mad and slowly going crazy and suspects everyone and thinks that everyone is after him. And he just does probably the best performance I've ever seen him in, or one of the best performances for this movie. The best part about the movie for me was Dobbs didn't know who he was supposed to trust. And honestly, I didn't know who he was supposed to trust either. I really thought that anyone at any time could like actually try to take his gold and actually try to like screw him over, and I didn't know who to trust there. Not knowing what was going to happen to Dobbs was also very suspenseful. His ending wasn't 100% satisfying, but I was still fine with it. I was okay with how his character ended. This movie is just beautifully acted, beautifully directed. It has a great script. There's iconic one-liners in this movie. It is just a fantastic watch. It is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 31 is a silent film from 1928. It is Buster Keaton's final film for this list. It is called The Cameraman. This movie stars Buster Keaton as Buster and Marlene Gaye as Sally. In this movie, Buster meets Sally, who is a secretary for MGM. He becomes a news cameraman in order to win over her love. He has to film a lot of precarious pieces of news in order to win over her love, but he eventually does, and then he has competition from another suitor. Now, The General, I think, might be better than this movie, though I'm on the fence. I think both of them are incredibly good, and to be honest, I would pick either one of them on different days. I think that this one might be up there as good as The General. It has a great story, amazing love story, perfect cinematography. A lot of other Buster Keaton movies I've seen are really just like gags that are set up, so you have one gag and then like another gag and another gag with very little story in between. But this one is like a very complete movie. It's one of the more complete Buster Keaton movies I've ever seen, where it's got character arcs, it has love stories, it has fantastic action, it has great stunt work. It's just an amazing movie. There's a running gag in this movie that involves a camera going through a window, which I think is absolutely hilarious every time I saw it. Buster Keaton has a fantastic character arc here. It has a great ending. There's two scenes in this movie that I really love. One is a heroic boat scene in which he saves Sally, which is absolutely phenomenal. And the other one is where he's doing these crazy stunt work on a double-decker bus, which is also insane. The female lead in this movie is mostly reactionary, but Buster Keaton here is a star, and this movie has a lot of depth to it, more depth than a lot of his other movies that I've seen. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 30 is a silent film from 1925. It is one of two films on this list for Charlie Chaplin. The second one will be coming up soon. It is called The Gold Rush. This stars Charlie Chaplin's tramp character, where he joins the Klondike Rush. He gets trapped in a small cabin during a blizzard and is forced to share his quarters with a fugitive and a prospector. He eventually is able to make his way out of the cabin, and he falls in love with a barmaid. This was inspired by the Donner Party and a photo that Charlie Chaplin once saw. Now, Charlie Chaplin is my favorite silent film star of all time. His movies are endearing, they're emotional, the scores are always perfect, the writing is nothing short of amazing. I really relate to his movies. He just has a way of bringing out emotions in me that a lot of silent films don't. Some of them I feel fall flat or they have overacting, but he relies on stories that people can relate to. He relies on perfect cinematography and acting, and everything he does in his silent films are just amazing. He uses a lot of piano, which I think is perfect. Let's see here. There's a really funny scene where there's a party and he thinks that he's kind of having this hallucination where he thinks a person sitting next to him looks like a chicken, and it's absolutely hilarious. There's a great love story here. There's a lot of really famous scenes in this movie. This movie is absolutely iconic. There's also a really cool sequence where the cabin is kind of falling off the side of the mountain, and they have to try to go to the other side so that it doesn't fall off. Everything in this movie is just absolutely amazing. He is way ahead of his time. He is an absolute genius. This is a 9.5 out of 10. Number 29 is a gangster crime drama from the country of France. Yes, it's been a while, but we have another movie out of France. This is from 1937. It is called Pepe Le Moko. This movie stars Jean Gabin as Pepe, Mireille Balin as Gabby, and Lynn Noro as Inez. So in this movie, Pepe Le Moko is one of the most feared gangsters in Algiers, in the Casbah, and he wants to leave. He has this deep down urge inside of him to leave the Casbah, but he can't, because once he tries to leave and he's out in the open, the cops will arrest him. While he's hidden inside of the Algiers section of the Casbah, he's shielded because the buildings are really close together. It's hard for the cops to really get a read on where he is. The people from his gang can help him. He's just in a really good spot to where they can't catch him, but he's cooped up, and he's ready to bust out, and he's ready to get out, even though he knows that he will eventually be caught. He meets a woman named Gabby, he falls in love with her, and he starts to plan a life possibly out on the outside with her. Now, he also has a girlfriend named Inez, who of course is not very much for him, going out with this girl named Gabby and leaving because she knows what will happen. The acting in this movie is absolutely incredible. You really see the inner struggle with Pepe Le Moko, thinking that he'll never be able to leave the Casbah and wanting to get out of this prison that he's locked in. He's almost like in his own prison, even though he is not locked up. I think Lynn Noro, as great as Jean Gabin is in this movie, he is fantastic. Lynn Noro is the star here. She is constantly looking out for Pepe. She's the only one who really has a level head. She has a deep love and passion for him, even though he doesn't feel that same way about her really, and she really wants him to not get caught because she knows like the repercussions of what could happen, and she's really trying to help him throughout the whole movie. She is such a fantastic actress. I was absolutely blown away by her in this movie. There's a lot of action, a lot of suspense, a lot of drama. You feel the movie the entire time it's going on. You feel a sense of urgency, and it's just fantastic. It's a 9.5 out of 10. Number 28 is the highest ranked movie, of which I've given a 9.5 to, so everything after this will be a perfect 10 out of 10. This movie is out of Germany. It stars Peter Lorre, was directed by Fritz Lang from 1931. It is called M. Peter Lorre plays a character named Hans Beckett, who is a child murderer, and the police are storming the streets trying to catch him. Now, because of this, there is a criminal syndicate in the city that is not able to operate because the police are just flooded the streets, so they get upset and they also try to catch him so that they can continue on with their criminal activity. There is a quote from Forensic Files, which I think explains how he gets caught in this movie, that I would just like to quote. It is, although he wasn't an eyewitness, he was the next best thing, which was an ear witness. So if you've seen the movie, you know what that means. Peter Lorre delivers a stellar performance in this movie. He is just absolutely amazing. He gives a monologue at the end of the movie after he's caught by the criminal syndicate, in which he begs and pleads with them and says that he is compelled to murder, that he cannot stop it, that there's this inner fire and these inner demons inside of him that are just ripping and pulling at his soul and tugging at his inner conscience, and he's unable to, the only way to stop the urges, the only way to stop the pain that he's in every day is to kill. And it's just an absolutely amazing, riveting speech that he gives. It is so fantastic. The ending is a bit open-ended, but it's still satisfying. The cat and mouse game that he plays with the cops and with the criminal syndicate is nothing short of amazing. This movie is phenomenal. It has great acting, great writing, great cinematography. It is just a spectacular movie. Number 27 on my list is the perfect 10 out of 10. It is from 1938. It is called The Adventures of Robin Hood. It was nominated for Best Picture at the Academy Awards. It won Best Art Direction, Best Film Editing, and Best Music Original Score. This movie stars Errol Flynn, Olivia de Havilland, and Claude Rains, who has easily become one of my favorite actors of all time. I usually give a brief synopsis of the movie, but I think most of us know what Robin Hood is. He robbed from the rich, he gave to the poor, he had his merry men. There was an evil Prince Rottingham who was filling in for the king. Maid Marian is the love interest here. There's Little John, there's Friar Tuck. Just your basic Robin Hood story, but this one is absolutely gorgeous. The color in this movie absolutely pops. It is one of the best colored movies that I've seen in the 1930s. It is so vibrant, it is so beautiful, it is absolutely gorgeous. You feel the characters are having fun in this movie. Even the villains are having a lot of fun. Claude Rains does a spectacular job here as the villain. Friar Tuck is very funny. Alan Hale is also funny as well. There's dazzling fight scenes. The acting is great. I absolutely love Errol Flynn. These are the type of movies that he was made for. Olivia de Havilland is also amazing. She's in a lot of Errol Flynn's movies. All the fight scenes are done on an incredibly large scale, and at the end of the movie, I found myself shouting, "Yes!" I was all about it. The ending is spectacular. I was happy with it. It's just a feel-good movie that makes you want to cheer, sort of like Independence Day with that speech that the president gives. It's just an absolutely amazing, feel-good, fun. It's a very fun movie, and I feel like there's not a lot of fun movies on this list. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 26 is a Japanese action thriller comedy samurai extravaganza from 1962. It is called Sanjuro. This movie was directed by Kurosawa and stars Toshiro Mifune. In this movie, Sanjuro helps an idealistic group of young warriors weed out their clan's evil influences. Now, Kurosawa and Toshiro Mifune will also be in another movie coming up in a little bit. This is one of my favorite Kurosawa movies because I find it to be absolutely hilarious. Mifune is perfect here. He's fierce, he's feared, he's sarcastic, he's quick-witted, he's funny. He plays it all perfectly. It's absolutely crazy the amount of range Toshiro Mifune has. I think because he is a foreign actor, he is an international actor. He's not considered to be in that top echelon, but I think he definitely should be, and I think that he is one of the greatest actors who ever lived. It's a simple story, which I absolutely appreciate. As I get older, it's like I said, it's harder for me to do complicated stories. The acting here is great all around. There are moments of suspense. You ask yourself, is Sanjuro actually going to succeed in what he's doing? I mean, he's great with a sword. He seems like he has everything planned out perfectly the way he wants to, but it also sometimes seems like he's going to fail, which is a part of the movie that I absolutely loved. I think this movie obviously is fantastic because I give it a 10 out of 10. We are finally at the top 25. We are almost there. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. We have almost completed this ranking list. Number 25 is not a movie out of France. It is a romantic drama from 1995, and it is called Before Sunrise, starring Ethan Hawke as Jesse and Julie Delpy as Celine. In this movie, Jesse meets Celine on a train and convinces her to go with him to Vienna, where they wander around the city, taking in experiences, enjoying their one night together. They connect on a very intellectual, spiritual, emotional way that it almost feels like they've been together their whole lives, but they've just met. They go into deep conversations such as the meaning of life, where we go when we die. They have very insightful conversations with each other. I think the key to every relationship is to be able to have a great conversation, to be able to talk, to be able to have open dialogue, to speak freely, to speak how you really feel without any fear of being judged. And that's what's going on here. They are able to just talk to each other, have these conversations, no fear, really put out there who they are and what they think, and it's absolutely phenomenal. I really believe this is an example of two people who are meant to be together and should be together, though I don't remember in the sequels if they actually do get together or not, but I think that they should be together. This is the type of relationship and the type of date that everyone wants. When I watch this movie, I think about taking my wife to Vienna and having this kind of date with this kind of conversation, or I wish that this could have been our first date where we hung out and just talked and enjoyed each other and enjoyed life for one night in this beautiful city. It's absolutely breathtaking. The writing is great. The acting is great. They have perfect chemistry together. It's really a perfect romantic movie. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 24 is a heartbreaking, tragic, and heart-wrenching movie from 2021. It is called Cousins, and as we get closer to the number one movie on my list, you will notice that most of them are emotional, heartbreaking, and heart-wrenching movies. In this one, three Maori cousins live three very different and very tumultuous lives after one of them is taken and raised in an orphanage. This movie is told through flashbacks and through current life of Mata, who was the one who was taken to the orphanage. This movie is incredibly powerful. It's moving, it's emotional, beautifully acted. Cinematography and writing are absolutely amazing. The actresses all play well off one another. There are also child actresses in this movie, which are nothing short of amazing. They are fantastic child actresses. You really feel for and root for Mata's character in this movie, though it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of hope ever throughout her life. Her life starts when she is a very young child. It moves with her through adulthood. She has a lot of really tragic and really hard life experiences after being raised in this orphanage and not being around her family and not being around those who loved her, and basically being around people who treat her very poorly. This movie is heartbreaking. The ending will absolutely tear your heart out. Some aspects of this movie really hit me quite hard, and I would say probably maybe 10 of these top 25 movies made me cry, and this is one of them. This is a 10 out of 10. Number 23 is a courtroom drama from 1957. It is based on an Agatha Christie play, and it is called Witness for the Prosecution. This movie was directed by Billy Wilder and stars Charles Laughton, who directed one of my favorite movies of all time, which was called The Night of the Hunter. This movie was nominated for 6 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, Best Actor in a Leading Role, Charles Laughton, Best Supporting Actress, Elsa Lanchester, Best Director, Best Sound Recording, and Best Film Editing. Now, this movie, Leonard Vole is being tried for murdering a wealthy woman. Legendary lawyer Sir Wilfred represents him, and his alibi rests on the testimony of his callous wife. Now, when you think of movies that have the greatest twist endings of all time, you probably think of something like The Usual Suspects or Sixth Sense or Memento. I'm going to tell you those answers are all wrong. The answer is Witness for the Prosecution. There's like 3 twists at the end of this movie, and they all come at you rapid fire, and they're all crazy, and they leave you absolutely exhausted and mesmerized and mystified at what you just watched. You might have to like rewind it just to watch it all over again, or I mean rewind it, but you know, it's an old term. Scroll back and watch it to see what you had just witnessed, because it is absolutely crazy. Sir Wilfred Roberts is phenomenal. Him and Miss Primsel in this movie are absolutely comedy gold. They have uncanny timing and uncanny chemistry with each other. They are absolutely hilarious. They have fantastic back and forth banter. The first hour is absolutely hysterical, and then the rest of the movie is an intense courtroom drama. Tyrone Powell is someone you really root for. He's the person who is on trial, and he's sympathetic. He seems like he has no hope in this movie at all. He gives a very emotional performance. There's a dramatic turn, like I said, from the first half to the second half of the movie, where the second half is mostly dread and emotionally charged. This movie is a solid 10 out of 10. Number 22 is a Japanese animated drama from 1988. It is considered to be one of the saddest movies ever made. It is called Grave of the Fireflies. In this movie, Sita is the caregiver, and he watches after his younger sister Setsuko after their town was destroyed by an American bombing during World War II. They become separated from their parents, and they desperately try to find them while also desperately trying to survive on their own. They are all each other has. They love and adore each other. They are each other's world. This movie is one of the saddest movies ever made. When I first watched it, I was in my teens, and I specifically watched it because I wanted to watch one of the saddest movies ever made. But now that I'm older and I'm a father and I have a daughter, this movie hits home even more, and it's even more devastating to watch. Also, my mom passed away suddenly in 2019, and this just adds to the heartbreak of this movie and the utter devastation that I feel as I'm watching it. I really hope that this is the last time I have to watch this movie, not because I don't like it, obviously I love it, but because of how just heart-wrenching it is to watch. This is one of the first movies I can remember watching that involved the actual bombing of like a town where people lived, and it was absolutely crazy. I was pretty desensitized to war. Like, it's not like it happens every day in my backyard. I didn't watch the news back then. I didn't really pay attention to world events. So to see this happening to me was, it's not something that I really knew happened, and it was completely crazy. This movie's powerful. It's an emotional roller coaster. It is an important movie about how war affects family and children, young innocent people, young innocent families, young innocent children. It is just one of the most heartbreaking movies ever made. It's 10 out of 10. 21 is a coming-of-age French-Canadian drama from 2005. It is called Crazy. In this movie, Zachary is confused about his homosexuality, which is in conflict with his Catholic upbringing. This alienates his father and confuses his mother, and he also has some older brother drama that he has to deal with. I think he has like 4 siblings in this movie. So I think this movie, it's depressing and it's sad because it shows that there are still children growing up today, and teenagers growing up today who feel as if they have nowhere to go when they are trying to come out of the closet, or seeking people who they can confide in and seeking people who they can trust to talk about these type of issues. And I think it's really sad, because I think as a country, the United States, we are taking those support systems away instead of adding in support systems, which is what we should be doing, because we still look down on people who are homosexuals instead of embracing them for the good people that they are. And I think it's sad. I think that we need to start having more avenues for people to have open dialogues about this subject. I think the dad in the movie is the one who's crazy. And this movie has great music. It has Patsy Cline, Elvis, Pink Floyd, the Rolling Stones, Jefferson Airplane. Probably my favorite soundtrack out of any movie on this list. Phenomenal acting performances, especially by Marc-Andre Grandin, Emily Valley, Michael Coty, and Daniel Drolitz. I really feel an emotional attachment to Zach in this movie. I really feel badly for him and what he's going through, and the pent-up emotions that he has inside of him that he doesn't feel he has an avenue to release. I think this movie is great. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 20 is a Japanese animated film from 2013. It is called The Tale of Princess Kaguya. It was nominated for Best Animated Feature at the Academy Awards, but lost to Big Hero 6, which I have never seen. I'm probably one of the few people on Earth who have never seen Big Hero 6. In this movie, a tiny nymph is found inside of a bamboo stalk. She grows into a beautiful and desirable woman. She is adopted by the two people who find her in the stalk, and is basically forced into being a princess. She orders her suitors to compete in impossible tasks to win her hand in marriage. Now, this is one of the handful of movies, I think one of two animated movies, in which I was completely a wreck and crying hysterically by the end of it. The ending of the movie is my favorite part, and that's the part that made me cry hysterically. It is just so sad, so depressing, also kind of a relief in a little bit of ways. But it is one of the best endings to an animated movie I've ever seen. I love the animation here. It's like a mix of hand-drawn animation and watercolors. This movie reminds me that we only have one life to live, and that we need to make sure we live our life in the way that makes us happy. And it also tells me and reminds me that if you're a parent, you should not try to live through your kids. You should let them be who they are, who they want to be. You should let them live the life that they want to live. Otherwise, when they grow up, they're going to have a lot of regrets. They're going to wish that they were able to do things differently. They're going to wish that they were able to be a unique person and be the person that they wanted to be, and not the person that you wanted them to be. The writing in this movie is perfect. The voice acting is also amazing. Like I said, my perspective on a lot of these movies has changed because I have a daughter. This movie is beautiful. It is gorgeous. It is riveting. It's just everything you could want in an animated movie. Number 19 is an Indian comedy drama from 2023. I believe it is pronounced Lapita Ladies. Due to some confusion, two newlywed brides get exchanged as they are getting off of a train. One of the brides desperately wants to find her husband, but she is losing hope that she ever will. And the second bride is happy that she is away from the man she married and wishes to never see him again. Now, the reason why it's so hard for the first bride to find her husband is that she doesn't know street names. She doesn't know like where the train gets off and gets off on. She has no idea where she was supposed to go or where she's supposed to end up, because this is all stuff that her husband only knows, and because he takes care of everything. So she has no idea where she is or where she was supposed to go or where she even lives. So very difficult for her. There's a character in this movie whom in the beginning I absolutely hated him. He is evil. He seems like he's in it for himself. He's corrupt, and he's just annoying. But then at the end of the movie, he has one of the most amazing character arcs I've ever seen, and makes the ending what it is. It is a beautiful
gorgeous, emotional ending, and he is the reason for it. And I was surprised, I was shocked, and I absolutely loved what I was seeing going on in front of me. The ending is just a very huge payoff here. It has great writing, great acting. It's filled with drama, suspense. It is an emotional roller coaster. I was basically in tears at the end of this movie, but they were joyous tears because I was so happy how everything ended up. This movie is inspiring. It's really funny. Every character is impactful. The love relationship between the husband and the wife who actually want to be with each other was amazing. They have incredible chemistry together, even though they are never really seen together because they're split up. They still somehow have amazing chemistry with each other. You can tell they really love each other. The other wife's story is also amazing, and her story ends up happy, and I really love where it went. It's just the movie as a whole is amazing. The ending for everyone is fantastic. It's a 10 out of 10. I cry during movies sometimes. I've admitted it multiple times so far during this list. I'm not afraid to admit it. It's just something that naturally happens. Number 18, 17, and 16 on this list made me bawl like I've never bawled before, and that's going to be a common denominator for my top 20 here. So number 18 is a romance comedy from 2017. It is called Keep the Change. In this movie, aspiring filmmaker David is mandated by a judge to attend a social program at a Jewish community center where he believes he does not belong and does not belong around the people at the community center. That is until he falls in love with one of the actors and attendees at the center named Sarah. Sparks start to fly between the two of them. Now, this movie is comprised of all actors who are on the spectrum, except for David's mom. David's parents are not, but the main actors and actresses are on the spectrum, and this movie is about being on the spectrum and how you live life and how hard life can be while on the spectrum. One thing I love about this movie is it breaks a lot of stereotypes. So stereotypes like you can't have relationships, like people on the spectrum are aggressive or they're unintelligent. This just breaks through all of those walls, and I love that because I know kids who are very small children who have just learned that they're on the spectrum. Their parents just learned that they were on the spectrum. And this is the kind of movie that I want them to watch, to prove that not only can they do what other people can do, they can have the same type of lives that other people can have, but they can actually do it better because the actresses and actors in this movie are better than a lot of the actors and actresses I've seen in Hollywood. This movie, the ensemble, it is so well acted. The performances are emotional. They're engaging. You believe the characters. You believe who they are. You believe what they're feeling. You believe what they're going through. It is absolutely phenomenal. Brandon Polanski plays David. Samantha Ellis plays Sarah, and their performances are just so powerful. I was blown away by how good they were in this movie. It has an amazing story. It pulls at your heartstrings. It's an emotional roller coaster. At the end of the movie, I felt such relief as to how it ended, but it's also another, I was bawling through all this movie, but the ending is such a huge payoff. You figure out why the movie is called Keep the Change, and I had this idea in my head going through the whole movie about why it was, because I had this idea of who David was and the type of character he was, but at the end it's like a complete 180. Everything's turned up on its head and he's not exactly the character I thought he was, and it's just so emotional and it's so good. And an example of that, one of my favorite parts of the movie, is where David tells his family that he likes Sarah because he's weird and she's weird too. Now, I don't believe that they're weird at all, but this line that he gives in the movie is so unlike his character throughout the entire movie that you have this idea of who he is, but then it's completely different. He finally shows some emotion. He finally shows what's inside of him. He finally comes out and lets himself be who he is because he has a partner and he has someone in life who's just like him, where he feels like he can be the person that he is. He doesn't have to have this shield around him. He doesn't have to hide who he is. He can finally be this person, be his true self, and it's absolutely phenomenal. Like I said, the ending is emotional. David is finally vulnerable at the end. The acting is fantastic. This is such a powerful movie. There's also, there was a band called Jesse and the Fancy Cats that were an oldies cover music group on the autism spectrum as well. They paid tribute to this movie at their Motown tribute concert in New Jersey by doing an homage song called You Make Me Feel Brand New by the Stylistics. They won an award for their performance. They're friends with the cast members of this movie, and I think it all comes together. It shows that you can be just like anyone else. If you're on the spectrum, you can do just anything anyone else can do. You can do it better. You can do it like your own way. This movie is fantastic. It is so emotional. It is just an amazing movie. It's a 10 out of 10. Number 17 is a drama from 1937. It is called Make Way for Tomorrow. In this movie, retired married couple Barclay and Lucy struggle through the Great Depression as their home is foreclosed on. They have 5 children, each of which are going through their own financial distress. Now, there are a couple of their children that could each take one parent, but none of them are able to take both parents at the same time, which means the parents are split up and forced to live apart from each other. This movie stars Victor Marr as Barclay Cooper, Balula Bondi as Lucy Cooper, and Thomas Mitchell as one of the sons. I just wanted to throw him in there because he's in like 2 other movies on this list, and he's an Oscar winner. So this is the saddest, most depressing movie I've ever seen. I think I've decided that. It's not Grave of the Fireflies. It's not Threads, which would also be on that list. It's this one. This is the most sad and depressing movie I've ever seen. This movie was also the inspiration for the Japanese film Tokyo Story, which is also on this list. This movie is basically a hard situation for everyone because the parents knew for a long time that they were going to be foreclosed on, but they told their kids with like 2 weeks notice, so they really had no time to get anything together or plan out anything. The children also don't want to have their everyday lives disrupted, and the parents are basically miserable and sad because they have to live apart from each other. This affected me more seeing my dad give up on life after my mom passed away. So my mom's been passed away since 2019. It's my belief that my dad has basically given up on life, and I think watching this type of movie where 2 people who are elderly are separated from each other, not knowing if they're ever going to see each other again, it really affected me because my dad is in this situation where he's probably never going to see my mom again. I mean, obviously won't see her alive, but if there's an afterlife, possibly. But that affected me quite a bit as well. And then the ending is very sad. It's the saddest ending I've ever seen in my life. The chemistry among the actors is absolutely phenomenal. This movie is really great. It's really hard-hitting for a 1930s movie. Usually, movies from the 1930s, they hold back a little bit, but this one does not. It packs all the punches. It doesn't hold back at all. It's incredible. It's a 10 out of 10. Number 16 is a drama out of Jordan. The movie is in Arabic. It is from 2023. It is called Inshallah a Boy. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And it is incredibly sad, emotional, and like I said, this one also made me cry. In this one, we have a female who is in her 30s. Her name is Nawal. She has a young son, and in the very beginning of the movie, she has a husband. They're attempting to have another child, when one day her husband dies suddenly. He just passes away in his sleep. Now, the very next day or a few days later, her husband's family comes over and they try to decide how they're going to divide all the property and all the inheritance and everything that Nawal believes she is owed. The reason for this is because she has a daughter, and in Jordan, at least from what I understand from the movie, you have to have a son in order to be able to keep the inheritance and keep all the property. Otherwise, it goes to the next of kin of the husband, who is a male. So her family comes over, they start talking about taking away her apartment, her truck, basically her entire livelihood that she has. They want to take away and sell it because they need the money. It is infuriating. It made me incredibly angry, sad, depressed. I was rooting for this woman. I felt terribly sad for this woman. And there's even a point in the movie where the family tries to use her daughter as leverage by basically kidnapping her and saying, if you don't sell the stuff and give us the money like you're supposed to, we're not going to give your child back. And I've said this before, being a father, these things just affect me differently. So this was an emotional roller coaster, but I was mostly angry at the family and very sad and depressed. Narwhal is
the person who plays Narwhal is an incredible actress. I don't know how to pronounce her name. I have like Muna Hawa written down, but God, she was absolutely phenomenal. I was so invested in her character. I felt rage for her. I felt so sad for her. This movie has a very satisfying ending, though. I was really afraid that she was going to lose everything, but like basically a miracle happens at the end to where she doesn't lose everything, and it's absolutely fantastic. This movie has great acting all around, great directing, phenomenal writing. It's so emotional. I think everyone should see it. It's a 10 out of 10. Number 15 is a drama out of Japan from 1953. It is called Tokyo Story. It stars Chisu Ryu and Setsuko Hara, who were also both in Late Spring. In this movie, an elderly couple travel from their small seaside village to the big city in order to spend some time with their children. Once they get to the big city, their children all have jobs and other things going on and are much too busy to spend any time with them. Now, this movie was inspired by a movie I just reviewed called Make Way for Tomorrow. This movie hit me hard. I would say that the ending was very emotional. I've said a few times that my mom passed away in 2019. I live in California. She lived in Texas. When she was alive, I was very poor, basically. I worked a minimum wage job. I couldn't afford to fly out to her, and she couldn't afford to fly out to me. So we never really saw each other. And thinking back on it now, I really wish I was able to have flown there and seen her more and spent more time with her. And, you don't really know how short life is until you lose that someone in your life. I thought I had a lot more time with her. And yeah, when I watch movies like this, it really makes me emotional and really hits home. You can realize your life goes by fast, and keeping relationships becomes harder and harder as you get older, but you should try the best you can to keep those relationships. The acting in this movie is amazing. Setsuko Hara is considered to be one of the greatest actresses in Japanese history, and I definitely agree from what I've seen. She has this ability, which is crazy, for her demeanor to just change on a dime. Like, she can go from incredibly happy to like very, very emotionally wrecked and sad with a snap of a finger, and it's completely believable, and I just don't know how she does it. It's so amazing to watch her act. I absolutely enjoy it. She has a ton of range. This movie has great cinematography, and I just think it is absolutely fantastic. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 14 is a Russian movie from 1975. It is the highest ranked Tarkovsky movie on my list. It is called Mirror. In this movie, Alexei is a dying man in his 40s whose common interactions with his wife and his children summon up a host of memories. I don't think a movie like this could ever be made again because it's non-linear. There's no real conventional plot. It's basically a lot of dreams and memories that this man is having as he's living kind of his final days on Earth. So I don't think it would work today if you would try to remake it, but this movie has fantastic acting performances, especially from Marguerite, who plays the mother and the wife in this movie. Some of the best cinematography I've ever seen in my life. There's a scene with a barn burning. I think it's the wife or the mother, but she's in a room that's like completely falling apart, and it's like a dream. It's like if you were having a dream, if you were sleeping, you were dreaming. You're dreaming about like a whole room falling apart on you is basically what it is. It's really hard to say what this movie is about or really give it what it deserves, but it's just the cinematography, the dream sequences. It's really, if you were trying to think back on your memories and think back about your life and what your life meant, and going through from when you were young to when you were old, you might not remember things in order. You might not remember things exactly how they happened. Some of the stuff you were thinking about maybe actually didn't happen. You just made it up in your mind. This movie does a great job of going inside of your head and trying to put all of that onto film, and it's just so amazing. Like I said, some of the best cinematography I've ever seen in my entire life. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 13 is the highest ranked animated movie on my list. It is from 1995. It is a Disney Pixar movie called Toy Story. I won't go into too much plotting here. Everyone, I think, knows what Toy Story is about. You have Woody, you have Buzz, Buzz thinks he's an actual space ranger and doesn't know he's a toy. The movie is basically about him coming to grips with who he is, while Woody and the gang try to basically save him along the way and try to show him that he has friends and that he has people around him that care for him and that he has a family. It is a very touching movie. I saw this movie in theaters, not to date myself too much, and I remember being completely awestruck seeing going from traditionally drawn movies to computer animated movies. It was absolutely astonishing to me. It was watching technology change in front of your eyes. I feel like technology changes so quickly nowadays that you don't really have time to watch it change in front of your eyes. But back then, you could definitely tell the difference. It didn't move as fast, and you could definitely tell that that this was something that was a big deal. This movie is full of heart. It's full of grit. It's funny. It's whimsical. It has great friendships. Great chemistry between Woody and Buzz. I know that's weird to say because it's an animated movie. It has great adult humor as well, not just for kids. There's 2 scenes in this movie that I particularly love, though I love every scene in this movie. But the iconic scene where they're at Sid's house and Woody is pulling his own strings and he's saying like someone poisoned the water hole, there's a snake in my boot, reach for the sky. One of my favorite scenes in the entire film. And then the original scene where Buzz tries to fly and he ends up falling, and in the background you hear the song You Got a Friend in Me. So moving, so touching. Crazy that an animated film could be this emotional, but it is fantastic. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 12 is a movie out of France. Yes, if you said France, you are correct. It is from 1994. It is called The Three Colors Red. In this movie, part-time model Valentine meets a retired judge who lives in her neighborhood after she accidentally hits his dog with her car. She goes to return the dog, and he could actually not care anything about it. He says it's not a family member, it's just a thing, it ran away, why don't you go ahead and keep it? She tries to keep it, but her boyfriend doesn't let her, so when she goes to return the dog, she realizes that the judge has all these listening devices around the neighborhood, and he's listening in to people's conversations, kind of like as a hobby, I guess. Now, she originally is very upset by this and appalled and can't believe it's going on. And then they have like detailed conversations about why it might not be that bad, why he thinks it's not that bad, and why she thinks it is, essentially. One of my favorite things in this movie is the how they use the dog to show how these two people are and like foreshadow kind of how he's going to be in the future. So she is very loving, she's very caring, she sees the dog as a family member, just like in her neighborhood, she sees her neighbors as like people, actual people who shouldn't be listened into, who should have their privacy, who should be able to have their own lives, actual, not objects, whereas he sees his neighbors as objects, as people who can help him like get through his day and have some sort of excitement in his life, where he doesn't actually treat them like people, and that's exactly how they both treated the dog. So I really like that a lot. This movie's about fraternity, which is how relationships are formed. It's about chance meetings. I've never seen the other 2 trilogy movies. Red was the last one, and since it's the only one that's 100% fresh, it's the only one I've seen. Red shows up everywhere in this movie, and it looks absolutely amazing. The writing is spectacular. The dialogue between the 2 characters is great, which is perfect because at the end of the movie, it's very dialogue driven, and the chemistry between the 2 characters is also phenomenal. This movie has great cinematography. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 11 is a Spanish psychological drama from 1976. It is called Cría Cuervos. I believe that's how it's pronounced. In this movie, a little girl and her sisters are placed with an aunt in Madrid after their father dies during a night of adultery. This movie stars Geraldine Chaplin as an older Anna and Maria, so she plays 2 parts. She is the daughter, one of the daughters of Charlie Chaplin, and that means that there are 3 generations of Chaplins on this list because his grandson was in the movie Chocolate, one of the main actors in the movie Chocolate. Now, this is considered by critics to be one of the greatest movies of the 20th century, and boy, do I agree. Wow. This movie is, like, to me, it is propped up, it is held up by the acting performances. Geraldine Chaplin is nothing short of amazing. She is so good playing dual roles in this movie. one of the greatest acting performances I've ever seen in my life. I may have to go update my best female acting performances of all time to include her on that list because she is so good here. It is spellbinding, her performance. Also, Anna Torrent, who plays the young child in this movie, is possibly the best child actor I've ever seen in a movie in my entire life. I'm probably going to think that for a very long time because she is so good in this movie. It is touching, it is emotional. There's a specific scene in this movie where the children dress up as their parents, like in their parents' clothes, which are obviously too big for them because they're young kids, and they're acting out a scene in front of each other where their parents are fighting and they're having an argument, and it is so heartbreaking to see these kids, to understand what kids take in and what they understand, and to see them acting this out is devastating. It is incredibly hard to watch. This movie, I think, it's just so good. I don't know what else to say about it. It is phenomenal. The acting is great. The script is perfect. The cinematography is amazing. Everyone needs to go see this movie. It's got a great story. If you want to see a movie with some of the best acting you've ever seen in your life, go see Critic. Number 10 is a war drama from 2019. It was actually done before 2019, but this version of it came out in 2019. It is Apocalypse Now, Final Cut. I will apologize. I cannot get my Blu-ray copy of this to work for the life of me, so I don't have any clips of the movie. I wish I did, especially this one, because I'm going to go on and on about the cinematography and the camera work in this movie, and I just can't get my Blu-ray to work. But in this one, this is during Vietnam, Captain Willard takes a journey upriver to terminate Colonel Kurtz, who was once a promising officer, but now has gone completely mad. This movie is just a wealth of acting. Some of the greatest actors who ever lived. It is absolutely crazy. Martin Sheen, Marlon Brando, Robert Duvall, Lawrence Fishburne, Harrison Ford, and Dennis Hopper. Absolutely crazy. Now, I guess this version of the movie is supposed to take out some of the political talk and some of the boat scenes. I don't know why that makes it 100% fresh, but I absolutely love this movie. The scenes with Robert Duvall where the soldiers are surfing under enemy fire is probably the single greatest scene I've ever seen in a movie as far as cinematography goes. Now, I did watch the Blu-ray version of this movie, which I think is the way to go, but man, it is absolutely gorgeous the way this movie is filmed, the way it's shot. It's just so amazing. The U.S. show was also had great cinematography as well. There's like a lot of fireworks going on, and it's just absolutely beautiful. The acting all around this movie is fantastic. It has great pacing, and there's always like a sense of urgency in this movie. And when Marlon Brando is not around, which is not till the end of the movie, you're constantly wondering if he's like hiding in the shadows or where he is. He's one of those bad guys in the movie where you're constantly worried that he's going to just pop up from somewhere and start killing people, which is absolutely amazing. I will say that the Robert Duvall parts, even though I love the cinematography, it's probably like my least favorite scenes as far as acting and like what's going on in the scene, except for the cinematography. But this movie is fantastic. It's one of the greatest war movies ever made. It's actually not my top war movie on this list, considering it's 10 and we're now in the top 10, but it's still a 10 out of 10. Number 9 is a courtroom drama from 1956 called 12 Angry Men. Now, this is Henry Fonda's last appearance on this list. I think everyone probably knows what this movie is about, but just in case, 12 members of a jury must deliberate the guilt of a young man from the inner city. If they find him guilty, it'll mean the death penalty. One juror casts considerable doubt on elements of the case, and as he's casting doubts, we learn more and more about the jurors, about their prejudices, about their motivations, why they are going the way they're going, why they want to convict this kid. Are they actually convicting on evidence or personal grievances? We kind of learn that as we go. I think this is a lot of people think that this is the greatest screenplay ever written. I'm up there with you. I was told that if this was not in the comment section, that if this is not number 1 on my list, then my list is completely invalid. I apologize if you've gotten this far and my list is invalid. I'm sorry. This is the greatest acting ensemble to ever be assembled, I believe. There's a juror in this movie whose real name is Lee J. Cobb. At the end, he gives this rousing speech. about his son and about like how his son is ungrateful. It's the big end piece of the movie. It's what really puts a button on it, and it's like one of the greatest speeches I've ever heard in my life. But I actually agree with him at some points. Now, his motives are incredibly wrong, but he champions evidence somewhat in this movie, and I don't always think that they were going based off the evidence entirely, but anyway, it's still a fantastic movie. Fontes does a great job here, as he does in almost everything that he's in. I believe some of the stuff he did would have led to a mistrial, but I go into that in my video, why I believe that is true. The movie is suspenseful. It keeps you on the edge of your seat, and it's amazing to see each juror turn and change their decision, and how they turn, and what they have to be told in order to change their decision. It's just a real suspenseful movie. It's a great watch. Like I said, you'll be on the edge of your seat, and it has some of the greatest acting I've ever seen. It's a 10 out of 10. Number 8 is a drama from 1968. It is called The Swimmer. It stars Burt Lancaster as Ned. Ned is at a friend's house in California looking over this big huge cliff. You know how like in California homes are built on the hills. He's in a hill like cliff area. He's looking over. He sees like a series of pools that lead up to his house, and he decides that he is going to swim home by going to his neighbors, swimming into their pools until he's able to swim home, basically is the plot of the movie. And as he's doing this, and as he's going to his neighbor's house, his neighbors are not too happy that he's over. They are reminding him of his like financial, his economic, his romantic failures that he has to life. For whatever reason, they all have different reasons why they don't like him, or why they're disgruntled, or why they're reminding him of his failures. And he doesn't seem to understand, and as the movie goes on, he seems to understand less and less and less what's going on. Burt Lancaster said that he felt that this was his greatest acting performance of all time, even though this was not the movie he won his Oscar for. I also believe this is his best performance of all time. My belief, now there's different beliefs in this movie, so I don't think that I'm spoiling anything here. People have their own ideas. I think that Ned is suffering from dementia in this movie, and as the movie is going on, he is just getting worse and worse and worse. Not able to remember where he is, not able to remember what he's done in life, not able to remember like the people he has wronged, and he thinks that everyone in his neighborhood and everyone who lives around him is happy with him and loves him and everything's fine, when it's actually not, when they actually have all these grievances against him for things that he did that he doesn't remember. Maybe he didn't even know that he was doing them at the time. But I think that this man is definitely sick in some way. He slowly goes from an alpha type male in the beginning to a beaten down and destroyed man at the end. And he does an absolute phenomenal job of it. This movie to me was a little bit like Ordinary People in the way it was shot and just kind of the overall feeling of it. And Ordinary People is one of my favorite movies of all time. This is one of the best written movies I've ever seen. It does a very good job at slowly painting a picture of someone who is in desperate straits. And you have to do a lot of like dissecting of things under the surface here, but it is a fantastic movie to watch. Just watching everything unfold, watching this man's life, learning about his life from when he was younger to now, and what he's done to these people. It's just an amazing story, acted beautifully. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 7 is a Swedish drama from 1961. It is called Through a Glass Darkly. I'm going to give just a very brief description of the main plot point of this movie, but there's a few things going on in this movie that's amazing, but I don't want this video to be too long. Karen hopes to recover from her recent stay at a mental hospital by spending the summer at her family's cottage on an island. Karen is played by Harriet Anderson. Now, she was in a mental hospital because it seems like she has schizophrenia. They didn't diagnose her with that in this movie. I don't even think they knew what it was back then. Maybe they did. But she definitely seems to me like she has schizophrenia. I had never heard of Harriet Anderson until I saw this movie, and she is so spectacular. It was written and directed by Ingmar Bergman, who is also incredible. So Karen in this movie, she's having visions. She's going through pain and suffering. She's absolutely terrified. She's constantly spiraling and at odds with herself. And Harriet Anderson is just incredible with this. She is absolutely fantastic. This movie is beautiful. As far as like a full picture, when you look at acting, cinematography, writing, everything, directing, this is one of the most complete package movies I've ever seen in my life. It is absolutely gorgeous. There are beach scenes in this movie as well, and I am an absolute sucker for beach scenes. This is a perfect movie about an imperfect family going through a lot of issues, and I absolutely adored it. I need to see more from Harriet Anderson. I hope she has a long catalog, a long library of movies, because I haven't seen anything else with her. But good lord, my god, I was completely blown away by her and by this movie. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 6 on my list is a movie out of France. Yes, if you said France, you are correct. This is the last movie on this list out of France, sadly. It is partly in French, partly in Italian. It's from 1953. It is called Wages of Fear. This movie takes place in a South American jungle where supplies of nitroglycerin are needed to a remote field. They hire 4 people to deliver the nitroglycerin. They give them 2 trucks. They have to travel over very difficult terrain in hopes of not blowing up before they get there. Now, the reason they decide to take on this task is because they live in a very poor city where it is hard to find good paying jobs, and this is a job that will pay them very well if they are able to get this nitroglycerin to where it needs to go. This is the most suspenseful movie I have ever seen in my life. I know I talk about suspense and on the edge of your seat movies for this list, but this is top echelon. This is number 1, the most suspenseful movie you will ever see. A part of it is because of the background of these characters, where they are poor and where you are rooting for them to get to the end, to get this life that they want to live, to be able to have some sort of upper momentum, to be able to better themselves and get their families out of poverty. You know that this task that they are going on is almost impossible. It is incredibly difficult to get these very explosive canisters to where they need to go, but you have hope in your heart and you just want them to be able to get to their final destination. Now, of the 4 characters, Mr. Joe and Mario I thought were the standout actors in this movie. They're absolutely fantastic. The editing is perfect, as well as the music. It causes for very tense situations. The music helped build the suspense. Will any of them live? You have no idea. You question it all the way up to the very end. Luigi, for me, was my least favorite character in this movie, but they're all fantastic. You will absolutely love this movie if you watch it. It is just fantastic. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 5, we have finally reached the top 5 of this list. This is a mystery thriller from 1947. It is called Odd Man Out. It was directed by Carol Reed. It stars James Mason and Robert Newton. This is about a wounded fugitive's odyssey through the streets of Belfast. He is badly injured, he is abandoned, and he is increasingly growing delirious. So James Mason's character is an IRA leader. He takes part in a bank robbery that goes bad. He gets shot. He initially eludes the police, but throughout the movie he is basically slowly dying from his wounds that are getting worse. He's getting lead poisoning, and he does not have that much longer to live unless he can find help. So he's trying to find someone who will hide him from the cops and will help him seek medical attention. Is there anyone he can trust? Is there anyone who will go against the cops? Is there anyone who will help this dying man who was once a prominent member of the IRA, who was once a prominent member of this organization? Is there anyone that he can help, who he can find to help him? That's what we are going to find out. This James Mason considered this his greatest acting performance of all time. I absolutely agree. I will say I was ready to give this movie a 9 until Robert Newton came on screen, and then it became an absolute 10. This is one of my favorite acting performances of all time. Robert Newton is absolutely amazing in this movie. This movie is a little bit of the opposite of Pepe Le Moko, where in Pepe Le Moko he was trying to hide inside of a specific area to get away from the cops. This one, it's the same idea, but he's trying to get out of a certain area to get away from the cops. But it gave me Pepe Le Moko vibes in this movie. You really believe that James Mason is slowly dying. You really believe that he is going through this horrible thing that he's going through. He does an absolute incredible job in this movie. It is suspenseful. It's on the edge of your seat. It is tense. You want him to live even though he's a killer, which is a crazy push and pull I had through the entire movie. I thought, this guy's a really bad person. He's trying to rob, he's trying to kill, but you want him to live. You want him to make it through this because you're on this journey with him, and it's an absolutely amazing journey that you're on. This is a 10 out of 10. Number 4 is a Japanese samurai movie from 1954. It is called Seven Samurai. It was directed by Kurosawa and stars Toshiro Mifune. In this movie, you have a village of very poor farmers who are constantly being raided and pillaged by a group of ne'er-do-wells. Now, the farmers want to find a samurai to help protect their village, but they have an incredibly hard time doing this because they don't have any money and they don't really have anything to offer. They just want to find a samurai who will do this out of the goodness of his heart. They finally find one, and he is able to recruit 6 other samurais. Some of them are kind of like at the tail end of their career, and they just want to do something good. They just want to do something that's meaningful, so they decide to take on this task. There's another younger one played by Toshiro Mifune who just wants to prove his worth. He wants to prove that he is one of the great samurais, and he kind of idolizes the main guy in the movie, the main samurai, so he wants to kind of follow this guy and do exactly what he does. This movie has influenced thousands of movies that have come out, one of which is The Magnificent Seven, which is one of my favorite westerns of all time. The pacing of this movie is incredible. It's suspenseful. It's on the edge of your seat. Each character has heart. Each character has a fantastic backstory. You love and care for each samurai, which makes some of their endings very tragic and very sad. Some of them are ended very quickly. A lot of them are ended very quickly, and you don't really have time to process, and you don't really have time to mourn what's going on, but it is very sad. The acting in this movie is absolutely fantastic. It has perfect cinematography. There are scenes where samurais are fighting in the rain, which is some of my favorite scenes of all time. Anything that you can do that involves black and white and rain to me is just spectacular. This movie is an absolute masterpiece. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 3 is my highest rated foreign film on this list. I am sorry it wasn't Seven Samurai. I really thought it was going to be Seven Samurai until I saw this movie, and it changed absolutely everything. It is from the Soviet Union. It is from 1966. It is called War and Peace, and it is just over 6 hours long. Now, this was originally a 4-part miniseries that was made into a movie. It follows the intertwined fates of 3 main characters during the Napoleonic Wars. It was written and directed and stars Sergei Bondarchuk as Pierre, who is my absolute favorite character in this entire movie. What an amazing actor, director, and writer. Good Lord. What he was able to accomplish in this movie, the scale that he was able to accomplish this movie in 1966 is absolutely phenomenal. Now, the colors in this movie looks like a painting. The colors in this movie absolutely pop. Almost, I mean, even better than Robin Hood, but Robin Hood was many decades before this. But the colors in this movie are absolutely phenomenal. I watched it in HD, which I guess makes it look better. But good Lord, absolutely fantastic, visually stunning. One of the most visually stunning movies I've ever seen in my life. They used thousands of people in the battlefield for this. Watching Pierre switch from someone who is young with really no direction to someone who is passionate about something and someone who wants to fight and what he believes in was absolutely amazing over a 6-hour period. Watching this character grow was phenomenal. I wish this movie was like 12 hours long. I wish I got another 6 hours out of this movie. That's how great it was. The acting from the entire cast is like watching people in real life. You forget that you're actually watching a movie because their conversations, their interactions with each other, they are so real. They are so mesmerizing. Some of the greatest acting I've ever seen in my life. The camera work here is absolutely ridiculous. I don't even understand how they did it in 1966. The story is perfect. For 6 hours I wanted more, and the battle scenes are incredibly tragic. You really put yourself into this movie. I invested so much of myself into this. It was perfect. It is a 10 out of 10. Number 2 is a silent film from 1921. It is called The Kid, and it stars Charlie Chaplin. When this movie first opens up, we are introduced to a married couple who have just learned that they are about to have a child. Now, before the child is born, the father decides to leave. He steps out, so essentially he's going to leave his wife with this child all by herself. She realizes that she is unable to care for the child financially, so she decides to drop him off and abandon him in the local ghetto of the town. Now, Charlie Chaplin's character, who is the tramp character, finds the child. He desperately tries to find the parents, but when he's unable to, he decides to raise the child on his own. Now, obviously, he's scared and he's worried because he doesn't have the financial means to raise this child, but he does have love, he does have admiration, he does have a lot of heart, and he hopes that this will help him to raise this child. Now, eventually the cops get wind that he is not the real father and that he is kind of living in, I don't want to say destitute, but he's living in tough financial strains. So they take the child away and they try to put him in a new home that will be able to financially support him. Charlie Chaplin desperately tries to get this child back because now he absolutely loves and adores this boy. The child is basically his. He's the father now. He feels like he's the father. He feels like this is his son. Now, later on in the movie, the mother ends up becoming a big actress, and she desperately wants to find her child that she gave up and take him back as well. So you have these two competing interests who want the child. This movie was incredibly emotional for me. The reason why I started this list was because my wife had a miscarriage, and I wanted to kind of get away from the world and kind of get into my own little universe, my own little bubble where I could get away from life's troubles. And this was the second movie that I watched on the list. And seeing a family who was able to have children and give up their child was incredibly emotional to me. Now, since I started this list, we have had a daughter, and now we are having a second daughter, so that's how long I've been doing this list. But for that, at that point, it was incredibly emotional for me. The writing, the directing, the music in this movie is absolutely perfect. There's an amazing relationship between the boy and the tramp. You really feel like they're father and son. You really feel like they love each other. You really feel like they are each other's entire world in this movie. The ending is emotional and incredibly satisfying. The Kid, the movie, has a lot of heart. You feel tons of anguish for the mother in the beginning of the movie, and then tons of anguish for Charlie Chaplin at the end. Charlie Chaplin, a lot of silent films have aged badly in like their subject matter or what they're talking about, but Charlie Chaplin's films, you really feel like you can relate to them, even though this was over 100 years ago it was made. It's absolutely astonishing what he was able to do. He is just such an amazing director, writer, actor, and this is probably going to go down as one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time. I'll have to juggle some stuff, but it's definitely going to be up there. This is a 10 out of 10. Number 1, we have finally gotten to my number 1 favorite film that's 100% fresh with at least 20 critic reviews. It is from 1952. It is a musical comedy, and it is called Singin' in the Rain. Now, for my own personal top 10 list, Singin' in the Rain is number 4, and it is the only movie on this list that is in my personal top 10 list. It stars Gene Kelly, Debbie Reynolds, Donald O'Connor, and Jean Hagen, who was nominated for Best Supporting Actress at the Academy Awards. Now, besides this movie being in my top 10 of all time, the reason why I put it number 1 on this list is because, unlike all the other movies, I think that this is the best of its genre. I don't think that there's any other musicals ever made that's better than Singin' in the Rain. It was one of the first musicals I ever watched in my life, and it completely ruined all the other musicals for me because I'm constantly comparing them to this movie. A lot of musicals have great dancing performances, or they have great songs, or they have a really great plot line, but nothing else really works for it. This, for me, is one of the few musicals where everything comes together. Everything is fantastic. It has a great plot. It has memorable songs, fantastic dance numbers. I never heard of Donald O'Connor until I saw this movie, but man, that guy, to me, was better than Gene Kelly in this movie. And Gene Kelly is like the top billed star, and he's supposed to be the best dancer and the best performer in this movie, but Donald O'Connor, I think, was the show stealer as far as dancing goes. As far as acting goes, I think that Jean Hagen, who was nominated for Best Supporting Actress, was the scene stealer. She is just phenomenal. The way she makes her voice go up really high, the way she's supposed to be annoying and she actually is annoying. Absolutely fantastic. My favorite song in this movie is Good Morning. I sing it to my wife all the time and absolutely annoy her with it. But Make Him Laugh, Singing in the Rain is obviously iconic. So many things have parodied the song Singing in the Rain. It's just been done 1,000 times, and it's just because of how iconic it is. Fantastic dancing, fantastic acting. It's a really uplifting movie. It's a feel-good film. I dare anyone to watch this movie and not have a smile on their face after they watch it, especially the ending. The ending is so satisfying. You can just stand up in your seats and shout yes, because it's so good. It ends so well. It's just a complete package of a musical, and you don't always get complete package musicals. It's a 10 out of 10, and it's number 1 on this list. I just want to end by saying just a few things. Obviously, this list changes all the time. All of this could be irrelevant tomorrow because it just takes one critic to give one bad review and then the movie loses its 100% fresh rating. This is really just meant to be a snapshot of a moment in time. I've seen a lot of like top 10 best 100% fresh movie lists before, but I really just wanted to look at the whole list as a whole instead of just little fragments of it, and that's what I did here. I would also like to say that if you stayed for any of this video, I do thank you. I know it was very long. It was probably very boring to a lot of people. I do just want to say that I'm not monetized. I don't meet the monetization requirements for YouTube yet. So I don't have the money to hire like an editing team or to hire any team at all. It's just myself doing this. So everything you saw in this video was just me, whether it be having to crop any of the little movie clips that I used or actually make this entire thing. I had to do all of it, so please don't flame me too much in the comments section. It was actually quite a bit of work, and I would say halfway through, my computer tried to die with every like little review that I was doing. So it took a lot longer than I thought it would, just because of how much computer storage space it took up and how much memory it took up, and it was really difficult. But I had a lot of fun with this. My next project I'm giving myself is the 1001 movies you must see before you die. So that is what I'm going to be working on next. It's probably going to take me like 5 or 6 years. So if that's something that you're interested in, I welcome you to continue watching my channel if you would like to. If not, that's okay. And I hope everyone has a fantastic day.